ハワードナイトエダクソおじさん、49歳です。これどうやって見んの？これ一個ずつ誰かを押して、ルナさん、ペポさんとか押して見るってことなのかな？そういうこと？どうやって見んの？紙視点はもちろん見られへんもんね。僕のこれではね。4時45分から。ミラー配信って何？ YouTube 開いてってこと？誰かの YouTube をここに流すってことかな？そんなんやっていいんかな？公式配信を流していいの？はははは。なるほどね。そうしようか。そっかそっか。やっていいんかな？なるほど。そうしよう。シンガポール、ディスコードつないで一緒に見ますか？僕の画面共有とかで。リプレイはまたね。で、フォートナイトは一旦小さく。かな？止まった。はい。ちっちゃいにしたら。レジェンドレンディング。レジェンドランディングのシンガポールやってる。切ります。からの、えーこうやります。こうやります。YouTube にします。フォートナイト公式にする。これかな？ちゃう。ミラー配信って見て、どうしたらいいのこれ？今から選手入場。フォートナイト。ワールドカップ。2022。一番上に出てけえへんやん。
A player's ability to rotate effectively is key because this determines
これじゃない。なあ、これ。 れよ。あったぞ。これをギリ間に合った。なるほど。まだいいやん。ディスコード送ろうかな。ディスコード。からの
Hello there and welcome to FNCS Invitational 2022 live here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We are here live to the world for this beautiful live audience. My name is Adam Savage.
And I am Kelly Link. We will be your hosts over the next 2 days. And in those 2 days, you guys will witness 12 incredible games of Fortnite. 50 of the best duos around the world, representing 7 regions. Will not just be duking it out for the $1 million prize pool. They won't just be fighting for the pride and prestige. They're going to be fighting for that trophy right there.
Can we get an ooh? Very good. I'm getting goosebumps here, Kelly. We've set the scene here for you.
オートナイトの向こうの音楽声が大きすぎるな。
in the audience looking amazing. But now, are you ready to meet the stars of this show? It's time to meet the players.
これぐらいどうでしょう。
僕今姫の声しか聞こえてないです。
あははは。
はい。で、すみません。
画面共有する。
はい。
なるほどなるほど。これでどうだ。
ああ、
続けた？見えました？
はい。スナッキーが入ってきました。
おお。
もう見れる見れる。すごい。めっちゃ綺麗に出てます。
おお、よかったです。
はい。
ああ。えらいボケて。
聞いたことある。
えらいボケてるわ。すごいな、頑張れ頑張れ、緊張すんなよ。
あ、これです。マウフィンさんもみんな優勝するって言
あ、
ったら、
まあ、ベンの。
はい。
この間、動画のタイトルでありましたね。
あ、そうそうそうそう。
強い人ら。ちょっとボケて出しとうかな。わからん。ラピッドさん。すごい。
お客さん多いっすね、やっぱ。
わからん。知らん人がすごいお客さんの前で歩いてる。
知らん人多い。あ、髪の毛ピン。
知らん人がおるよ。
椅子のところにアリスって書いてましたね、でも今。はい、一番左下かな、わかんないですよ。いっぱい椅子あんのか、これ。左右にあんのか。はい。
神さん。
あ、聞いたことあるな。神セッティ聞いたことあるな。
すごい。あ、ピーリー。
あ、ほんまや。
あ、これ全員
I cannot believe with just 10 players
わからん。
coming out the
これ翻
convention
翻訳できんのかな
absolutely losing their minds.
YouTube。
I hope you guys have enough in the tank until we got another 40 duos. So please don't pass out. That was just the first 10. What are
あ、
thoughts?
まだ10人しか出てないみたいです。
We are
Oh.
stacked. I haven't seen the rest of the. We're stacked. We're stacked.
じゃあ
right?
10組か。
Stacking fast.
あと
One
40組出てくる。
of those dominant duos
翻訳っ
showcased
て
right there in
こう
one
や
of
っ
our
て
first 10.
字幕、あ、いけそう。
Right now, coming out of the NA West,
あ、無理や。英語。
back-to-back
そういうことか。
FNCS wins,
英語し
season
か
one
無
and
理や
season 2
な。
of this chapter, followed by a third
英
place
語に
as
するか
well.
なしに
But
す
you
るしかない
can't
です
forget
ね。
about Pink in
Yeah.
an outside there. This
Yeah.
European
No.
powerhouse, I think, is going to be absolutely one to keep an eye out for. And I'm really excited
Japanese,
to see them
please.
clash out over in Fort Jonesy with Clicks and Dukes.
And of course, this
もう
is
ちょもうちょっと
big characters,
音ちっちゃくしようかな。
easy to recognize.
Easy to recognize.
英語ずっと聞いて耳ないですもんね。
そうですね。なん
The
か
next 10.
どうしてたかな前。ちょっとごめんなさい。姫にやっていただいてるんであれなんですけど、ルリさんとか合間はもう結構下げてたかもしれないです。試合中はちょっと大きくしたりとかしてわかんないですけど。
そうですね。
はい。のサベ
サベ
ージ。
ージ。
は
はいい。サベージはもうあの人よう言うてますもんね。
見てますね。
ポルスさんの何円言うたらサベージです。
はい。あ、このクリックスさんはよくあれを作ってる人ね。
はい
はい。
はいはい。
クリエイティブのね。はい。
ボックスファイト。
ああ、そうですよね。
あれここもコールドさんおんの
エンテッドも聞いたことあります、なんか。どっ
全
ちかどっ
然知ら
ちかも分かんない
ん
ですけど。はい。
前歩いてる方が。あ、
お、来た。
来たよ。頑張れ頑張れ。すげえ。全く面識ないけど。全く面識ないけど。
うわー、すげえ。あ、ノア・レイリー聞いたことある。
ああ、はいはいは
はい。
い。もうポルスさん情報でしかないけど。
そうですね。記覚えがあるだけ。
いつか日本でやってほしいですね。ほんならだいぶ日本の人も緊張せえへんやろうね。
あ、アリスさんや。
おお。
あ、こんな顔なんや。
す
すごい、怪人さんと組んでる。
この人もなんかエイムの鬼みたいな。
ああ、はい、言ってました。
ね
セタ、マリブか。
マースタッチ相方メルス
かな。はい、なんか、ポルスさんが呼んでんのは聞いたことあります。はい。
頑張れ頑張れ、メルスタッチ
はい、なんか、すごいわか
こんなん白 T なんや。スポンサーつけたいのにな。あとはザゴーさんと
ミリムさん。
だけですかね。一応まあ僕らが見てないのは。
はい、2組出ました。クリックス、この人がクリックスさん。
メイクサムノイズってやっぱ言うねんな。日本人が言うてんのしか日本人が言うてんのしか見たことないから。いつもお世話になってます。ボックスファイトのマップ。アラダンス。
あらす。
I'm feeling great. It's like the experience is insane. I'm loving it.
You're absolutely loving it. Are you guys loving it too? Alright, Clicks and Duke, thank you so much guys. And let's head over to Kelly and see who she's with.
From one savage match to another. I am joined by Mr. Savage and I drop here. Now,
サベージさん。
I know that
サベージ
you
さん
guys are gonna be
金髪がサベージさん
contested on tour. Are you planning on fighting or splitting?
100% fighting. I've had it uncon for 12 months on the best region, so we're definitely fighting.
I love it. Mr. Savage, I heard that it's your birthday today.
めちゃくちゃピンクのライダーです。
Everyone, on three, can we give Mr. Savage a big
チューブトップはやめてほしい。
1, 2, 3. All right, guys,
あ、
go
ハッピー
on
バースデ
誕生日
ー。
ね。
and let's
う
head
ん
on to the next 10 players.
でもこれでこの規模か。親子大会東京ドーム無理やな。
Please welcome Cloud and Refsguard with the powerhouse performance in Chapter 3 Season 1.
これでこの規模かい。
He has picked up these last couple of chapters. They can take it all the way.
Let me give you Mixon and Otto, a fairly new performing duo coming out strong together with a 7th place finish in the most
Alright.
recent EU FNCS. They
おもろい髪
take it
型。
all the way.
絵に描いたような外国の方で。
Welcome to Pars and Rays with a great
Alright.
start to Chapter 3. These guys have taken home both second and
すごい。
sixth to
誰やろ。
this chapter. Now it is time to see
緊
them
張
here.
するやろな。
Put your hands
ベ
together
ル。
for Belusi and
だってもうえぐいぐらいうまいですもんね、この辺の人ら全員。すごいな。
ね
will be needed this weekend.
えぐい中のえぐい中のもう一個上のえぐいやからな。
Vico and Marine, everyone, with a combination of a young
1回目のワールドカップは東京ドーム並み以上でしたよ。いや、そうですよね。だから、
can only go
なんですけど、これでこの規模っていうことは、だからこれの10倍ぐらいやっておいてくれんと、親子大会東京ドームはちょっと難しいなっていう
Duo showcasing their
現実を見ましたね。
of the NA West region with a 2nd place finish in FNCS. They're
日本の景気が良くなることを祈るしかないわ。
Let's hear it for Watson Robot, a very talented, promising, up-and-coming young duo. These guys have been performing so solid lately. Can they keep it going?
ツイートを持ってきてる。
Rose and Rifty, one of the newer yet well-performing duos in this lobby.
知らん人ばっかりやな。
まあでもあっちではね、有名なんでしょうね。
そうですね。
And a big welcome to NA East, Larson and Smite, a well-performing Chapter 3 duo. They are here and ready to compete
すごいな
on the
ゲ
big
ーマーって
stage
感じやな。
amongst the best of the best.
Put your hands together for Falconer and Hellfire, NA West OG, teaming up with an aggressive style European player. Now it's time to find out if it pays off.
あ、終わりか。
30 duos.
まだ30ですね。あと20いるみたいです。
Some of the craziest Fortnite we have possibly ever seen. 7 regions being represented on this.
黒田さんが着てそうな
Clown and Rexguard, the first duo to walk
ジャンバーや
out
な。
特徴的なアウターです
notable
ね。
players in EU.
They're definitely a fun
Yeah,
duo
but
to
I'm gonna
follow
go
along
on.
with, although it's only their third
まあ一応らで
FNCS
しょうね。
actually
そうそう
competing
ね。
together. I think that it's interesting to note that they both, as individuals,
あちらの
really
文化
had
から見
top
る
10
と
finishes in past FNCS
ナイス和
finals,
柄
so
なんでしょう
they
か。
definitely have
ああ
what it takes to place high up in the leaderboards. But what I want to see them do as a duo, more specifically, is kind of take that to the next level. You've made top 10 before, but let's see you actually win it all.
何言うてるかわからんにしても一個一個の単語はまだ聞きやすいですね。このやっぱ
あ
ちゃんとした
放送やからですかね。うん。
正式な英語なんでしょうね。
確かに確かに。
わりやすい
丁寧めに、うん。
Make some noise.
もう当たりだ。
言ってます。ちゃんと言ってる。
坊主さん以外から聞いたことないのに。
確かに。確かにちょっとそっちのヒップホップ系のイメージですね。確かに。
そうですね。
うん。
Individual skill is so high in this duo, and despite
聞い
being
た。
new
あ、
at the
チーってついてる。ひらがなのチー。
Cash Cup title win.
聞いたボット。
あ
ひらが最後、姫みたいなところにひらがなのチーでしたね。
あ。なんかでも、漢字とかいるみたいですね。やっぱり、その、記号的につける人。
Yes, as third, they are here to take it all.
KBR and Deep folks, the regional FNCS champions
ブラジル。
of Brazil Chapter 3 Season 2, and now they are
あ、ブラジルユニオン来てる。
うんいいですね。
うん。
international stage.
ああいうのやっぱり。 いやー、一回ビクロ取ってほしい。
いいっすね。伊藤アンチとかで映ったらテンション上がりそうやな。この人今スキン出てる人じゃないですか。なんかセットがリテイクセットが今確か昨日はいご一緒してる時に
人気なんや。
うん
Now ready, now ready.
Give it up for Scram and Chimp, combining the powers of EU and NA East. These guys have great potential in front of them. They could go all the way.
アルバ来た。
あ
頑張れ頑張れ。あ、みんな手叩いてくれてるわ。
うん
頑張れ頑張れ。
ミリムさんめっちゃ小さく見える
うん。
な。やっぱ外国の人がでかいから
うん。
Great potential in this duo here, and fairly recently teaming up together. Their journey begins now, and what a journey it's gonna be.
This is Z, Andy, and Joe FN, everybody. Several FNCS
FNCS T シャツ着てる。
ねえ。誰やったかな、ミリムザゴさんやったかな、なんかツイートアップされてましたよね。背中にみんなもう自分の名前入ってるやつみたいな。
FNCS とか、なんかミスティメドウズとか、その T シャツねえ、もうちょい販売してほしいよ。
どうしても向こうで子供に売ってんねやろなみたいなグッズがちょっと多いですよね。デザイン的になんとなく。
ほんまに。
うん。
あんなお母さん。
そうですよね、今後ろの
あんなお母さん。
誰かのお母さんなんかな、もしかして。選手の。やっぱ親子連れでみんな来てるんですね。そりゃそうやろな。
Thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any Goo Guns today, but what do you hope to see?
Real quick, I didn't run that. That was Beach Cobbler. I played and I did really bad.
選手でもない、これは誰に何の話をか聞いてるのかがちょっと全然分からへん。
I'm excited to see people like 1v2 and clutch up and then just like all those classic like Fortnite LAN moments. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be so awesome.
I cannot wait as well, and I believe everyone that we have.
誰もマスクしてないし、みんなめっちゃ声出してますよね。メイクさんもノイズ言ってるからもう、あわけ言うことでしょ。
そうですね。まあでも何でしたっけ、スーパーボールとかもそんな感じでしたよね、もうお客さん。はい。キングは聞いたことあるな。でもこのキングじゃないかな。前のワールドカップの時にむっちゃ台頭したみたいな。
この人じゃないですか。
かもしれないですね。はい。あ、聞いたことある。トーマス HD。めっちゃ大人っぽく見える。
白 T でこんねやろ。
あ、血ついてる。
おもろいおもろい。何やったんやろ今の。まだひらがな血。
はい、血ついてますね、カナダ。
なんかね、
この人、カナダめっちゃ強いらしくて、なんかね、ついさっきポルスさんの動画で見たんですけど、誰か選ばれて、補欠でこのカナダさんが選ばれたらしいんですよね。めっちゃ強いらしいんですけど、そしたらその選んだ本来の人も、国のコロナの関係かなんかできんくなって、その補欠で選ばれたカナダがまた補欠を選んで、だからどっちも補欠やったはずのコンビやったがどっちもデュオになったっていうのがさっきの人やってましたね。
ブーが言う人も、
はい、
カナダちゃいましたっけ？アメリカの人？
ブラジルです、ブーガは。確かそうです、もともと。
3億取った人？
そうです、そうです。確かブラジルの少年って当時ニュースで見た気がします。はい。で、なんかさっきの人はカナダさんという人です。カナダチっていう。はい。
っていう名前。
はい、そうです、そうです。ですよ、言ってた。
パリ・サンジェルマン。
お。
PSG っていう、そういうことです。
ルーターですか。いいよ。ですよね。
あげた。まあ、ひときは
ああ、やっぱすごいですね。
この2人だいぶ強い。
うん。
Let's freaking go! Look at this insane roster of duos that will be competing on the FNCS Invitational stage. I'm gonna pass out.
荒やなこのジャンバーは。
Please do not pass out, Zeke. Listen,
荒か3回目までですね。
now set on stage, and one of them is standing out to me, and I know it's standing out to another part of the crowd right up there. King and Ed making a big name for himself at World Cup, of course, being the most aggressive player there. He stole the hearts of all the fans, and I'm hoping that he kind of redoes that performance here at the Invitational.
And his
英語がわからん。
flexibility as a player, I think, is only going to pair so nicely with Ed. Despite the fact this is their first
good.
time competing together for this FNCS Invitational, I think that it's awesome that he came in 5th at the solos for World Cup, but he also
あ
had
と
a
この
duos
そうですね
placement
こ
there
の
as well. So
この黒田さんが総合司会ですよね多分。
That's right. I just want to throw some
この
stats.
横の
at you guys
2人は
at home. If
どう
maybe
い
this
う
hasn't
位置
quite
なの？
set in, you don't understand how insane this is. 15 FNCSs, 105 FNCS events across 7 regions, 88 FNCS championship titles on that stage, 47 FNCS champions.
男の人がちょっとゲーム上手な人で、
27
あはいはい。
女子は
all represented.
こういう e スポーツ関係に来るタレントみたいなところなんです
ああ、
かね。予想で言う
なるほど
と。うん。
確かにまあやりはるけど、
うん。
日本の大会にみちょぱさん来てるみたいな。
うん。
Round of applause for Thomas HD and Trippin! Thomas, it's 10 top 10 FNCS finals for you. You must be feeling very confident coming into this competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play. It's gonna be a long time since like the last LAN event,
放送禁止言うたんか。
and I can't wait to compete.
いや多分
Hopefully,
その
Well, hopefully, I'm
その
sure
ピー入れる役のやつすごいね。
ちょっと1分、5分
ディレイのやつ。
遅延ぐらい
はい
あったね。
I'm excited to play, and yeah, I'm playing with Thomas, so can't go bad.
All right, give him a big
Ripper.
round of applause, please, folks. Best of luck, fellas. But we also, whilst up here as well, must chat to the
まあ日本人はインタビューされへんやろ
champions
な
as well. Give it up for
ああ、
Kamal
わかんないですもんね。
みんな英語わかるんですね。
My man.
そう思うと。
あーヨーロッパと英語、まあそうですね。
Playing in front of a live audience as well. How hyped are you guys as a duo right now?
Well, this is my first LAN. It's an honor, honestly, to be here. Like, it's just unbelievable.
It really, you guys are unbelievable. We've also got as well, to talk about obviously last season's win. 1 point separated you guys from first and second place, which is Booger and Miro. How are you going to try and retain that title this weekend? What do you have to do right?
We're just gonna try to play our game, be consistent, and hopefully we can take it home.
Do you think they can take it home, folks? Yeah? They seem confident. Thank you very much. Come on, Avery, back to you, Zeke. Thank you so much. We are drawing ever closer to starting this competition, kicking off and jumping out of that battle bus. We have to highlight a few more duels for you. I wanted to start pretty easy here, right? Janice and
黒いマニキュアしてますね、この兄
fans,
さ
you
ん。
guys already know
Oh.
what these guys are capable of. And here's just a handful of stats. You know, these stats don't look that crazy vivid.
Are you sure, Zeke? Because I don't think we're looking at the same stats. If you don't think those look crazy, this is from the Elite Finals EU Week 6.
前のゲーマーズエイトだからサウジアラビアかなんかでやってたやつ、僕リザーツさんとかロリさんのちょいちょい見てたんですけど、試合と試合の間がめっちゃ長いんですよね。
And it's so exciting to finally get a chance to see them compete on
そ
that
こが結
international
構
space because
眠気
we
が
are looking as well at the
あった気がし
European
ます。
FNCS
そういえば。
champions from Chapter 3 Season 3. That's
この
Giannis
間は
and
ちょっと
Vidil.
剣バドでもやり
They
ますか。
are a dynamic
そうです
duo.
ね。
They don't want to mess around. Even at one of the intro videos that we saw, what was the first thing that Vidil said? You want to contest us? That's fine. 3 points for us.
The confidence. Listen, I love the confidence out of everybody. Also, you know, shout out to Trippin, right? Because like his interview went, yeah, I'm playing with Thomas. We're gonna do great. Like it literally can't go bad. That is a lot of trust in your duo right there. Love that.
You love to see it. Talking about Vidil and Janice, they are currently uncontested at Greasy Grove. What does this mean for this duo? Having a POI uncontested that literally 6 other regions and even your own said, no, you can have that. That's fine.
Listen, This is how it goes, okay? You pretty much get to play all 12 games, right? But because you aren't contested plus one, you aren't finding any of those early fights. So you have to go forcefully find some of these fights, and it can be very, very hard when the pressure's on, the nerves are kicking in, the audience is cheering on the stage. You know, you're thinking about it, man, do I really want to go take that fight? Do I really want to go get that storm surge? So they have to be confident in those routes. Those
どうもサージって言いましたね。
It's the audience aspect that I'm really curious to see how it impacts a lot of these duos, not just Giannis and Fadil, because it's one thing to play from the comfort of your home. It's another entirely to be in front of a live audience where when you got the cheers going behind you, you never know where that momentum might actually influence you to go next. I wouldn't be surprised for some of these players to really have to hone in on a lot of that mental discipline to not let themselves get distracted by any of the flashing lights or the noise. Just stick to what they know.
That's right. Let's talk about another duo, Clicks and Duke. We actually got to hear from them via Adam. I mean, look, yeah, their crowd's already going absolutely ham. Clicks fans rise up. What do you
リー
expect
ト
from this
リー
duo?
トも出てこないんですか？
I'm
なんか
excited.
書いてたのに。
Clicks has
いやい
been
や、絶対出てると思いますよ。
登場の時にも最初も出てきたんですかね、ほんなら。
ですかね。
He was very, very good mechanically. You know, I saw him in the practice room, always grinding the creative, always willing to take on pretty much anybody in that room who wanted to give a shot at seeing if they could take him down.
And it's impressive how well Clicks has managed to simultaneously totter between this pro player aspect as well as the heavy side of content creation. I think that it is not
選手と
very
か向こうの
easy
解
to
説の人とか
maintain
の
both
順位予
those
想で
lifestyles. And
ま
not
あ
only that,
ほぼ
but
上位勢
the
やっぱ EU らしいんですよね。もう10位ぐらいまで全部けど唯一リートのとこだけは入るっていうその他のエリアアメリカからも含めて言ってましたね。
Well, listen, I love the fact that you mentioned content, right? Because listen, you know, he's used to that, right? He wants the reactions. He posts that content to get reactions. And here, what other better place to get reactions than from a live crowd? So maybe he'll just straight up embrace it, and it'll fuel him.
That's right. I have to highlight this duo, man. Your FNCS Asia champions who are competing on this stage. There they are, Zagu and Meram. Remember, these are FNCS champions. They literally just won the FNCS that passed, and now we see them compete. When we look at the stats, man, I'm pretty worried for everybody else.
Listen, we were just talking about, you know, Fadil and Janice, who coming into this event are a lot of people's favorites, right? But right there, they had 310 points in one of those Elite Cups. Right there, I saw them have 344. There's a little bit of competition going on there. And as you can see from the camera shot, I love it. The preparation, they literally have printed out sheets of spots on the map, things that can help them out through this competition, anything to give them the edge.
And from the moment that we saw just how much energy they were actually
な
bringing
んか言っ
with
て
them
たな、
on
イ
their
ヤホ
initial
ンしてその中
walkout,
ヘッドホン
the
するんですよ
players
ね。
sitting down here now, their faces do not indicate any sort of nervousness. They could very well
みんなの
be
言
a big
葉、
part of the
注意
bamboo
が聞こえるようにってことか。
international flavor.
I mean,
なんやったかな、はい、なんか白洲さん、公式のちょっとポルスさんの対談で白洲さんが言ってましたね。なんか最初音にちょっと手こずるんですみたいな。
Ultimately, Commandment Avery are going to be comfortable over there, right? They did win an FNCS from this POI, and of course, you know, Zygu is landing on the outskirts of that. So I don't even know if they're going to take any of those early fights. But again, as the game develops, if they start to
ちっ
struggle,
ちゃいモニターを右下に置いて、
But there is usually enough space surrounding
なん
where
か
you
言いたい
can
ときはそこに
do it,
出
so
したい
not
のに
necessarily
ね。
have to look for those early engagements if they don't want to. And you also have to keep in mind
注意
that
事項みた
they're
い
not
な
the
の
only
あ
ones
る
that
な
are
ら。
going to be lining there.
ああ、
Thomas HD and
何やったかな、でも。
あ、ヘッドホンからホワイトノイズ
that south side of the raid
あ、そうそう。
流してて。
そうやそうや、言ってたわ、ホワイトノイ
these
ズ。
zones, why
あ、
they're
そう
actually
そ
taking
う。
these players and how their encounters might actually shape up.
That's right.
雑音聞こえないよ。
A duo here that is quite terrifying.
だから、
you know,
直
out of
接
Brazil, not a big deal.
え
fans of them are up here in the audience. It's King
ほ
and
他のイヤホン以外の音を聞こえなくするための、聞こえにくくするためのなんか音を流してんやったかな。なんか電波
ヘッドホンから
はい、なんかそんなニュアンスでした。
ヘッ
確か。
ドホンからイヤホンからゲーム音。
はい、と、相方の声。
うん。
もうそっちから聞くみたいな、なんか。
yeah. Listen, of course, King representing FaZe, and shout out and congratulations to Ed. Recently, just days before the event, signing the Team Liquid. Amazing.
おらんのかな、パッドは。
Drip out in the
ああ、
jersey,
ほんまっすね。
here at the Invitational.
リート。
And what I love most about this is that, you know, again, we're here
ペポさん、
in
ペポ
person,
さん
right?
も
So we。can go into the practice.
あ、そうです、そうです、そうです。
What's going on? King and Ed, 2v2 matches, almost day and night, in and out. And listen, they were dominating players from every single region.
But the sheer presence that you have as an international player.
おい
I'm talking about King here
30 分
because
経っとる
the
ぞ
fact that he actually has audience members with
あ
signs
せや
of his name
Yeah.
at an NA-based venue, that alone speaks volumes for the kind of
awesome.
impact that he has had on the Fortnite scene.
These guys are uncontested. We already know what this means for everybody else.
Well,
It means they're going to get a free pass into the mid game. If they are allowed this opportunity,
お
what the
うみんな
heck
やっ
is
てる
everybody else going to look to do to try and stop them?
なんやろ
Nothing. 12
Creative
games of
なんかな
pure aggression from King, and that's what it
しま
means. Just straight up, nothing else.
And also, just a really quick note there about Ed. He has been steadily improving with each of his
これも
performances.
う待機島なんかなこれ
あでもちゃいますね
If the momentum
ちゃいますかね
kinda keeps going in that
あれか
direction,
バトルラボ
again,
とか
I
ぐらいの
don't
なん
think
か感じで
that
す
international
Oh.
gameplay is going to disappoint by any means. These guys are amped up. They are ready to showcase their representation for their regions.
That's right. We want to come on over back to NA. We got to talk about Fams and Snacky, an iconic duo, to
Pretty
say the least.
Pretty good.
They're pretty good. That's pretty right.
Only,
They're pretty good.
you know, 2
Lucky.
FNCS wins just this chapter, followed by a
Mm.
third place, all that, you know, and the aggression from Tilted Tower.
さっきからなんかこの人が紹介されてる時の表の右側の表の一番下ビクトリーロイヤルって書いてるんですけど
To find a fight. And I think that's going to play into the part, right? Some of the other players, like
ザゴーさんとかは2ってなってたけど
ああ2でしたねはい、
この人ら0でしたね
I'm pretty sure they're going to be aggressive.
だからその最後の決勝の何試合かではこれはしてないけどポイントずっと高いみたいなことなんですね多分
まあそうか地域的にねヨーロッパとかレベル高いから頑張れ頑張れ日本の人ら1回ビクロ2でもいい
Just the stat line, right? I mean, this
Did it
stage
like
is
a sword.
going to, like, it's legitimately some of the best players from all representing 7 regions from all around the world. It's absolutely
わすごい
ridiculous.
パッドは100人中7人だ
You
け
guys have come from competitive
あ
backgrounds. You know what this feels like to be on a stage like this.
まあトリオとかなってきたらまだ変わってくるまあでもそうか外国はもうあれか
Listen, some of them, they're looking
Iman.
locked in, right? They're looking like focused. They're not even thinking about the crowd. They don't even see the crowd beyond the monitors right
じゃあやっ
now,
ぱ
which is really,
リー
really
ドって
good
すごい
for
ですね
some
多分
But I'm telling you, some of them are
Ah.
probably just really good at hiding the nerves because being at these events, it's a
で
different.
もなんか
Talk about
加
it time and
速
time again.
世界
They are
の
not the
人
same
と
as
か
playing your
見たら
region. You will have
はい
all these
結構世界の
lights,
プロで
or maybe
も
the desk is a little
あ
bit of
の
a
パッドの
height
人い
difference
ますけ
with
ど
chairs,
ね
but it all plays into part, you know, how well you're going to do.
まあ
I
比
remember
率は
as a
そんな
player
もんか
myself
ね
feeling a little bit
10%
uncomfortable on the stage, not because of the crowd, not because of the lights, but simply because of, you know, slight changes in how I was used to sitting.
It's just not your home setup, and that's going to be naturally difficult for any player to overcome, no matter how much in-person or LAN experience they might actually have underneath their belt. But one thing that I always find a little bit fun talking with some of the players, even yesterday and in the player lounge, it's asking them what are their kind of like little tips and tricks. I want to know how many of them like taking their shoes off, for example, because it's just that it adds that extra little safety net of just, hey, I feel more like I'm at my in-home environment.
Yeah, 100%. And this is all like, I know it sounds like, oh, take your shoes off. That's like a joke right now. This is legitimately, man. Like, when a player is comfortable, they will perform better. It's proven. Why don't we hang out with, we got with Tokata, Mini Minor? Are you guys in the player area?
We are indeed, Zeke. Now some of these
う
players
ーんわからんことが続く
始まん
お前
のかな
まさか1時間これちゃうやろな
excited. We're going to be breaking everything down tomorrow.
頼むわ
Today, of course, but how excited are you?
Look, I'm incredibly
弊社の M1 も始まらないで有名なんですけど
いやほんとそうですよ
We have Malibuka Merstash going against
いやでもあれはまあテレビやから数字の分かるけどこれ
down in the cloudy
数字あんのかな
Even with the third duo there, Aqua Reason, with a possible third party, I'm excited to see that engagement. We even have Mr. Savage being contested up north,
確か
closer
にで
to
もその
Logjam, and then
何
down
の
in the
コーナー
South
かも
Station,
あんまよく分かってないから
Jonesy
あれですねまあまあ英語分かるのか分かんないですけど
and
う
onward
ー
now
んなこの人に喋らせんやったらそれはもう武田さんに煽り V
to unfold Mini. I'm
任した方がええやろ
super excited as well.
佐々木 D の
Of course, you know, we know how these drops are
佐々木
maybe
D
gonna form. We see some people moving around and changing up their idea of how they're going to play this. So be on the lookout for some changes. Be on the lookout for some of these players and teams that are thinking, actually, you know what? Let's switch things up. Let's go for Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, Plan
プラン C プラン C やれへん
That's what I like.
タバコ吸おう
What's actually going to happen, right? We might be
プラン C プラン C やないね
These duos have planned ahead of time, but who knows? Maybe they have a not so great game one, and then they have to change things up. Maybe even after halftime, right? 3 games down, you're like, okay, we're not doing too good. We got to change
敗者復活のとこにおるハリケーンズさんみたいなもんなんかな。
to show that they've been practicing. They have been in the player lounge going against each other, even in creative, you know, doing 1v1s, 2v2s, and I mean, there's so much to see. I really just can't wait.
1時間あるでこれ。
Feel the energy in the arena right now. But Zeke, please take it away.
まあ1個の節目は5時15分ですね。
ああ、大体の、はい。
5時15分で1回なっていただいてやるか。それやれんかったらもうマジで1時間やろうな。
そうですね、僕も今嫌な予感がよぎったんですけど、そんなことないかが、カウントダウンみたいなの出しそうですよね、いざ始まる。
And the thing that I love about Cammy and City is that individually they kind of remind me of myself, right? That
出してくれた方がクリエイティブ行きやすい。
play style. They're not going to go for anything too flashy, anything too risky. They're just going to play their game out and play that top 10, top 5 consistent every single game because they are laying at that mid-map spot uncontested.
Yeah, the infamous Cammy split, as everybody in EU and just about the world has basically come to know. Exactly, but I am curious to see how their
5時起きでよかった。だからおまもが言ってた結果6時ぐらいから始まるとか言ってたんはあながち。
And well, fortunately, having an uncontested drop spot can definitely feed into that. So naturally, you want to wonder where their points are going to come from or where their surge management is going to come from. And I think that is something that they're largely just going to have to control throughout their mid game.
ウーバーでたこ焼き。
もう映ってる。ルナペポさんが映ってる。
おい。俺はウーバーを見ている。
今やってます？
え、やってます。
あ、本当ですか？なんかこうかな。
あ、出るかな。やってる。広名古屋ひつまぶし。
なんやこれ。深夜割烹、当て巻きや。巻き寿司。
やってますよ。多少は。あとは出前館結構夜中もやってたり。たこ焼きはね。
It's NA East, it's NA West, Asia, BR, OCE, you know, there's so many other regions that you have to kind of be accounting for. And not only their own meta,
このエリアは出前館をちょっと全滅っぽいですね。予約してる。
俺もお前。
and they do this, oh great.
I mean, listen, you're bringing up a great point there, right? Like, how? You don't have many notes on
いや、このトロタク巻きうまそうやけど。
the entire world, right? And that's why
まあまあするな。
international events are held at such a high praise because
今ひつまぶしじゃないな。
all around the world, it's hard to play against people that you don't normally.
あんまその中途半端な、なんていうんですか、うなぎってあんまそういう感じで食いたないですよ。なんかやつ食いたいですよね。
いや、まあやつなんでしょうけど。
やつなんでしょうけど、はい。
高いわ、やっぱこの時間やってんの。
キスしね、俺もトロタク巻き、うまいと思うんですけど、10貫3000円。
カルボナーラ1900円。
だし巻きつけたら5000円。
ほんまかす。まあね、この時間まで従業員雇ってくれてありがとうございますやけど。
コンビニ行けいう話やん。
何も入ってないペペロンチーノ1700円。ニューヨークか、ここ。
Over in NA has come second place, so close, so many times. Paired up with Acorn. Look, we know this duo is absolutely incredible. They are some of the toppest caliber duo that NA has to offer. Yeah. But Edgy just hasn't been able to grasp that number one spot. And what I think for me to come
1個ありますよ。高いけど。送りますか？
あ、いいですか？すみません。
What's up, Edgy? Listen. Edgy loves it, man. You know, we're laughing at him getting, you know, second place 4 times. He himself, last battle. Look, I wonder where he's landed. He has the picture himself there. We've seen it a couple times now. Tilted Towers. And look, they were being real confident coming into this event. Unfortunately, they are contested by a plethora of other teams over at Tilted Towers. I really think that if they were uncontested, they could probably run away with this event. We'll have to see what happens. I still think it's possible. I think it's a little bit less likely. I was watching Acorn, you know, yesterday, last night, even into the later night, 10, 11 o'clock. He was still reviewing all the way up until then. So I'd love to see.
はいはい、ああ、カルボナーラ。
アラビアータとかもまだ。
はいはい。
Literally none of them are willing to budge from this spawn. They piece of the pie here at Tilted Towers, and whether or not this engagement could end up being worthwhile for the duo that even walks away, because when you think about it, Vivid, there might have to be a ton of resources expended.
We cannot forget, here they are, Queasy Vino. We talked about them at the beginning of the show. And like a circle, we find ourselves back at the beginning. I mean, what more could we possibly say about this duo? They've basically been winning everything as of late. Queasy is looking in absolute top form. Vino has been crushing it. He's ready to go.
You want to know something? So I used to be a professional player. Now I'm an analyst, right? Both are very heavy when it comes to the VOD reviews. I pretty much have just done it for the past 5 years. Very intense. I love it. It's awesome. I have never watched a VOD review and been like, wow, I am impressed on an individual level. Because I've been at the top before, right? You know what I mean? I've seen pretty much everything that these players can do.
You're still first in our hearts, Vivid.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Vino,
You're very
I
lucky.
VOD reviewed him for this event. This is an international event. I'm typically on the NAE side of things, but you know, let me dabble in EU so that way I'm prepared for this event. I'm watching Vino. Individually, like I said, I've never been impressed.
まあ練習したいんか、この
I was
空も。
impressed. He seems so clean.
なんか
Every
で
single
も
action
昨日リハーサルの試合があったらしいですね。
has a purpose, and I
誰か
genuinely
日本人が一回
never
ビ
seen
ッグロイ
that
取ったって。
individual player
うーん。
There's a reason why
練習試合で
he's
は。
often regarded as one of the best fraggers in Fortnite competitive history right now. And not only that, but he's got a perfect IGL to match that. Queasy is notorious for being an absolute genius for his IGL. And I think something that I love about Queasy is that his stats also speak for themselves, because you don't go for the past 7 seasons getting a victory royale dating all the way back to chapter 2 or chapter 2 season 6 without being a consistent IGLer. He just knows how to stay cool, calm, and collected in every single competitive environment.
And I love the fact that you're bringing up the IGLing aspect, right? You know, a lot of these dudes are going to be making a lot of calls. Queasy, what he is known for is his very clean, high ground takes. It's just
始まらんな、これは。
methodical and flawless whenever he does it. So the pairing is very, very well. But then that's not even like one of the most exciting parts is they always seem to find those mid-game dead side rotations that work out so well that keep them alive into the end game very consistently.
And it's kind of
フォートナイトどうですか？
はい、どうします。
始まります言うてる。
始まりますって言ってる。
あ、そうな。
始まります。あ、もう15分でしたね、さすが姫。
はい。
like have different champions. Overall, this is just amazing. And just
始まるのか？
あ、始まりそう、確かに。
ほんまや。どう？
ああ、俺出てる、俺出てる。小籔さん、これ、本当ご相談なんですけど、この字幕オフって、
うん、そうかそうか、いらんか。確かに。あの字幕見て分かる人は、俺聞いてて分かるもんな、英語。
タイミングも違うから多分むずいっすよね。ビルテッドや。さっきおった、これはもう。
ビルテッドか、これは。あれ温度らへん？
あ、ほんまや、クラウディコンドって言ってる。マリブカ。
うわ、ええの取った。
選手とこの顔の方を同時に全部スイッチングできるようにしてんねや。3パ。
マリブカさん。ブラディコンド。
A green prime,
Oh, chica.
Evo Chrome burst. He's ready to pack a punch at a moment's notice. He's probably waiting for Merce Dash to probably give him the go ahead. But another regional battle over towards Grim Gables.
Now what's crazy about this, I got to see Muzz and Looter. They are feeling exceptionally confident in beating Larson and Smite. But you have to put yourself into this kind of position right now. There's pressure all around you. To me, it's looking like Larson and Smite have the advantage right now. Just take a look at the focus right here, right? This little bit of high ground, they have them almost trapped down below.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, Larson is a little bit separated from Smite. That is a little bit towards the low ground. You know as well as I do. All it takes is 1 second of separation to kind of do one of these teams in as Marine and Vico over here towards Reality Tree. Another contested drop. But you can see this is only game number 1.
Oh, no.
On the line just yet, but I might have spoke too soon.
Oh,
Larson taking down a ton of damage on the Muzz. Looter trying to back him up, and it looks like they got the first elimination of FNCS.
Down goes Larson, and the quick finish for Looter. OCE gets to claim the first on the show today. It's Smite now, left with the pressure of the world on his shoulders. Can he escape these OCE players? It doesn't look very possible. We all know from the past experience that Looter and Muzz are some of the fastest and deadliest when it comes down to these engagements, and they're hip to hip right now.
Yeah, Smite right now, he has to figure out a way to just really stay alive, and it looks like Muzz and Looter, they're trying to decide right now, Monster, do you continue to try to fight against Smite as he's looking to try to get that reboot card onto Larson as the third-party shots are beginning to come in from the distance. And that's the thing, you know as well as I do, any drop that's contested and you have that early game fight, and especially it builds just like this, there are so many teams that are look at you to get their surge.
Now in the past, Smite has been known to walk away with at least 1 elim in every single major game. This time might actually break his streak that he's been on, but Muzz and Looter, take a look at the respect here to play cautious, take their time, and not overcommit even in the 2v1. Let's get to the real battle. Cloudy Coundo, Tayson, Chapix taking on this big duo. It's Merce Dash and
Tayson Chapix もよく聞きますね。
有名同士とか僕らが知ってる同士が戦ってる。
こっちからも3チーム目が。
おお。削っていく。あんなうまい人でもちょっと手間打ってまうねん。
確かに。
おお。
当てん
あんな光のところで。
ルナさん倒してる。
おお。いいんじゃね。マリブカさん。おお。当てていく。時代があんまりない。
Down goes Mr. Savage. Down goes iDrop. NA West makes some noise.
That's right. And now for Jace in Bassel, another team that was contested in the early kind of situation. But it seems like they've won themselves some space. They're vibing out. Look at the Storm Surge tags here. And they start to fight back the teams that are out on the outer edges here.
だよな。アサルトエイムも期待よ。
Right on top of them. They have so much going for them now that they don't have to worry about that. Whoa! A big fight though! On one! Gets back. That's the replay there. I love that we got to catch that.
And you can see the
strategy
coming out from On one and Bach. They switched up their drop spots this weekend. It's not like they've been practicing there all season long.
出てたらかぶってたな。危ないとこや。
ツイッターでね、ちょっとバトっとかんと。
Teams that just waste no time trying to figure out what that game plan is. They're going to try to get to zone and then worry about surge when all those other teams that are south of them have to go past them.
ってことなのかな。
ですかね。しかも俺飲まないですね。デカポ3つでケグ2つあんのに150で。
やっつける機能。
ケグあんねやったら減ってからでみたいなことなのかな。あ、クイジーや。優勝候補。ちいちゃく持ってるもん。
おお。
で、118持ってる。
うんすごいエイム。
Now we jump over to Vino. Vino and Queasy, some of the best at Shiny Sound.
Yep, you see them just going for their own surge. This is going to be one of the wildest lobbies we've ever seen. If you're down on surge at any point in the game, you're forced to play catch up to
こ
all
の
these
人
elite
競技ではスナイピーはないんですよね多分ね。
ああ、そうかそうか言ってましたね。大会はそうですね。
one of the big
も
teams,
う
one of the favorites
ハン
to
マ
possibly
ー最
take
強。
competition overall. Janice and Fadil, Greasy
成長するやつ持ってないですね。
Everybody knows what
で
they
も
do
ないん
as
かな。
Contestant. Janice is the only European player to have ever picked up an FNCS in solos, trios, and duos.
エビ屋さんみたいな
Different
んか
game
これ
modes,
か。
such a decorated
うん。
team that we have together. That's our German powerhouses. As we jump over to Anas and Pink, what a team right now. Remember, they were contesting Clicks and Duke down at the Joneses. It seems like things might have slowed down for them. They've been a bit more passive.
ああみんなここ一応来んねんね。
Right inside there too, so that's a
地
big
球の上で待つっていうの。
A lot of these teams
はい。
today,
これから流行りそうです。
number one.
うん。
The nerves right now,
これ見たら確かに。
each other out, trying to figure out how everybody's
弱い
playing,
な
and
ア
then
サ
they're
ル
gonna
ト。
adapt as soon as this one gets at least towards the mid game, probably towards the end game. It's gonna get super exciting
ある
very,
わ
very quick
育てるやつ。
as Mustache, Malibuca,
ああ、
and
ほんまですね
fight done and
持たないですね。
over
でも
with.
ハンマーとプライム以外持ってる人ほぼいないですよね
And。I love it that you say that because what they have that the other teams don't. Tons of accessibility.
この人らもう一発目のショットが当てるからやっぱ当てるから細もおるか。あ育てる持ってる。
ほっと育てるやテイソン。
Let's go and move out, and you notice that they also managed to take home the medal as well. Everything else, man, you can find it on your way out, right? It's the toughest resource to rebuild back is that medal when you are at the draw spot. So this is a team, they'll bounce back.
Yeah, and it's also one of the first materials that you use when really trying to defend yourself.
ザゴーミリブさんがアンチガイで戦ってる。
Whatever Janice and Fadil left behind, and there's actually a lot of the teams that landed
あ、でも強っ。
a little
キン
bit
キン。
north that are trying to rotate towards this slower side of
金庫
zone.
開けたんですね。
Now everybody are just stuck in zone because nobody wants to bite off more than they can chew.
This is our current reigning
ほん
champion.
なら打たれんのかな。
Region,
ですかね。
representing for Japan of the Asia region here. Now we jump over to Ed and King. One of the most explosive duos. We talked about Ed's history. How
お
he's raised,
お
risen
外
to
外
the
GM あ
challenge,
る。
improving
うん
season after season. Now
すごい
paired
っ
up
す
with
ね。
King. They have such a fun
ミ
history
ニポス
here.
カ早く持
They've
ってへん。
engaged against one another multiple times in FNCS in seasons past. Now they get to play together.
Yeah, kind of rotating all the way from north, Chrome Jam Junction. They find themselves a sweet spot. But a team that has so much experience together, but years ago, now reunited
最高
for
や
the Invitational.
回
Macro
復
and Kanata.
あー、強いですね。
Practice games, Monster. That uncontested drop spot
この人がカナダ。
would have proven to be fruitful. They got first place in scrims, and now they're here to try to replicate that on the biggest stage.
Only two
あれ僕
duos have fallen,
うん。
and
お
now
んおる
another
な
steps into the position here to possibly take a fight, but no. Bevies and
俺と一緒や
Protection
な。
know a little bit better. They're gonna land right behind Chaps. They find takes it out by himself. A great shot here, and now he steps up, but smarter to go ahead and defensively poise up here. No need to get too antsy.
Yeah, not just yet, at least. You can't really get too busy too early. There's so many players that right now you see 95 left
Ascensional.
alive. When Storm Surge actually activates Monster, this is probably going to be one of the most scariest
Ari
things
to mo
I've
kaya
seen
no
in
ni.
Fortnite in quite a
う
while.
ん。
That is true, and Bevies and Vortexes are really considering peeking out. Now, one thing we
Well,
spoke about with
there you go.
professional players is
出
that
ていく
what。you don't do is open those big boxes and peek for too long. If there's ever a time
so
to do
ka.
it, you can do it here in the
あ
early game.
あ鉄でワジャーンでやったら
ああ、下買いするから。
Let's just go ahead and catch up.
あ、でもそうかもしれないですね。この辺で取れるんですかね、クロムが。
Not quite there, Tokata, but close enough. I got you, Monster. We're going to be taking a look at North Shiny
Beno-san.
Sounds, where we have a fan
Right,
favorite
Beno
duo,
Queasy.
Queasy and Vino. I find it interesting how they were playing split up here. Queasy was on the low ground, taking shots from opposing duos, but Vino up
リプレイで
above
すね、これ。
on the balloon was able to get free tags on the opposing duos that were looking at
ああ、右上に
Queasy,
リプレイ
and
って書いて
having
ま
the
した。
split mentality in the drop spot is crucial for getting those free tags and able to set yourself up for that late game.
An amazing breakdown there, Jacob.
Yeah, one thing that I didn't really mention it. Did you see the 18 splashes on him? These guys are ready for that end game. If you have that much heals, that's going to allow you, if you are down on surge, to kind of handle it with Fabs and Stacky.
Wow.
CS champions from NA West hurting on Storm Surge right now, trying to get themselves back up. But it does look like the fight, maybe the dust have settled, and this is the aftermath. As you see, yeah, Fabs does have one elimination, 36 above the damage threshold. Even though right now they have a little bit of comfortability, that threat is still looming in the back of their minds.
That's right, and they rolled up, they took down a team there, and now they get to go ahead and reap the rewards. They needed those tags, but that's not going to be enough. There's a little bit more in front of them. A team that's well below the surge right now, our full Middle Eastern duo, Spy and Focus, are sitting here, and it's not looking too hot.
ドームサージが低い。220足りてない。
I had so much time to catch up with Spy. He is an incredible, and I mean incredible player, but this is one of those decisions that you have to make now. No Riley. There's no easy one. Now we have EU versus NA West. Noah Riley, bad sniper, Epic Will, and Reed on the other side of the wall.
This one is going to get close because Reed, I already talked about, he loves to fight. Epic Will loves to fight as well, but Epic Will is also that IGL, that six-time champion. He knows when and where to pick his battles in every single one of these situations. So he's probably talking right now, get the pre-edit ready, but he's 137 below. This is why they're not abandoning the fight. They have damage to do.
Epic Will and Reed have around 70+% win ratio when taking on these early game fights in these early zones. It's looking very good for them, but the surge, no one can beat the surge. That is going to be inevitable damage in the coming seconds.
ペポさんが倒してます。はい。
おー、
すごい。
もうサージも大丈夫です。
ねえ、2キル、2ポピ取ってる。うわ、いった。リードがいった。リードやられた。
This elimination here, someone has to get it in there. It is, they close things up and finish it off quickly, and just like that, EU comes out on top.
Oh my god, but the action is just all over. Basil, Jace, they're out as well. That's Pink and Anas who pick up 2 more. And I even saw moments ago that Booga went down. The elimination feed is just lighting up. Bars and Rays go down as well.
やられたっぽい。
やられたっぽいですね。
ブーガもやられてる。
That's because of the storm surge. But this is something I feel like all of us
すごい。
practice just a little bit. Handling that storm surge is going to be
残ってる全員。
残ってると思います。アジア、はい。あ、ザコさんも倒してる。ルナさんまだ倒してる。すごいすごい。あんま映ってないけど、すごい。うわ、サージ食らいながら。
左上ばっかり見てる。エイソン。おわ。
サージもあるから大変。
あ、メントキットがこう。
ザゴさんもやられてる。ザゴさんがスナッキーさんを倒してます。いいんじゃないの、アジア。
いいじゃん。これ、撃破ポイントも入るんですかね。
あ、入るんじゃないですか。
うん。
はい。
Hen and Vortex. Do you contest Joe and Z Andy? They said no. They want to take one of the biggest names in Europe. They want to go against Mr. Savage and iDrop, and already it's proving to be fruitful on one. Coming from Mexico, this guy is a legend from NA West, and honestly,
That's right,
and way to do it on the international stage now when it matters. Now we jump on over to Chicho and Trulix here. Great spots. My God, finding beautiful tags here, holding the team out on the side. Meanwhile, Vadil and Janice look like they have finally made it from outside the storm line. Tough spot to be in. You have a lot of water here, very little land terrain to work with. And take a look in the distance there. You see the stacking starting to happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, some of the NA East best, Edgy and Acorn. Now what's cool about this duo here is that Edgy and Acorn quite literally said, hey, the better the lobby skill wise, the better I will perform. That is how much experience he's picked up in the past from practicing against the best best of the best lot.
And already, if you look at their loot right now, that 5-team contestation coming out of Tilted Towers, honestly, didn't do too much. 256 above the damage threshold as well. Shots continue to fire off onto Jew. He goes down. Elimination's going to be cleaned up to Acorn. They get 2 to their total. And his teammate, Yusri, goes down as well.
オリスさんも倒してる。
No Riley picking up some more eliminations as well.
What a quick way to finish that one off. And there's a problem here. We have Bakken on one sitting on the walls. If NA East champions are most recent of Avery and Command, you can see they've
アバブは超えてるってことですか？
あ、そうです。ビローが下回ってる。はい。
It's only a matter of time now for them. They will have to take a fight. That's no easy fight on the other side of the wall.
なんか上とかっていう意味ですね。
はい、そうですそうです。
Right now, they just need to play their game. They are down on Storm Surge in terms of commandment and Avery, 65 above.
頑張れ頑張れ。
早くなくなった。
I wish Onwo and Baka would have just stayed in the box because honestly, if they would have just waited a little bit longer, Storm Surge would have had these guys almost down and out. And they could have easily cleaned
わあ、
those up.
崖、こんなかわいそう。
They just want to go ahead and make it towards their end game because this is one of the teams. They finished second in the last FNCS of NA West. They know how to fight with the best of them.
This is what it's all about. We show up for big moments like this.
あのスパイディのとこか。
We are just moments
30
from the game becoming
以下なったらもう出ないんですか？あ、ピーペーペー言ってるの。
30人ですかね。
あ、30人。あ、
はい、多分ですけど。
あ、ほんならもうまだまだやな。
はい。
フリックス。頑張れ頑張れ。
すごい人気、クリックスさん。
Oh my god.
He said it himself. He has that World Cup experience teamed with an
FNCS
champion in Duke. His
Oh,
first time
Aris-san.
at an in-person event, and he's already loving
Aris-san
the
の相方っ
environment.
ぽいです
Even though
ね。
he didn't take that off-spawn fight, it was so that he can make it towards this
お
end
アリスさん
game
頑張れ。
and
チリチャグ持
continue
って
to
る
do。things like that.
一撃はしてる。
もうちょっとこう、これで日本人がいっぱい活躍した枠増えそうですね。
ああ、確かに確かに見直されて。うん。
あと2組ぐらいは出てほしいね。
うん。うん。
なかなかヨーロッパも削られてね、うないやろうしね、そのね、独人口多い分、やっぱり狭きも。あ、マリブカさんチーム、厳しい。
はい、だいぶピンチですね、これ多分。
キビ。
31が超えられへん。
キビ。
あ、もう突っ込むしかない。
キビ。
いない、敵がいない。
Meanwhile, turning the story around, Vadil is known as one of the greatest box fighters, literally made his name known for taking on fights and destroying players across Europe. Let's take a look at that one more time.
Yep, you see Vadil just kind of peeking through the cone, catching Macwood off guard. And honestly, it looked like Macwood was going to try to do the same to him, peeking through that cone. You better watch where you peek. Aseti and Cammy, another favorite to probably take the top spot here in this event. 306 above the damage threshold. They're still continuing to put that pressure on the lobby. That's exactly what you got to do when you make it to endgame, especially if your team.
準決勝、決勝ってなってたけど、この人らしか出れないじゃないですか。ただ、1デー、2デーってことですかね。
あ、ごめんなさい、僕その準決勝っていう表記のことあんまよく分かってないです。はい。
なんかフォートナイトの競技のところで。
競技のところで、なるほど。でも別に人数絞ってやるわけじゃないですよね、絶対。ね
え。和訳したらそんなになったんか。
あ、残ってる。
残ってる。
はい。ベノクリジー。
この人がやられたら日本人だいぶチャンス。まだサージ出るで、これ。この人、相方おらず。
あ、やっぱ30人まで出るみたいですね。移動ワンチになってるでも。 めちゃくちゃいる、とりあえず人が。いや、やっぱハイグラいってる。ハイグラマジンって言ってました。はい。
飛んでるやつに教わってましたよ。アブまで混ぜられへんの。アバブ28、この人もきつそう。
あれですね、マリブカさんチームの。あ、回復もない。
この人きついやろ。
ルナペポさんいるやん、上の方に。
ペポー。
ペポー。うわ、取り返しに来る。うわ。
ボックス
絶対ハイグラ取りに来んねんな、この人らは。
ビコさんいう人も結構やっつけてる。ビロー頑張れ。
アリスさん頑張って。ああ、きつい。ああ、相方もやられた。
78、あと一発だけショット。ナイス。いけた。
ああ、49。ああ、いけた。人数が減ったんや。30人になったから。
おーい。アリスさんもやっつけてた、誰か。
あ、いや、今映った。
あ、今のがアリスさんか。
多分、はい、そうです。あ、ザコさんつけてる。
おお。ほら、見てみ。ミリムさんも誰かやってた。
すごい。
おい。ほら、見てみ。アリスさんやられた。
ペポさんにやられた。
おお。まあまあ、ドンマイとしよ
う。ドンマイ。
ルナさんやられた。
あ、ほんまや。チコにやられた。あ、ペポさんもやられた。ルナペポさんやられたかな。
でもまあ10位。11位ぐらい。ザゴーさんたちは。
ミリムザゴーさん残ってる？神セッティ。あ、クイジーさんダウン。8位まで来たよ。ザゴーさんやっつけた。 ザゴーさんしてる。あ、今、これが今やったんです。
コウさんやられたよ。
ミリムさんやってる。
おい。
ミリムさん頑張れ、頑張れ。7位やもん。
可能性ある。世代がわからん。上のチームの。
あ、でも、いわゆる
先端。
ローグラ先端、はい。あ、先端じゃないか、逆か。あ、でももうこれ、閉まるっすね。これ最後っすね。最後の移動ですね。
Represent for your region. This is what it's all about. Vino by himself, just working his way, ratting his way through the build. Acorn is as well. There's a set of major points separating them. Vino looks to high ground. He says, "I'm not going to allow you to just sit there and focus me." Trulex, meanwhile in the low, looking for something to do here, turning builds into Chrome. Remember, he can slip through any one of these now. Becoming desperate. He's just trying to reinforce.
ザゴを見る。
ミリムさん。
ベノさんやられた。
ミリムさんがやった？
4位。
すごい。
ザグ
ーミリム6キルもしてる。
あ、やられるのか、これは。
あ、キルだ。頑張ってくれ。
ザグー。お、やった。
倒した。
おお、あ、やられた。
よかった。ごめんなさい。逆やった。
チングラール。4位ぐらい。
4位っすね。
いいでしょ。
十分じゃないですか、でも。
結構、撃破もしてそう。この人も
撃破7撃破っすね。チーム7撃破。全然すごい。
この人らでも7撃破で。まあ、上出来でしょ。
回復してる。それも。
kills the Elam they were looking for. Just one player separates them. But Acorn will
Wow.
not survive.
神設定
Miami take game number one.
Poland is the first country to take home a
この人らが神設定
FNCS
金
どっちやか分からへんかった
game to play through and through.
What a fairy tale
いや
beginning.
ザゴーさんメリムさんすごい、
うん
Absolute veteran goats. Some of the hardest workers we have ever seen enter
結構みんな残ってたな
the system. But
うん
legends, Seti and Cammy
国対抗やったらよかったかも、
確かに
うん
They were just incredible.
まあ国というかね
Step up to the
はい
table there and
地域
clutch
対
this one
抗
out. And he said it. Put me in the best lobbies. I will put up the numbers.
Yeah, and for him, that's a little bit of a
そうです
success,
ね
even though
地
he
域
didn't
対
get
抗
the
平
victory
均
round,
点やっ
staying
たら
alive as long as he did, getting extra eliminations and getting that top placement. That is just insane. But let's go ahead and throw it over to an interview with the winners.
あこれが神設定
おお
インタビューウィズ・ウィナーズってことです
Game one winners. Give it up for Cammy and Seti.
やめてくれ
I must ask, what Dzień dobry, first and foremost. Obviously, game one winners. How was that being out there and winning in front of this amazing crowd?
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere here. It's really nice having a crowd again.
Excellent. And also, obviously, high ground reigns supreme. Once you had the high ground there, able to maintain, do you think that was the difference maker? You felt comfortable being above the rest of the teams?
Like, we knew that high team doesn't have much, so we just took it.
You took it. Going into the next game, much of the same? Do you have to constantly change strategy, or did it feel good playing against the rest of the world?
It feels good. It feels pretty easy. I'm not like denying the competition, but it feels really nice playing here. And yeah, we're just going confident into game two. Still have to be consistent to the end of the tournament, then that's it.
Excellent stuff. Once more time, guys, give it up. Your game one winners, Cammy and Seti!
やめてくれ
Let's head back over to our man Zeke on the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Game number one is taken by
全部で何試合やんねやろまず今日
This is going to be
試
a
合
tough
か
one for everybody else. EU, let's represent, baby! Cammy and Seti, though, come out huge in game number one. What's crazy, too, for a moment there, we watched Queasy and Vino go for height in sixth moving, right? But it's not them who end in height, it's Cammy and Seti.
It's crazy, big development there. I can't believe Cammy and Seti are the ones that actually.
ここから30分ぐらい
You mentioned that there were a little bit of flip flopping going on the high ground. Somehow
順位表が出てリプレイが出てみたいなくだりはありそうですねあもう
リプレイはええねんけどね、トークが
ですね
ハリケーンズのハリケーンズのフリートークあるから
Just two separate solos, and they make easy work of them.
It was right around the start of Zone 8 that we saw Cammy just sweep Queasy completely off guard there on the flank. Didn't seem as though Queasy was fully aware of the fact because there were so many teams trying to challenge that high ground at once, but it was Cammy and Seti who actually successfully walked away
あ
with
この人は2位やけど喜んでたんですね
that
うん
vertical play throughout the
1位のが控えめ
of 8th and 9th zone. There was just nothing anyone else could do.
ウサギみたいな
The thing that I love, right, is we
Awesome.
came into this game and we're like, who's going to be nervous, who's going to be confident. I have never been able to tell if somebody is confident. After winning game number one of an invitational, it seemed like there was like no expression coming out of Cammy and Seti. There was like, yeah, that's expected.
That's what they're used to, right? That's how they won the most recent DreamHack. This is almost like, it's like their life is on repeat, but this time instead of DreamHack, it's FNCS Invitational, right? I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts. We saw a lot of like self-regional eliminations, right? EU eliminating EU, NA eliminating NA. It was kind of crazy. I'm surprised there wasn't
Just
more of
high.
this intermingling.
Big battles going on
お
here.
ー
ミニムさんザーゴーさんポイント3位すげえ
Seti finding themselves at the top. They're getting
あれは4位やったけどね
the
はいルナペポさんも10位に入ってますね
NA West also representing
すごい
here, going down in that second
いいんじゃね
place position.
う
So
ん
getting 42 points on the back of so many eliminations.
But it was actually the fourth place position. Noah Riley, bad sniper. They're walking away with 8 elims. That is a good chunk of points that they were able to compensate for despite not being able to close things out. And I think ultimately we saw in the first 3 zones a little bit more EU heavy as far as the elim fee was concerned.
for
But
sure.
by the time we hit that mid game, it seemed as though all of NA and some of the international regions just really started to hit their stride because everything just started lighting up immediately.
a lot of these players, right? They're using this initial game as a kind of a feeler, right? Let's just kind of see how this all works and everyone the land looks like, and then we'll look to go ahead and fight back. But real quick, we have a mini miner standing by. What you got for us?
あれもしかして
Thanks so much, Zeke. Now, we want to be taking a deep dive into one of our duos that have been
陣
deep
内さん
diving into the dead side.
ありますね
Reveal this massive screen right behind me. We're going to be talking, of course, about Commandment and Avery, our reigning NA East FNCS champions. We can see them on the screen right there, the little white arrows, and they've made a really, really interesting rotate this game. We can see the path that they are going to take using all the way on that dead side of zone. Now, you might be wondering, what is the benefits of dead side? Now, you can see on the map, loads of those little arrows are on this side of the zone, right? And this is the area that most teams are going to be at, because most of the POIs are going to be rotating into there. We can see Commandment and Avery using the sort of
買った人を出してるわけではないんだ
in-game rotation devices. You can see the launch pads being used. You can see the balloons, and of course, you can see the slipstreams as well. And you can see them getting to this less congested side of zone. Nobody's there. What's going on? They have a free rotation, but of course,
まさかでっかいと多いテトリスの棒で降りてくるんじゃやろうな
they weren't able to find as many players as they could. So the benefits for them are, of course, they're on the less congested side of zone. They don't see anyone, but that also has implications. You don't get the damage done, and you can see that in the last game. They were struggling for tags. Of course, we saw King and Ed doing the exact same thing, but they were able to find as many eliminations and as many tags as they possibly could, which kept them afloat. Unfortunately for Commandment and Avery, though, it didn't quite work out. So many questions to ask, and who better to ask them themselves? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner. Joining me right now, I have Commandment and Avery. And Avery, I gotta ask you, man, how do you feel about game number one?
3位はやっぱり日本人インタビューしてくれんかな
But we still managed to get 8 points for first game, just testing the grounds.
Well, good luck in that next game, guys. I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot better. I'm going to be joining over here Acorn and Edgy, guys. That second place finish, what was going through your mind once you had that solo run?
I mean, honestly, it was all Acorn. Like, I didn't even do anything, to be honest. He's just the best player in the world.
Yeah, man, what was going through your mind?
I know I had chromes, and I was like, I'm 100% going to get top 2 here. No, I was confident, and it went my way.
I love it. Congratulations, guys. You have a great start to the competition. Let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, and of course, Mini Miner, and shout outs to the players. That was just game number 1. Now, this looks a little deceiving, right? For a moment, we celebrate Cammy and Teddy. We think, okay, they got the victory royale, big deal. Yeah. However, Acorn there, it's okay. They didn't get the victory royale, but that's not what they needed, right? They just needed to place high.
Yeah, of course. You know, Acorn, you can hear it out of Edgy right there. Best player in the world. Love that confidence coming out of the teammate. But again, you know, one of those solo clutches that we kind of saw was from Cool and Yuman. I think it was Cool specifically getting into that endgame, securing that third place
しまった。だいたい試合の間何分ぐらいか測っとけばよかった。あ、そうか、でも、小籔さんの配信のアーカイブで測れるか。
You don't become FNCS champions without having this kind of collective measure when it comes to your mental discipline inside of these blockfights. And not to mention, they also had 7 elims to boot to close this one out. So
やっぱ撃破も大切なんですね、やっぱね。
あ、そうですね、そうですね。
It is everything when you're able to try and establish these early leads, because this is a very competitive lobby, and I think if anything, game 1 is only amped me up even more to see what these players are going to do.
Yeah, the individual performances coming out, and that's what matters so much on these stages. You know, we saw last season on the NA East region, Commandment is the one that won it with his solo clutch. So every single solo performance matters tenfold.
That's right. I want to take a look at our standings once again. And again, don't freak out. This is just game number 1. This is our feeler game, right? From here, we make adjustments and we make the changes we need to succeed. Cammy and Seti, they did win game number 1. But with only 6 eliminations, they're currently sitting at the 44 points. As we kind of start to go top to bottom, you know, we did watch Queasy and Vino. They did
ポイントもだって3ポイント差ぐらい。
そうですね。
What you feel kind of happened? Why? How did that all unfold? The high take looked good, but something went wrong.
So we knew this was coming, right? We knew Queasy and Vino were going for the high ground, and they had it going into that first moving zone. And then all of a sudden, we were checking it out. You know, Runa and Pepper are all of a sudden on the high ground.
合ってるかでも今の。
ルナペッポーって言ってたの。
seconds later, I look back up and Queasy and Vino are back on height. So, you know, they had the strategies there.
なんか順位ポイントのとこなんか変な感じしましたね。
だって順位ポイントとだけで1位と3位結構開いてて、撃破数もあんま変わらへんかったの。もっと点数開いてるのおかしいですよ。
資産がよくわかんなかった。
because our battle bus is out of gas and we power it with hype. So in the count of 3, I'm going to need you to get as loud as you can possibly get.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Let us in!
あれ ?2 回目
始まる
Keep going!
It's almost
As loud as you can!
応援せえいうことかな。
Keep going! Fantastic! You look beautiful out there! It's
相席スタート。
game number 2.
何時やけど。あ、始まる。あ、結構すぐ始まる。じゃあ、なんか違う人が出てきた。
なんやね
ん。今まで
見取り図やないか、これも。
今まで全く出てきてない人出てきた急に。
森山の服装だけ似てる。
ラルフ・ローレンのやつ着てる。
おお。あんま可愛いないな。パーカーがあんま好きちゃうから。
そう、まあそうですね。僕
あれもっと胸にバーカーってでっかいのかいどうし
Yeah, but that was just game number 1. I'm pretty sure with game number 2 right around the corner, the nerves are beginning to settle. The players have figured out how the lobby is going to be. And one of the things I've noticed after
売
the
っ
first
てんのか
game,
なあれポロ
everybody is stingy
ポロ
on
の。
どうなんすかね。
That's right, but listen, the show must go on. Let's just go ahead and keep things rolling.
それでまだ出てくるんちゃうやろな、チャース、コンビ。まあ、年末特番みたいなことすなよ。
Game number 2. Now we have a moment here to just breathe. The biggest thing I think on a lot of these
あ
players'
んな
minds,
客
as
席
you
煽った
even
のに、
saw,
あのテンション
so
で
we
行くんじ
talked
ゃない
about
で
in
す
their
ね。
interviews, storm surge. This is something that a lot of these players they try to overcome, and now they have to double adapt, not just adapt to their own meta and the way they're used to playing storm surge, but how other duos ahead of them, next to them, behind them may be doing the same thing.
もぐもぐタイムできるようにしといてほしいですね。
確かに確かに。そうですね。まあ、できんの。
お前なんか。
確かに。
crashed instantly because so many of them needed to fight for it. But one thing that I did see in that early game right there, a lot of balloons were being used. A lot of the players poisoning themselves all the way up there in the sky, then using those hammer assault rifles primarily to get tags in the early game. And then anybody that wasn't really doing that, unfortunately, just had to force a fight later on in the game. Like, for example, we saw Epic Whale and Reek go down because of one of those fights.
Look, it might have been Cammy and Seti that actually closed out the lobby, but it was Muzz and Looter who got the action going for us because we did see a decent amount of hesitation. It's kind of expected, I think. Game number 1 here at the FNCS Invitational. Nobody wants to be the first one out. But unfortunately, for Smite and Larson, that was the case because Looter and Muzz actually winning out the immediate trade. And this is one of the POIs that we touched on at the start because we knew that Muzz and Looter have the experience.
めっちゃいいとこ映ってたけどね。
そうですね、アリスさんの、あの生き残りは。エゴかった。あの人を倒さんかったら多分アウトでしたね。そのストームで。ちょうど31人目。倒して30人に入った。
NA East has been way harder than OC. He thinks there's a lot more talent over here. And then Storm Surge was one of the things that he was most worried about. So the fact that they ended up being contested, and that game is a great example. They get that early damage done, those early eliminations.
189ユーロ。なんぼなんやろ、日本。
Another duo that had a tough time getting going, Mr. Savage. That maybe didn't quite go the way he was anticipating. Let's take a look at some of the replays and kind of talk about what we're seeing.
That one was definitely
1ユーロ143円。
hasn't even naturally been
143 ×
situation up until recently challenges you and beats you. I dropped said it
27000
in a pre-game interview. I've been dropping here
おお、すげえ。
for the past year.
27000
It's not going to change the outcome, and yet we're witnessing the downfall of iDrop and Mr. Savage.
あ、ポンド。
あ、ポンド。あ、31000円ぐらい。
まからん。水 T シャツね。
He catches Savage trying to go for a sneaky little shot, and Savage at that point is just kind of caught in this box, and On1 cleans it up after placing that wall to make sure Savage can't get any control over any of those builds. So really well played from On1 for sure.
And something that's also worth considering, I
お
think.
前らサイズ何が欲しいかまた集めて、例えば40人欲しいってなったら35枚ぐらいだけ作ろうかな。
guys of On1 and Vodka
なん
haven't
か
been
でもああいうのっ
utilizing a
て
lot of VOD
僕
reviews.
どういうシステムやってるのかわかんないですけど、受注みたいなのもありますよね。この期間決めて。
Now the question is, do we get the repeat of this again? Will we watch this happen again? Do we think they're going to change something up? Do they feel now like they have no choice? They have to try and take this fight.
You know, I think that, you know, the players, especially up there, they are pretty set on going for the fight. So I think we're just going to see a fight happen again. But, you know, game one jitters are kind of out of the way. If you get eliminated early in a game, you kind of can just sit there, right? You can mentally reset. You know, obviously some of it's going to start to wear down on your mental a little bit. But, you know, you can full reset, maybe come up with a new strategy with your duo, kind of talk to them in that meantime. You pretty much had that whole game to talk strategy and kind of, you know, mention what went wrong, you think.
Exactly. It's not the end of the world by any means because we are literally only one game through. We still have 5 left to go. There is ample opportunity here, not just for the players to have a chance to, I think, boost their placement points on the leaderboard, but also it's just the simple fact that they can make the tiny adjustments that they need to. As far as iDrop Mr. Savage are concerned, now I think they're a lot more wary of the fact that On1 and Baka, they're definitely willing to take a super
今
early
15 分ぐらいですね。
They don't care about the fact that it's the first 3 zones.
あ、今、
はい、ビクロイから。
To look to establish their surge management early on.
あと15分でしょうね。どうですか？今30分。
なんとなくありそうですよね。選手らも暇そうやな、意外と。
But now, game one, the information is starting to reveal itself. On1 is obviously, you know, leaking some
15分でもまあこれであと4分ぐらいで5もあるかもね。
10分、そうですね。なんとなく中身的にインタビューして、リプレイにして、ハイライトにして。この人もようつるな。あ、じゃあブーガの相方か。
いろいろですね。入れず見れるんですね。
僕もちょっと思いました。シールじゃないですよね、多分ね。
いろんな文化がありますね。
Well, for Beppo and Runa, I was actually very happy to see
この人誰やろ？
they were the ones that
アリス
initially
さん
started
ですね、
off
多分
and
です。
again,
はい。
that was an uncontested draw spot for them. You're talking about loot, you're
椅子
talking about
が
resources.
一番端っこに座らされてるから、よう映るんですかね。なんか、顔で抜かれてる回数結構多いですよね。
まあ1キル、だって
ドラマチック、
ごついですなみたいな言われてるんですかね。
あるかも。そうですね、よく言いますけど、あれで撃破ポイントも順位ポイントも1個上がるから。
Stay in that surge management position despite being uncontested, but they also just made do with what they were given there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see that they actually also took the high ground from none other than Queasy and Vito in that endgame. Ultimately, yeah, they did end up losing it, but I want to see more of that, right? Just because you lost at just this one game, you may have a very good strategy that takes out, you know, something that Queasy and Vito aren't used to, and that's kind of that multi-regional invitational that is just so good, and all the strategies start to come out and catch players by surprise.
You'll love to see it. This is just kind of our insights here from the desk, but we also have Mini Miner standing by to get his thoughts on that game.
Absolutely, Zeke. It's not just me, it's Takata alongside me as well. Now, we've been watching all of this action unfold behind the scenes. We've been able to see some extra POVs, Takata. It's been intense, right? We've seen some crazy plays.
Look, players from all around the world, it's what I love to see these players shine, right? Zagu and Mirim, they were fragging out, Mini. They got, what, almost 8 eliminations in that match? Even players from the West Coast, Cool and Yumi, they were also popping off in that late game. And what's going on with Seti and Cammy up in the clouds, right? We never seen them up there, right? Playing up top, it's something that you love to see in game one of an international event like this.
And this is what the invitation is all about, right? We have so many different players from so many different regions, bring different strategies, but it can all change. As we talked about earlier, things can change so quickly. Cammy and Seti on the high ground, what's going on? This is crazy, but of course, Cool and Yumi as well, you mentioned it, right? I had a few questions to ask about their surge. I actually spoke to them in person in the player area, and they said, we have all the answers, Mini Miner, don't worry, don't be concerned. And I was like, mate, you carry on. You do it, mate, if that's what they're gonna do. And they're pulling out all the stops today.
I mean, they proved it, right? The way they played that late game, they were ready to dominate. But I mean, Seti, Cammy up top, I think that was more of like a situational thing, right? We had Queasy Vino earlier up top on the high ground, but then Seti and Cammy saw the opportunity and they striked, right? I don't think it's going to be an every game type scenario for this duo. We know they like the consistency, so I wouldn't, be surprised if they switch it up a bit, but I'm excited to see what they continue to do.
I am very excited as well. I'm sure as are the devs. Let's throw it back to them to see what they think.
You got a good laugh out of our boy Vivid here. I'm down. I'm not opposed. Yeah, you chuckled. That was pretty good. Another duo I did want to take a moment to highlight on screen right now, Zagu and Miram, coming out of Japan. These guys were just looking so good. 7 eliminations there in that game with a 41 total point. Now, this is just out of game 1. And I mean, consider we kind of talked about it. They're contesting Commandment and Avery over in Rave Cave. And they were allowed to leave Rave Cave.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's pretty much what we can expect. But something that I did not expect, and my eyebrows, they went up, right? I raised them.
ザゴミリムリプレイがちゃんと出してくれんねや。
They did 2,200 plus damage this game. That is incredible. You can see it right here. A lot of it coming from this end game.
トータルダメージがめっちゃ多いと。
Eliminations, their box fighting skills seem to be catching a lot of these players off guard in the game. Woo, look at that.
Absolutely crispy and cooking inside of these boxes. It's looking like a full-on barbecue right now with Zagu and Mareem. The way that they were just lighting it up inside of that low-ground congestion. Not only that, but I just love seeing how poised they are after that finish. They have not lost sight.
いやでもね、前評判でいくとこの3位なんか多分めっちゃあれですよね、ジャイアントキリングというか。
That energy kind of be reflected in their gameplay.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you mentioned energy. I've been seeing them walk around the player lounge, everything like that. The walkouts, they always seem so happy, right? They're so happy to be here, and they seem confident as well. There's never really like a, oh, we're worried to be here. No, they're just fully embracing it, and we can see it right there in game number 1. They came on top pretty much.
When you have performances like that, I can imagine why they're so confident. Because again, I think a lot of duos may not have necessarily been anticipating some of this aggression that we are witnessing right now in Game 1 from the other international regions. But at the very least, I do expect a little bit of a bite back from NA East, West, and EU.
I think for me, I'm looking forward to seeing how many more duels try to go for height, right? For in this instance, Zagu and Mareem, they were just in that mid ground. They didn't even care about high ground. They're like, no, you guys battled out. We want more eliminations. We'll stay right here. Do you guys think that maybe more duels will look to just say like, look, our kind of strategy to win is that high ground. We got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw a lot of teams that actually like to play the high ground. Unfortunately, not making it into that game. They went down a little bit early. Like, for example, Aqua and Reason, Jason and Chabex also went down. Another one, Alex and Bailey, we talked about them from OCE. They love to play the high ground, and they just, all 3 of them went down a little bit early. So it could change big time. We also saw Kanata went down a little bit early. Macwood loves to play the high ground coming out of NA East. Pretty much
18位ですね。もう50分の18や全然。
But just look at some of these names that are located on the second page already for the leaderboard. You got
結構でも上位と差ありますね。
ね、ポイントだけ見たら、
まあでも上の人こけてこの人らがまた2位とか3位になれば、
1回2回こけるって言いますもんね。6試合6試合とかあっても。
100%. And listen, I can't believe it actually because Clicks and Duke were actually popping off towards that end game, right? And the crowd was going crazy. We on the desk were like, wow, they're really showing up right now. And on that leaderboard, it's really showing as well. Finding those eliminations on big name teams as well. They're coming into the Invitational with the experience, and it's showing.
How many of these duos are thinking to themselves, Game 2, I'm ready. I have that strategy locked in. I think I know what I need to do to get going because I want to make the crowd here in the Raleigh Convention Center just lose their mind when we're taking shots. Because, man, there was some eliminations happening, and I was just on my feet screaming with the crowd.
Straight up, ultimately, it's going to be based on an individual level, I think. How good are you and how good is your mental at taking something that could be negative and turning it into something positive? Because, not everything went right for any duo of that game, so they have to think about those things and like, okay, what can we do? What have we scrimmed before that has kind of helped us throughout these situations? Just make those changes come into game number 2. But there's also duos, plenty of them, especially the top 10 on the leaderboard, who found things that worked for them. So keep doing those things, but again, not everything went perfect, so keep that in mind.
But nerves aside, as the games go on, it's going to start feeling more and more natural, I think, for a lot of these players. You're going to
100%.
start being able to focus in a lot more on the actual gameplay itself, and I think that's where the audience just becomes a little bit of background noise until it comes down to those final moments. But something that I'm really curious to see is whether or not these players are actually going to showcase some of their flexibility or adaptability, because Mustache Malabuka, I think they're a great example of a duo where they can go a game or two or three without really being able to catch anything, and then they just turn up.
That's right. We've heard from us. We've heard from Mini Miner and Tokata. Let's throw it on over to casters to hear their thoughts on game number 1.
あかんな。やっぱ30分、あと10何分で。
Jacob, let's talk about what we know just coming out of game 1.
I mean, what we know, NA West, Cool and Yumi showing up big. Not only getting that third place finish, but you saw that 2v1 off the back of Cool. Another thing, Acorn, NA in general, just kind of showing up. Obviously, EU won the game, but I think we need to start giving NA more credit.
Yeah, definitely.
6時になったから、ウーバーも変わったかな、黄色。頼んでないんですか、結果。
あ、頼んでないです、頼んでないです。
Stand over the shoulders of On1 and Baka while they were practicing. They took on the likes. You know who they're training against?
6時になって余計デッドタイムになったかな。
You, but if you were following Twitter, I posted a little clip of Reet taking on Mustache and Malabuka. So it kind of all ties together if Mustache and Malabuka are known as some of their greats.
30分っぽいですね。今25分ぐらい経ってるから。
あと5分。
I mean, it all just starts to make sense. You know what I'm loving out of all that, though? You talked about the two partners, right? On1 and Baka, and who they're sparring against.
山下本気うどん。
That's NA West. That's NA West showing each other some love. I talked about a lot of these guys being friends. When they're on the battlefield, they're enemies. That is just inner region training, and that's something I love to see.
That's right, and of course the upsets, right? We saw a couple edge battles there. Booga and Miro taken out so early. This is one of the things we didn't really get to talk about. You would think that a team like Booga and Miro, who have drilled and trained their draw spot so perfectly, they almost have it conditioned. This should be
CH やめようかな。
What do you think went wrong as they were rotating out? Because it seems like they base planted into Macwood and Kanata. That was the big resistance.
まあまあその
You know,
展
without
開によって
seeing
は別
too
に
much of
こ
their
の
POV, I can only go off a
絶
few
対最後まで見なあかんってこともないような気もします。うん。
95 players being alive when Storm Surge
まあ
hit.
でもなんかね、この感じでアジア勢が上行ってるみたいですよね、ちょっと。
ええとこ行けそう。
I said in an interview before this event that Storm Surge is going to be hard for these players to deal with, because the players that are above Storm Surge, they can hide in a box, they can focus on those rotations, but the ones that are below, they have to fight outside of Storm. They have to fight the first person they see in that first
マッチに入れないし。
continually falling down on that.
トラブルはあるんですかね。
なんかでも、さっきちらっと画面映った感じ、まだ誰も入ってないっぽかったですよね、なんかなんとなくですけど。今回は、まあなんかね、途中そんなもあるような気もしますけど。
来たか？
ん？リスンイン。あれですわ、この選手たちの声を拾ってるんですね。だからこの会話を言ってるよっていう。
リスンインよ。
こうなんですね。はい。
あかんわ。あと8分で始まるのか、それかまださらに続くのかって感じですね。あと8分経って何も始まらんかったらやりましょうか。それかもうシンガポールは寝るタイミングになったら勝手に寝てくださいね。
ああ、もちろん全然大丈夫です。はい、全然大丈夫です。まあでもこれ、分かったらおもろいでしょうね。僕らもこれでミリムさん、ザゴさんの終盤とか見れたらちょっとおもろいですもんね。取り組み自体はいいっすよね。
なんて言うてんのかね。
爆
声って言うてるかもわからない。えぐいサージっすね、でもほんまに。
いや、ほんまだからずっとサージ出てるんすね、結局。ほぼほぼ。
しかも広いところとかじゃないから、キツキツの中でのサージはほんまかわいそう。
出てるってバレるし。 食らってるやつってすぐバレますもんね。もう一気に削られますね。ザゴーさんとかルナペポさんとか途中倒してたからよかったんでしょうね。
結構やっつけてたから多分。アリスさんチームも1キルしかあの時してなかったからあれやけど、他はね割と
多分はい、デュオ丸ごと倒してそうなぐらい。
Give your insight, maybe to talk to them as well. But just we'll stop it right there. We'll throw it back to the desk for some more.
そろそろ。
Thank you guys so much. Raleigh Convention Center, you guys
何
ready?
だ
Because game number 2 is about to make its way
ゲームナンバー
Let's
2
make
言うて
some
る
noise. It's game time. This is the FNCS Invitational 2022
おい
coming at you guys live. Are you two ready?
Yes.
Yes, beyond ready and beyond excited. I think that more than anything else, this game number 2 could really be a little bit of a breakaway moment here for some of these duos. Cammy and Shetty in particular, they are definitely looking for another highlight reel instance. And
姫ごっこのサージでも大変なのにっていう。
or just from being able to rack up those elims, I think that
建築ないとこでも
Powerhouse is certainly still making it known that they are some
も
of
う
the
み
best.
んなで
Champions are
ケ
on
グ
the stage, right?
だったりね、助け合いのサージでも大変や
Gotta
ろ。
start developing your
確かに
strategies around the meta of the lobby, and you know who better to do it than the 100 of the best players from
じゃあ
around.
この時間まで起きていただいてる方にエリザベス女王を僕が分厚く買う買い目だけ教えましょうか。
The tension is beyond real, and not only that, but I kind of want to touch on
580
we saw that little listen-in instance between the two of them, and
で
were
す。
any other duo, I think there might be some room for concern, but Buga and Miro, I think, are an exclusive case because Miro specifically
580分厚く買います。オッズなんぼやろ今。
and
580
yet out of all the FNCS finals that he has competed in,
3連単バックス
he's
や
never
けど
collected 3 victory royales. So it is a primary example of the fact that
1000倍です
win games,
6000買ったら1000買って100万です。
and that moment in game
すご
number
い
1, while it wasn't able to go in their favor because they were struggling with
580
along with some of the other duos,
入ったら金持ちは持ってください。
All right. We've broken it all down. We had game 1 wrapped up. It's gone. Game 2 is here. It's now. The battle bus is ready. The players are on board. Let us get this started.
うん、始まった。
来たん
30分ぐらいですね。はい。
おい
え
見取り図
Bus to take off now.
Yeah, this is
テイクオフ言うてるぞ。
setting in for a lot of these players on
もうピップって言うたよ。
あ、来た来た来た来た来た。
うん
やっぱ
なんで渡したんや、じゃあここに一回。
合間40分ぐらい ?30 分ぐらい
今見ますわ。はい。
And that's right. We saw what happened in game 1. The real question is how are you going to adjust coming into
580ね。まあ、500円ずつ3000円。200円ずつ。で200円でもいいかも。100円買って10万ですから。600円でもいいかも。おお。わあ、これテンション下がるやろな。想像やられた。
You gotta have to watch out because we're here to fight. That first one might have been a little lucky, but another one, this one, I feel like has to have a little bit more damage because all 3 of these players, Monster, they were dealing
ちょうど30分。
ちょうど30分。はい、32分とかでした。
うん、ちょうど合間やっぱ30分やな。30分置いとるな。
こんなんあんねや。
drop spots, and what I saw there is Acorn and Edgy in the feed find Noah Ryla early, so there are big fights unfolding already, just giving us a little sample of how these drops are
ちょ
playing
っ
out.
とルナペポさんちゃうわ、ザゴーさんとか映る量増えそうっすよね。
ああ、上がりそうですね。上がりそう、絶対それは。うん、それで映さんかったの国際問題。
シンガポール外務大臣やったら誠にいかん言うてるとこ。ね、あ、ズンベラで飲むねやな。
ドキドキすんな、左上でやられるキルログ。連動いてほしい。
どうなの？出ることには問題ないよ。
寝てるもん。
You know what? I believe in the fighting power of NA on this one. They have full confidence that they can do it. Pink and Anas have to jump in.
You got to think back to that NA East finals where Clicks solo points after solo points, but as long as these two guys stay alive, they're going to be contenders for every single tournament they play in. Duke has FNCS champion in trio versus individual players on the planet.
They have a huge opportunity here for Duke and Clicks to continue to put up big numbers. We know they had an excellent kickoff to
多少は離れんねんね、やっぱな。
But things are going to
や
slow
っぱり一つのボックスソルっていうのはあんま良くないんかも。
genuinely expect this to happen, especially at a Fort Jonesy's. This is not a POI big enough for two.
Yep, you see Clicks just trying to gather the information. The longer this fight goes and the higher they build if it comes to it. You got Jason Basil over on the side. Those are the third parties that we saw towards the early of last game as Nas Pink trying to get deep into the box. That Evo Chrome Burst AR. We saw how much damage it does to these builds and it eats through in a second.
Whoa.
Pink and Anas already turning this story on its head here.
開けてくるかも思ってもう合わせてんでしょうね。
そうですね。あ、自然ない。
あれかいすぎ。
もしざ。
of taking on head-to-head battles like this. This is why he is so recognized as one of the greats of the space in these kind of moments.
This is where these guys, 66% of their overall victory royales do come from the low ground. Pink and Anas, they're just trying to keep a little bit of elevation. They're not ultimate high ground, 3-4 boxes big. They're just trying to keep that advantageous position as long as they can. But this monster, this one's dragging out a little too long. Do you think there's going to come a point in time where they just kind of abandon and try to get to the zone?
Well, I hope it continues because the rest of the lobby is just taking their time. 49 duos are still alive here, and this is one of the only ones deciding to go toe-to-toe. Clicks once again gets tagged there. And again, let's talk about the bad blood developing between these two. Pink and Clicks were once upon a time almost duos as Pink was so close to traveling to United States to play alongside them, but now they find each other on the other sides of the monitor here, going head to head. And I mean, looking at the HP so far, it's looking very good for Guilds, NS, and Tundra's Pink.
Yeah, and honestly, let's talk about this prolonged fight and what happens if they do actually split right now. They're not going to have a lot of time to go ahead and mat up, but a big shot coming out from Clicks.
150。はい。ナイスやろな。
His bite is much louder than his bark.
This is where Duke does tend to shine right now. These real scrappy types of
おお、
engagements.
結構やられてる。減ってきて減ってきた。
さっきザゴゴミリさんを倒した人がやられてる。
おお、いいじゃん。
なんとかさん、はい。
ちょうど変わったのかな。負けたか。
うん。僕がバンカー。
Head-to-head with Z, Andy, Joe, FN, Bevy in the distance as well. There's so much going on here.
Yeah, for them, we saw that replay of last game during the listen-in. They were just dealing with Storm Surge and not the best way. Even though they were about 50 above, that's not the position you want to be in. You can see Boo and Mero have a 60-plus win rate.
じゃあ武器じゃなくてチリジャグ買うねんな、この人らは。僕らも速攻ショットガン買うねん。
削られた。
うわ
ー。1-1。この人は 1HP。
うわ、レベル高っけ。一つ
ちょっとほんま
起こしたい。
ミニポンだ、この人も。4やったんや。
行く。
He cannot allow him to get the heal off here. You will not save your teammate if it's up to Bailey. Yusri may have the health advantage, but Yusri has his back against the wall right now. The defensive trade, a huge shot.
Wow.
Bailey gets caught with his pickaxe out. Yusri clutches
ナイスです。
ナイスです。
あれ、日本人じゃないことを祈りたい。おい。
うん。ああ、ちゃうか。
Find a position to where he can hide. You see it in the mini map. He just got out, and I love that play coming
パリ・サンジェルマンか、PSG。
Not to be the hero, because you end up in the hero in the wrong position. You're
あ、
not going to be a
やっぱ
zero.
復活してんのはこれ、ザゴー・ミリムさんを倒した人ですね。
さっきの攻防えぐいな。
The huge tag, all of a sudden the knock is there, and yes, there was a third party in the side. You get the reaction as well. You can see how fans are cheering in support of one another, but back into the action. Hellfire, Falconer, new duo, you know, pairing up with one another.
They already took down King, so this has got to be Ed coming out from Brazil. EU, NA West, trying to take down the region, trying to bolster their points, because right now the only points they have is that elimination onto King. But with Storm now covering and moving over them, Ultimate Teams now in the distance as well, it's going to become more and more dangerous.
Falconer's one of the only competitors, one of the very few left in our scene that has been here since the World Cup. He placed 5th in duos way back when. Wait for him to step up to the challenge and take on this first FNCS Finals ever together alongside Hellfire there from Denmark. But On1 and Baka, did they get the save off?
No, I think On was there by himself. He's just trying to stay alive, and it does look like Larson and Smite might know he's there. And this is where On1 has to be very, very careful. Fighting in the storm with very little HP. Larson knocking on the door, trying to burst his way in. You see the bait and switch come through, trying to make sure that both of these players have enough HP to take a big shot from On1 and get that bait and switch, but he is on the run.
What a tough story for On1 and Baka. Such a great
and
strong showing in game 1. He loses his
落としましたね。
teammate to Mr. Savage out the gate, survives, saves them, but Smite and Larson, who are contested here by Looter and Muzz, are still in the zone, and they meet him, and that's how they get this first elim. So it's only a matter of time now as that clock rages on. Smite steps up. And there it is. The zone does the rest, and they will find their second elim now, wiping up one of the greats from NA West.
They gotta go ahead and travel to zone, but back on board, Falconer and Hellfire, but let's just make it Hellfire because Ed was able to take down Falconer in a 1v2 situation. Now he's 1v1 versus EU. Brazil trying to stand up tall. Ed putting the pressure onto those covers, but he knows when to pick and choose his fights. He hears the splashes coming out. He knows that's Falconer, the shield keg as well. He's trying to stop as much of the heals from going through.
He is
gonna get 200 yet again. Listen, Ed recently signed a team Liquid, showing you guys why exactly he deserves to be here. He has had some of the most impressive rises in recent times on his region, but now he's looking to represent for Brazil and of course for Argentina. His teammate King, who is already down, Hellfire manages to lose his teammate. The wall gets taken and Hellfire has to react quickly, but look at that. He does not miss a beat. Ed finds the siphon, and now it's an even exchange.
Yep. Right now, the 2 launch pads on the Hellfire. He can abandon this fight at a moment's notice. But Ed with no HP, it's all or nothing. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Here it is.
うわー、これよし。
遠近感。
are probably standing on their feet right now. Ed clutches up a 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and if somehow, some way, he found a way to get King's card, but they've gone over to Chonker Speedway. The action will continue. Reason and Aqua going up against Hen and Bevy and Vortexers. They have a lot of practice going against each other on the EU region, so this is no strange fight to them.
What's scary about this is the
84人まだおる。
of the condo down to the territory of both
アージ放題。
Chonker Speedway, and yes, they get met with this incredible duo, but it shows you that no one is safe. This entire area is such a deadly play zone, and now you have Reason with the scraps, with his back against the wall, below the storm surge, absolutely ready to commit to this battle.
Yep, Aqua and Reason again, 140 below the damage threshold. And you can see all the players at the top of the damage threshold, but this is again what is going to happen at Cloudy Condos. A triple contested spot, but nobody is fighting. That's forcing these players to rotate away to find some extra loot and find the damage. And 165 below, Monster, I would be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous.
Copenhagen Flames, Pablo and Swag on your screen right now, also below, but hey, A good little tag here of Elim for Swag right now, puts him in a nice position. They find a player out in the distance, Snacky and Fast have a window open there, focusing on the duo as well. So they're all looking to target Noah Riley and Bad Sniper. Remember, Noah Riley was eliminated very early to the hands of Edgy while they were landing, and he didn't even get to touch down before he was swatted out the sky.
And game number 1 winners, Cammy and Seti. They haven't even done much. They get the zone for now. They get the high ground, probably just trying to go for Surge. So that way when they are forced to rotate, they only have to worry about that. But we knew they were down onto Surge. Now the Peace Control is trying to come over. They're trying to break into the boxes. It's now or never because damage is being dished. A huge shot from Aqua's onto Bevy, who's forced back into a defensive position.
Well, here we go. It's now enough in 20 seconds left, but so the Surge gets active, and they have to turn off right now. This is game number 2. Aqua needs these.
ルナさんがやられたかも。今、左上一瞬。
ルナさん？
はい。
お前ルナさんやられてる。PR ルナ。
ペコさんが返しといてくれ。
ペポさんもやられた。アリスさん、ザゴーさん、ミリムさんに。
Back into the action here. Reason now down to no HP. Aqua is also on the defensive stance here. Down goes Reason. That's a huge shotgun shot from
でもキルログも出てないからサージもね。
そうですね、確かに。
ちょんちょん削ってたらいいけど。
うん。
Clock's ticking here, the pressure comes in, Bevy's looking for any angle. These are all enemy walls here. One false move and it could be it, but the Surge is going to hurt Aqua again. He gets to heal off and no, he gets finished. Vortex
アリスさん。
500 above the damage threshold. This is only their
やっぱ分かりやすい名前の方がいいですよね、ほんまに。変な名前にするとほんまに見ようかな。
Even though 79 is above the damage threshold, you know as well as I do, that is absolutely nothing.
Nixon and Arthur here. Oh no, they're gonna find a huge elimination here. Another Surge fight that's going down. It's attracting the flies in the distance there. You see folks starting to look over. Arthur has a decision to make. Does he push in again? They barely have anything. They've used all their heals. One tag is all it's going to take for take them out. Oh, Grove claps back though, and that's a huge punishment there. And with the downed body, he says, you know what? I'm going to full finish here. I'm back in this game. Artur takes off running for the hills.
That was a much needed battle by Groves, and I like to play again. You cannot be a hero in these lobbies as Mustache. Looking like he's having a little bit of trouble here. 202 above the damage threshold. 2 eliminations already, so they finished this fight. But you can see the teams on the outskirts of Rocky Reels. They don't want to let this be an easy rotation to one of the deadliest teams in the lobby.
めちゃくちゃ打たれる。
Cap off HP and hit it. Off they go. It's Chicho and Trulix who are looking in. These guys have gone head to head so many times in the past, and you know there is all types of bad stories waiting to unfold in front of us. But Chicho and Trulex don't get the Elim.
Chirichak
They manage to
diyor.
hit the ground. Look at Mustache waiting here.
Chirichak var Chirichak bu kadar sonra.
He talked about in some of those interviews playing a little bit more passive than what he's used to. 2 eliminations. I gotta think they're trying to pick and choose a lot of their battles, but the lobby is putting such a focus onto these 2, getting them to expend so many resources. Malabuka has just about 60 to 70 HP as well. Mustache is trying to do what he can to try to find a stabilization method here, but it's just happening from so many different players who have so many different angles.
One thing that is working though is the zone.
紙設定にやられてたんやろな、ペコさん。
Finally things settled down. Tayson and Chapik's last game found the same duo on the edge, but let's jump on.
1位の人らが紙セッティですか。
そうです。
まあ、そうやったらまだナイスチャレンジですよね、その人やっつけてたら。
うん。資材その前18枚しかない。
The zone is literally in the center of the zone, so I don't think there's going to be too much of any slow time for a lot of teams to try to travel to his mirror.
ベノさんいう人はあんま映らないですね。
そうですね。
performance. Mr. Savage and Eyedropper under siege, under pressure. Mr. Savage is going to get dropped for now, trying to pass on the resources to Eyedrop because he knows he's going to have to deal with a lot.
Wow. Back here, Eyedrop has to step up. Savage is down. Can he do it? He's been in so many finals with Mr. Savage. Third appearance now in a big setting like this, but of course, the first return to in person. They're going to allow. Marine might actually allow him to get the pickup. Whoa, that is a huge mistake there.
Yeah, a huge mistake. And honestly, these are one of those things that you take a picture, you record this moment right here. Mr. Savage went down. You give a player like that a second chance at life, they will make you regret it as they're trying to launch pad away, trying to find safety.
あ、いや、今移動してただけです。今この辺にいました。はい。なんかクロムみたいなんで多分。はい、今左端一瞬映りましたね。ザゴーミリム。ちゃんと体力はありました。おお。3位やからな。そろそろ映してくれてもいいな。
あんま接敵してないんか。
Clown ref's guard just a little bit above him. He's checking a sneak peek at the leaderboard. Cammy and Seti still
今2位になってる。
by 7 to Asia's Marim and Zagu.
2位の人がこけたんや多分。はい、今累計2位。みんなですごいね。
わお。なんで
？Japan is just lurking nearby. Asia has
Japan
performed so well. Remember, Marim and Zagu are in second place.
ベノさんや、ベノさん。ベノ持ってるわ、ベノさん。
実況が日本人が2位で頑張ってる言ってましたね。100以上やとやっぱちょっともうちょっと当てたんやろな。
先々ね。
はい、まだまだだって45にあったら次30役。なあ、これはちょっと安心なんじゃないか。いや、整ってきてるわ、すごい。なんか飛んでる。ザゴさんが白やけど大丈夫か。
From the high ground, it's Vortex in hand. They are just turning this lobby upside down right now. Queasy and Vino are back at it again, though, in this end game here, trying to find a position. Remember, what they did in the last game was exactly this. Half in, half out. They say, hey, we're going to play for high ground. Vortex says, all right, you can have it. Hen says, you can have it. I'm going to low.
Yep, I gotta be careful here. Queasy and Vino both know sixth moving zone, which is about to happen here shortly, is one of those zones to where, yeah, you might have the high ground now, but with the amount of launch pads going around, the amount of threats that are in this lobby, you might have to stagger your teammates one forward, one back, just to make sure nobody is
うわぁ、厳しい。ザゴさんがすごい。
でもどうなんやろ上下。
ああ、今、
まだ出てない。英語なってないからいいんか。
32年。ただザゴさんがこれで回復ないんやろな。
1ポピではちょっときつそう。
ザゴさんの下かい。あ、ミルさんやられた。ブーガンやられた。
すごい。生き残れ、ザゴーさん。1位の人もちょっとやられてもらわんと。
確かに。
イリムザゴーさんのためにも。
これですね。セッティ。
申し訳ないけど。
あ、ザゴーさんも。
おう。
めちゃくちゃ体力なかったもんな。ビッグホエル。リート。
You have to be careful. There are indestructible, large stone monuments in between you in your rotate.
アリスさん。
Nada going down, leaving Matt
そうですね。
as a solo. They at least got one elimination, so they don't have to worry too much about damage in terms of Storm Surge. But Booga and Mero, as it does shut off, you saw they were well above it. So changing up their strategy, and it's paying off handedly.
The pacing is incredible right now. Only 19 duels remaining. Things have really taken a turn here for the worst for Mo.
リード
Reed's
が
gonna get burned and turned back to the lobby there as he
うわ
falls.
ほんまやベノとクイジーがほんまハイグラ
Vino on high ground, looking very comfortable. No resistance. Larson and Smite are making up for where they left off. They may have not earned a huge game one, but a great game two. And now Miro and Booga are fighting back.
Yeah, two of the big NA West powerhouses going down. They're trying to get another elimination, but Booga and Mero, huge shots gonna be fired. But Mero's getting tagged back up. He needs that siphon to go through, but it's still not gonna be enough. PH then does go down. Booga trying to be that IGL. He's trying to lead him to greener pastures, but he's running out of resources. Backwood falls. High ground though. Does Vino and Queasy still have that position onto the high ground? As Spartan Lawson, they're not ultimate low, but they found themselves that perfect middle layer.
うわすごいハイグラやずっと
By himself, KBR finds his teammate Smite and Larson on the ultimate low. Hen and Vortex front side firing back and on height. Vino and Queasy are looking like this is a fairy tale game for EU once again, but we'll see if NA can step up to the damage. Let's see it. Hen is going to be punished and now hunted down.
神がブーガを倒してる
The full elim here, but my gosh, already at 6 eliminations.
うわでも減ってきてるもう13人
はい
Like we said before, it's bread and butter. They know how to stick it to hip. They have to now. Hold his hurt.
Multiple top placings out of this duo. Not wanting to fall short here today, but
強いなこの人らやっぱ神セッティ
another end game is going to be achieved. True Lex gets dropped. Smite's going to go ahead and lend that helping hand, trying to steal away all of that loot, but the zone is just
アリスさんとかもさもうやられてるんですかね
なんか名前見れないですよねこの7人にはちょっといなそうやな
やっつけてもなくて死んでもないってなかなかなさそうな、
はいあ神セッティ一応ここまでは生き残ってましたね今やられたかな
おらへん
はいいないですね
I don't know how they sold it away, but Kitos is solo as well. High ground versus low ground, but it's a 2v2. Scented and Cold versus Vortexers and Hen. This is going to come down to the Wire Monster, and this is going to come down to Scented and Cold when and where they drop down low.
Once again, we are looking at an NA versus EU finish. Cold is going to get big tag there by Vortex on the low ground. 7 elims, no build. This is very, very tough, and it's the same story for Hen as well. It's all or nothing. Can they find something here? But Scented and Cold, although they have the height, they are also running extremely low on resources. But if there's a team that can do it, it is them.
Yeah, you see them trying to go back outside of zone, trying to find anything to work with in terms of Hen and Vortex. Scented and Cold, we talked about, it's up to them when and where they drop down low. The game is definitely in their hands. They just have to
もう資材が3枚と1枚しかない
versus NA East. This one is just a prolonged long game, but the damage is in from Cold.
And this is what we talked about. That wall.
俺は上強いか
うわ
おう
Cold says it's hurt too, but they have the angle. They're going to wait this one out just for a little bit and allow the zone to do the rest. Cold finds the one and sets it by the other. NA takes game number 2.
You look at that, the passion, the emotion coming out of Scented and Cold. A team from NA East. Honestly, I don't think they got the right respect coming into this event because of what happened to them last season.
That's right.
順位表だけ見たら
Been here before, and now they
鍵盤とか寝るかどうしようかな
in
そう
person
ですよね
on stage against some of the best
だいぶ眠たなってきましたか
seen. And what a way
ちょっとずつそうですねやっぱこの最後に日本人選手の名前があるかないかでこうテンション変わるかっていうのが自分我ながらびっくりしてますちょっとその最後の 2v2 への緊張感がちょっとやっぱだいぶなかったですね正直言うとはい
I am joined here by Cold and
今さっきの上側日本人だったら激アツでしたね
そうですね
So Queasy and Vino just dropped on our sidewalls and we insta-edited and just shot him.
I mean, obviously a great strategy, right? But I mean, that final moment there, how did you know how to take them down? Obviously, you guys were kind of in that high ground, low ground fight. What was the final moment like?
Honestly, cold call to just drop above him and sit there. I don't know. He did most of it that game. He played really well. He's the GOAT.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. You both are the GOAT now. That is
神セッティが一桁まで残ってたからだいぶ強いでしょうね。
ちょっと抜けたっぽいかな。まあでも、あと4試合あるから分からんす。
全然多分、はい。
ね。
Strikes back and says, nah, 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 not like this.
Cold
and scented. Quickly, I do want to touch on this at the start of the show.
すごい今思った。
すごい。
Taking your shoes off as a form of being comfortable. Taco, you're right.
It's a legitimate strategy, man. Anybody that has played competitive will tell you the same thing. It matters.
あ、でもそこまで、あ、クイジービノが上がってきた。おい、
23ポイント差。
うん。ちょっとこけ気味でしたもんね、今の試合は。
Granted, have to keep in mind that
Oh,
it's
they
still
were
a little bit of ways to go, but they are now breaking into that top 10.
Gosh, these leaderboards always seem to surprise me because even after this incredible
順位表が出ました。ちょっとやりますか。
はい。やりますか。
Shout out to them for holding the lead, but this is just so good from Cold and Senten. And this is the moment that we missed right here. This is the one that Cold was talking about. Queasy and Vino actually make a play. And this is actually classic for them. I've seen them do this in Elite Cups where, they try to quickly pinch a duo.
プレイ見てるから上がってるでしょ、これのスピードも。
今アリーナとか行ったらやってんのかな、みん
な。いや。
起きてる人多そう。
あ、はい。これをあれか。
このままでいい。
プッシュトゥートークにしといたら多分大丈夫ですよね。
アリーナってみますか。
そうですね。あ、ごめんなさい。なんかちゃんと押した。はい。
アリーナ。オリーラソゾヨ。あんこパン。ボス柳さん、小籔さんの顔、ありがたい顔してはる。競馬当たりそうやわ。馬面っていうことを感謝しながらいじるという高等テクニックを使いはる方がいらっしゃいますね。朝から勉強になります。さっきからこの人ずっとおもろいこと言うてる。勉強になります。Thank you, thank you. マッチング戦やっぱり。
ちょっと、そうですね。一応完了予定6分にはなってますけど。
現場取りますか？
はい。
うまなったでしょ。
うん。
アジア勢活躍してますよ。見てました。
よう1時間やってるわけではない。
3試合目始まりそうなんて教えてね。
お願いします。
あれ。
お願いします。
あれのやり方分からへんようになった。
レンガですか？
ああ、だ。はいはい。寝ぼけてる。
寝ぼけてる。
あれなってるような気する。本当はどうなのか。おお。遅い。ああ。うわ。うわ。
あかん。
あ、ちゃう。よかった。
あかん。
あ、寝ぼけてる。
ちょいちょい怪しい。
おい
あかん、落ちた。
わかん。
うん。ああ、無理か。壁取られん。奥だった。うわー、無理か。
おうん。
ああ、あかんか。ああ、いられん。
うわ。
外すんかい。 危ない。ああ、しまった。森ナイス。3試合目始まってる。
始まってる。戻る。
これどうしたんや。これほっといてんやんか。
That is in these builds, and it usually works out very, very well, but Colton tends to hold on very, very well, as Colton mentioned, making that instant edit, getting the shot in, and ultimately they realize Cuisine Vino were the ones on height, and let's go up and take it. And this right here, it's just all about riding the zone. Now you can see the zone going up there, going
Like we have a
始まってくれよ。
player, someone here will
ああ、
walk
ここっすね。
away with
これぐらい
it
が
all.
$200,000 for first place. A trophy unlike ever before seen in Fortnite. And a chance to call yourself one of the best in the world
姫
of
配信の画面はなんか、
はい。
クリエイティブので止まってるかもです。僕は共有で見れてるんですけど。
あ、そう。
Contested teams are going to fight first. One of the biggest things we saw from game 2
これどう
was
だ
that early elimination onto Noah Riley. Edgy quite literally, you know, took him out
Thank you.
before he can even touch down. And then, of course, there's this battle here, a battle of who can get the best drop. And what a great way to kick things off.
じゃあ他の人たちも検討してほしい、頑張ってほしい気持ちはもちろんですけど、特に今のところ上位にいらっしゃる、ミリムザゴーさんが特に頑張ってほしい状態にはなってますね。
そうですね、どうしてもちょっと可能性を信じたいですね。
まあ、もちろんワンビークなんていうのはルナペポさんもあるでしょうし、
アリスさんも。
総合順位で日本勢が上に行ってほしいとなると、そうなりますね。ザゴーさん、ミリムさん頑張れ。宝箱、何
どれや、スナイピー
いらんかったの取らへんかった。あれでわかんねえな。あ、23ポイント。神さんとベノさんどっちでほしいな。
ですね。
神ベノが人同士。なるとちょっとチャンスある。
This last chapter off of these early game fights. Smite wants none of that. He walks to the wall. Muzz, you're great, but how good? No. Smite and Larson come out on top. They clean things up for 2 games in a row now and earn themselves a little bit more.
And as soon as Mr. Savage gives up a little bit of the high ground on when a bucket
オンタイムにはしていないですよ。最初から見たいから。なので、ネタバレはやめてくださいね。
This one that we talked about, you heard it from Mr. Savage, you heard it from iDrop. I've been landing here for a year straight. No one is going to scare me off.
The real question is iDrop walling out right now? He's getting very close to Onward and Baka. But no, now he decides, all right, I'll listen to you, Savage. I'll come on down, but you have to meet me down here as well. And they start to retreat here. And this might just end, but no, Baka steps up, but Savage is so quick. What a shot right there. And now he turns the tables around. iDrop looking to meet them down here. A great pre-fire, but not enough to find a tag. And all of a sudden, now they reevaluate.
Yeah, I like the outside of the box thinking coming out for a couple of players in the game already, bringing out their protractors, trying to find that extra angle. And that's the thing, if you have all that confidence in your teammate as a solo, you'll allow them to kind of play with the angles, play with the high ground, and try to see what they can get. And they get 149 damage, disappearing off the back of Onward. Another shot's going to be fired. They go down. It's a
もサベージがいる。
サベージだね。近藤キャニオンじゃないねんな。クラウディ近藤とかって言ってましたもんね。
ああ、そうですね。
でも看板今は近藤キャニオン。テイソンとか23ポイント、マリブカも24ポイント。だからまあちょっとみたいなもんもあるのかな。それかも世代交代的なこともあるんでしょうか。まあソーリーです。全然大丈夫です。今ここから大丈夫。ここからやめてほしいだけでいいですよ、全然大丈夫。ね、ルナさんやられちゃった。
Try again. Eventually, you'll find some success. They're able to take it just for a few seconds, but the longer you fight this far out of zone, it's going to get more and more dangerous because we got a little bit of a north zone going on. These guys are going to have to end this one sooner than later, even if they both choose to disengage. First half fighting back here, trying to regain the walls here. Ooh, that's a nice one. Huge tag on Chapik here. Nicely done. He's going to open things up, allow him to get some more territory, and closer he walks with Tayson. Fights back. The 4X FNCS champion is all of a sudden now with his back against the wall here. But no, he's hurt. Lucas says forget that. It takes him down. And now it's up to Merstash. And no, he finishes it off too.
マリブカテイソン。
はい、マリブカさんがテイソンさんを倒しました
ね。ビッグネーム同士。うわ、金庫の中でこもってる。
金庫がこもってる。
こんなもん。グレネード投げられたら終わりやで。
ドアの鍵隠れた。
ナイス。
で打たれないようにね。
Also from NAE, so they have a lot of familiarity in terms of fighting against each other. Scram is going to be the odd man out, and you see him trying to find some separation because him and Chimp are not that close together. And all it takes is for both of them to kind of bum rush into one box and kind of end their run. Now jumping over to the other side of the map, as we all know, this area, one of the most hotly contested zones right now, Tilted Towers, at every single in-person event, has always been the home of fireworks, and Chicho and Trulix are looking to go ahead and see what they can spark up nearby, but that's not going to be anything. On the other side, NA West, Cool and Yumi. One of the few teams on NA West showing up in the top 10 so far. Yeah, a fantastic game, number one. Third place. Cool got to be living on a prayer right now because for him, he 1v2'd. Unfortunately enough, he was unable to get Yumi up in that game. He had to finish it off as a solo. And for this duo, it's kind of slow and steady. They land out here towards the island, a little uncontested. They might have one team just a little bit south. For them, it's about getting the resources, looting up. They're on the top of the mighty monument to find their surface.
ルナさんがやられてるだけ。
これがペポさんですよね。あれクロームで逃げてるけど、撃たれてる。
逃げて
捕まる。ナイスカウンター。
ペポさん。
はい。
GG。
ルーナ&ペポって言われてました。すごいですね。この人らも50組ちゃんと覚えて。
This villain story that we've seen unfold over the weekend, contested in the lead up. Malibu and Mercer are still problems on the horizon. Could it be
Of course, Booga and Mira, who were looking off and picked them off.
I knew they were going to go on top of the Mighty Monument to try to get the Storm Surge, but great minds think alike. Peterbot and Jamper from NA East beat them to it and took down one of the players from the NA West Championship duo. It's going to leave Cool by himself yet again, but how many 1v2s can you take? This is Peterbot though.
おお、ワンボックス。
よう分かったな。
ね
だって。
And Peterbot earn themselves a huge elimination onto a team in
最初の試合でミリムさんザゴーさん倒したデュオがやられましたね、今ので。だから順位は3位やった人らやけど、全然あれなんですね。
わからん。
Well, listen, we have Mini Miner here to update us on board action.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, this is a prime example as to how to finish a fight quickly,
Aye.
right? We know PH Scene and Ketos are fighting in the middle of the map. They need to finish this fight quickly, and look at that.
感じですよね。
Angles, getting that storm surge done early.
感じですよね。
ねえねえねえねえ
はいはい。意味分かってるんでしょうね、これは。
ありがたい。
Because that's another team that is huge, like honestly showing up for the Brazilian region. PH Jin and Ketos, man, wait for them to just really show out. You know, the discussion and lead up to this entire event was things are going to be easier. You know, let's not respect these guys. And now all of a sudden they're saying, hold up. No, hold my water.
結構だからほんまアンチ外での戦いめっちゃ多いですよね。
そうですよね。この辺やともう1打目ぐらいやから戦い合うんですね。
in this game than the previous two because they're starting to fill each other out. They're realizing how hard it is to get Storm Surge later on in the game, so they're trying to get it as
神さんやられて申し訳ないけど。
そうですね。まあ全体の盛り上がりのためにも。
そうですね。
ね。あんま独走がほんま安定してるんでしょうね。確かあれもあの時もマウフィさんとオキンさんが言ってたやつも強かったんちゃうかな。神セって言ってちゃうかったかな。
But EU has taken big strides to start leading the pack here. Pamsu and Fatch are solid, but let's get on over to Clicks and Duke here. They have had such an uphill battle fighting their way out of the Joneses against Pink and Anas, and we've already seen it has not been easy for them.
うわあ、ちょこっと35。
For them, they have to worry about it, yes. But it's such a low number, they're just trying to get ahead of a lot of the rest of the teams, so that way they can easily try to look back. And a shot still coming in from the high ground. There goes Duke trying to poke a couple of shots. He finds some good damage, but takes some as well. Going to be above the damage threshold, so once again, they can find a way to kind of rotate forward. And I want to see them do that now because history says when Clicks and Duke fall behind the zone, they somehow find a way to kind of not have those good games.
I think the player base tends to forget, the scene tends to forget. Clicks has also competed in the World Cup for solos and duos. This is where it all began for him so many years ago. And just look at the difference now. All grown up here at the international stage, still competing at the highest caliber.
ミリムさんザゴーさん。あ、アンチ入れてる。
0キル。ビロー。
いかですね。当てて、このアンチが閉まるまでに当てなあかんのかな。
あと20秒。
And it looks like they're just going to peek, try to get even more surge, and hunt down these teams as Vortex takes a huge amount of damage.
Vortex versus Vortex surge for a second there. Don't be confused. Two very different duos. Kanata and Macwood, though, are alive right now. We've seen them put up some exceptional performances today so far, especially in that game one. They were the upset to Booga and Miro. Game two, not quite where they wanted to be, but this here is a chance to they find Robab and walk on the edge of zone.
こっから何秒かなんかな。今警報出たぐらいですもんね。
はい。あ、でもいや、今発生中じゃないですかね。アクティブがいるんで。あ、いや、今落とされたかも。アルバって見えた気がする。
know he's a solo and they know he has a total of 86 HP and shields, you know as well as I do, they're probably going to go, but that's information that they lack.
ああ、出てるわ。
Let's go ahead and jump into Bad Sniper and Noah Riley right now. They're starting to eye up the competition on the other side of the wall as well. You can see they're just looking, but hey man, there's something about these extremely healthy builds. You know, no one really wants to fully commit a full mag inside. You have to start deciding for yourself. Are they in a world of trouble? Can I do it? And Bad Sniper says, instincts speak louder here. I want to step up. I want to take this fight right now.
He heard Fab's shield get cracked by Storm Surge, and he immediately looked that direction. Bad Sniper and Noah Riley coming out with a vengeance here in game number 3. Right around the corner, though, you got to watch out. Cammy and Seti is there, but they're back on board this fight where Malapuka is still alive by himself. Jason Basil, they're trying to attack right now, but Malapuka doing a good job. He's doing everything that he can. Pressure from so many angles. Is he going to be able to escape?
Let's see it go down. Jason Basil have an incredible win rate in these close game battles in the early zones, and look at that. All of a sudden now they add to it, padding the stat, making it look nice and solid. Clicks and Duke thought about it. They say, no, OCE boys, you got it. I'm getting out of here. And that is so much respect because they are so far below the surge as well. They could have
クリックする人でもビローですもんね。
あ、今、神セッティもビローや。
うん。ポピしかしてない。
はい、96やけど。おお、めっちゃ残れた。
Three directly on the right, three directly on the left. One is behind him, and it's hot on their heels. That's Noah Riley. That's Bad Sniper. He was shot by Cammy. Box to box. He's knocking on the door. He wants to finish this one off. Inside of Storm, nobody really having HP to kind of regenerate.
高いない。お、セッティやられた。神もやられた。落ちました。神セッティ。
あ、それはね、悪いけど、ちょっとおもろなってきたな。
うん。
ルナさんはまだ生きてんのか。
いや、ルナさんは多分最初に僕が、はい。で、ペコさんがやられて。
で、じゃあ、ザゴーさん
ザゴーさんはまだ絶対出てないですね。で、もしかしたら、ワンチャン、ミリムさんも核が入ってないから、11で落として勝ったとかやったらね、起こせてるかもしれない。ちょっとわかんないですけど。
ミリムザーグル。
まだでも31ものか。
That is true. Here's an ass pink. We already know. Now, their biggest problems are down. They're out. Kitos and PHN, here they are. Looking to continue to hold their position. They're 100 above the surge. They are just around that top 5 position leading into game 3. What is almost the halfway mark of the competition. And Brazil could not be prouder to have them representing here.
Jumping on board, Bob Kebab is already down. He is out. Chimp's going to be able to get 2 more points in the elimination for himself, including Storm Surge, his walks. He has no shield. He has no HP to regenerate. Just 50 HP total left to his name. And those 2 launch pads. But that's also what worries me is those 2 launch pads because he has a far rotation to go and he's going to have to probably use both of them with short pads in order to get there.
That's right. He's looking to go ahead and make that move. There's nothing in front of him. Meanwhile, Miro and Booga, decisions for them as well. How do they want to move out? They hear the launch pad go off. They say, hey, let's save ours. Come up here. Let's go ahead and recycle that. Can they find it? There it is. They do get it. And they go in the opposite direction. That is the difference.
やっつけといてほしいですね。キルログも出えへんけど大丈夫かな。
And that probably would have been the saving grace because he ran into Aqua and Reason, who immediately took him down. His threats is going to fall as well. Pablo gets taken down to Brazil's Quitos. Alex going ahead and taking down TSM Reed.
リートもやられた。
リートやられましたね。あ、アリスさんやられちゃった。
This is a team that has struggled in the early instances of the chapter this season, but they have managed to find their way into such a great position. But now, let's jump on over to some of the GOATs. Vino and Queasy, 2 Elans already poising themselves up for an excellent game here. Near max material, so they have to be coming just off of a fresh refresh right there. Quite literally bounce them back in the game. And man, you don't see this very often where it's your drop spot where you start off and the zone just lands directly on top of you. So they are being served up.
Yep. And right now, for an end zone like this, when it is on your drop spot, you already know how to traverse every piece of terrain that is around as Kito's still trying to do wonders. Not a lot of HP on PH Sin, so these guys down on damage in terms of Storm Surge have to figure out what they're going to do, because if they wait too much longer, they will be down. They will be out.
Well, here it is. Luckily for them, the threshold is met, and they do not have to fight, but they know what's in front of them now. They have a huge monumental task to step up here. You can see there, that's a wall that cannot be built there. Here it is. So it's all or nothing now, right? We know the Brazilian region to be one of the most aggressive PHC is literally tied.
あ、ミリムさんいる。
お、ザゴさん。おい。1ポピか。1ポピ大丈夫？
どうなの？次30人。なんか警報が出たっぽい。なんか移動ができたっぽいですよね。今のジャンパー確保して。
この人らもでも2ポピでアバブ296だから、まあちょんちょん当ててとかも。
はい。すごい、あ、ここから1ポピしたんやというか、結構しんどそうやったけど。あ、ザコさん倒してる。
おお、大きい。
でかい。
What in the world? An excellent game, 1 second place finish, leading into game 3 in a such dominant position right now.
Yeah, and I was one of those people last season saying Edgy can do it on NAEs, try to be the two.
あ、ザゴさんまたやってる。
What would you call that here?
おお。もう映ったのはさっきの人なのか、核なのか。どうなのかわからんけど、また映ってた。うわぁ。大パンしてた。ほら、元。
あ、B のクイジ落ちた。結構1位、2位が落ちましたね、言ってた。
ウェイウェイ。
20位のとこで。
ザゴさんたちちょっと後ろかな。まあ、進んでる人をね、後ろから打つパターンもあるし。
うん。
サベージ負けた。
うん。
まだでも沢地出るよね、これも。
36人、そうですね。
うわ、高っ。
うん。セカンドハイやったミリムさんが。
うん。
大丈夫、フルシールド。
左上ばっかり見てもなんかこれ見られへん。
いや、そうなんですよね。おっさに。込み入ったところに。ピッコホエルさんも来た。
もうブーがやっつけてる誰かを。ザゴーさんたちはどこだ。
いや、なんか一瞬見えました、さっき。あ、いるいる。中段ちょい下ぐらい。アイっていう人の下ぐらいに。
13位。
じゃない。はい。あ、ブー落ちた。
あ、ミリムさんやっつけた。おい。もうここら辺でダウンさせたらもうかけるみたいなもんですもんね。
そうですね。撃破ポイントも。
稼いでる。ナイス。
ナイスナイス、ほんまナイス。
上が資材なくなって、あ、ザコさんまでやっつけた。
おお。
激アツ激アツ。
これマジですごいじゃん。うわ、当てられた。やめて。ザコさん、ザコさん。あー、ミリムさんは取られたけど。
ザグいいよ、残ってる。
すごい。
ナイスローグラ。下階は起こしてる。
熱い熱い熱い熱い。
これで起きたら激アツ。
ここ
無理か、無理やった。
無理やったんやな。すごい、入られてる。
うわ。ザグ。
おー、激ロ。
おう、助かった、ザグ。ザグ、頼む。せめて1ポピ。
3位、もう3位。
うん、2対1。
うわ。
ああ、もう十分、十分すぎ。
すげえ。
十分すぎ、これはもうしゃあない。ナイス。ナイス。しかもこの人らがさっき上位じゃなければ。
そうですね。
激アツ。
結構上2組、20位ぐらいまでにはどっちも落ちてましたよ。カミセッティとビノクイジーは。
さあ、姫シンガポール、モデサの皆様おはようございます。バナナジュース、どうぞ。センキュー。ナイコバです、ピエン。ナ
イコバです、ピエン。すごいね。でもなんか1桁ぐらいのとこからちゃんと2位まで行きましたもんね。あれもでかかったよな。ザゴーさん。さっきまで呼び出されてた。あ、休憩みたいになんねや。なんか今ゾロゾロ出ていってましたね。
おお、まあまあまあまあ、そらね。
ねえ。
それぐらいしたらなんと。
うん、1時間。じゃあ2時間半か。3試合終了。いやでもほんまこれ順位表めっちゃ楽しみやな。
Feeling good after that game now.
As you should be feeling good, everyone. One more time, make some noise for these two right here.
ポイントショットみたいな。
うん。
おもろい。明細的だ。そして、ウーバーも動き出すところやろ。朝7時、どうの。
あ、姫は関係ないけど、そうですね。吉野家とかマクドナルドとか、その一般的なやつがだいぶ開き始めましたね。スタバ、上島コーヒー。タブウェイ。グルテンフリーピストルカフェ。
そんなんある。
おい。
米粉のパンなら食べたいですけど。
I love how they've adapted. They were actually originally going to be contested by Baka and on one in the Synapse station, but now having it on contested, they have to figure out how to get that damage, you know, before the late game and not have to worry too much about those rotations.
ちょっと食べて目覚ませよ。
Looks so good here, especially to finally be able to kind of to get those wheels moving, right? To get these players finally in that place where they can say, look, okay, game one, regardless of what has happened in previous two games, we're all ready to go. We're ready to put numbers on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at said leaderboard and see how things are shaking out. Remember, we have another 3 games left today. We'll be back tomorrow.
あ、同率。おお、すげえ。
撃破ポイントが
そうですね。
多い方が上になるんですね。
はいはいはい。 すげえな。
ベノさんですよ、でもしかも。
はいはい。
ベノさんって激強い人なのに。
そうそうそう、全員優勝候補って言ってるっていう。すっげえ。
This last match, they had a very strong first two games, but this third one was not so strong. But if you want to get that first place spot, you have to stay on top, and that is what the duo from Asia is doing.
Yeah, and things were looking peachy for them, right? They were picking up eliminations, they were looking good, they had the materials to go for their classic high ground take, but unfortunately, it couldn't quite work.
ルーから始まるパン屋ですか？教えてくれたとこ。
今、一応 LINE させていただきました。届いてますかね？あれなんかうまく言ってんのかな？
いや、さっき見たやつと、今見てたやつとなんか画面変わらんから、同じやつを見てたのか、バグってんのかわからん。
あれをします。スクショを一応送らせていただきます。
Thank you very much, Zeke. Here, actually, Hen was just complimenting me on my. I smell a candy floss or cotton candy kind of smell. I'd love to take credit, but it could be the points you've scored thus far. Second place in game 2. Hen, how are you feeling after the first 3 games of FNCS Invitational?
Not good enough. Obviously, we got second place in the second game, but the first and the third game weren't good enough. And hopefully we can fix that after the break. Yeah, that's about it.
I mean, Vortex coming into this competition, he says it's not good enough. Do you set real high expectations every game? Do you set certain things you must do on a game-to-game basis each time?
Yeah, we did okay the first 3 games. First game I did a dumb mistake, and yeah.
俺の地域ないんかも。
We need to fix it.
微妙にずれてるんですかね。
And I think when it comes down to this competition as well, playing against the rest of the world, there is a pressure, but there are still 9 games to go.
9 games to go. That sounds like fun.
ああ、確かに。ちょっと逆方面ではあります。
Let's head back to Zeke on the main stage.
Just kidding, Adam. Surprise for you here. It's actually me, Vivid, on the stage. Shout out to the players. Game number 3 is done. Into the halftime we go. Some of the players will have an opportunity to make some changes, just like Booga and Mira have. As you can see here, some of those early games, the Storm Surge wasn't necessarily looking at their favor. So they're going to go ahead and make sure to prioritize some of these tags before they're even fully loaded up. Miro right here has a pistol, and he's still making sure to find those opportunities in that early game. Now, of course, this is something that you love to see out of Booga and Miro. This is something that they usually do. Move just to the north of them, over here at this area, set up on this hill, and find plenty of tags throughout this early game to make sure that they are set on Storm Surge. And they actually sit up here for so long that Hen and Vortex are not even expecting them to still be up there. And they get this nice sneaky beam in here to make sure that their Storm Surge is looking good. And then listen, this is the adjustments I was talking about. Look at this. Booga and Miro sitting all the way back in the storm, knowing that Malabuka and Merstash have been making this late rotate with the balloons as well, to make sure that they get some Storm Surge tags on them as they fly through the air. He does get the knock, ultimately doesn't find the elimination, but the adjustments are
ここでちょっとオンタイムに飛ばしますね。
はい。
Thank you.
からの現場ともう寝ます？
いや、全然。いや、ちょっとだけ、
休憩？
コンビニ行ってこようかなっていうのでもいいですか？すいません、なんか。
はい。
ちょっと、いや、ウーバーでええのあったらなと思ったんですけど、なんかちょっと、はい。牛丼食いたいわけでもないねんなっていう。はい。
全然大丈夫。
いいですか？すいません。
僕はもう、フリエを。
小籔さんは休まれなくて大丈夫ですか？
はい、ちょっと寝たいけど見たいし、
はい。ちょっと
だからといって、
はい。
CH やる言うてやれへんっていうのはもうないなと思ってるんで。
なるほど。
まあ、
ご無理なさらない範囲で。
最低でも2試合はやろうかな。
了解です。じゃあこの
続いてください、ください。
はい、ミュートだけして一旦、
はい、
また戻ってきます。すいません。
あの人らの見てたらもっと早い。あええか、俺は。 あ、ちゃうちゃうちゃう、何してん。ちゃうちゃうちゃうちゃうちゃう。それやろっかな。確実にでもこれのエイムが悪くなってるとかな。正直俺もお腹空いたな、なんか。でもまあもうちょっと待とう。非常食のごまのおせんべいというか、ごまのお菓子が。ほら。この辺のフレームがある。あれ一緒当たらなくなるね。これでさ、サンキューサンキュー言ってんな。選手が席に戻り始めた。これで一旦こうの前何倍やったっけ俺。50。48、58とかなんか。何これ。んもうちょっとやな。おいおいおいおいおい。振動オンになってるけど。これで。これで。 始まった。はい、すいません。うん。これぐらいからいこうか。死んでへんやろ。どうだ。
Starting to get into some dangerous territory. You can see the reality tree is no free position by any means. You have Retake and crew up above, Z-Andy and Joe, who have just taken home a huge moment and win for themselves, are now poised up at the sign-up station just south of Boogie and Miro.
Yeah, and right now, even though they have uncontested drop, it almost makes me wonder with the zone kind of being towards the northeast portion. I was going to say exactly this, what Grim Gable looks like for Larson and Smite, who actually did win that off-spawn exchange last game against Buzz and Looter, trying to have that repeat success here in this game. But right now, they're just kind of taking their time. They're high up on the mountain, so they got to be careful for those third-party attempts to come through.
Now, Buzz and Looter are playing potentially spoiler here outside the Grim Gable.
これでさっきの1位の人らが落ちてくれたら、さっきの1位の人何ちゅう人ですか？同率1位の人。
Managing to get so much experience being contested season after season. It started way back north where Vito and Queasy are, but hold up. Larson finds one, the trade is good, and Smite gets the other, and down goes OCE, Muzz, and Looter.
That was a fantastic play by Larson, reading him like a book. He turned the page and got an elimination as Mr. Savage strikes again. On one goes down. Baka has to go ahead and figure out what to do next as iDrop's trying to get those angles. Right now, they're just trying to alleviate the pressure, but the Brazilian duo that you're talking about, King and Mr. Savage, they're looming in the distance, waiting for that perfect moment to strike.
And that's right. This is such a huge opportunity. Now, remember, they land just west of the Chrome Jam Junction. For them to come in, sweep things up, could change the story around. There it is. They open up with a couple tags, but iDrop gets to the loot first. He's got the refresh. He's got a little more material, and you have to assume King and Ed are just a little bit more positioned and ready for this, but a good defense, a good bluff is all you need here to back them off, and it is going to be enough. King and Ed don't get to show us what they're made of in a clean 2v2.
Another team's kind of floating in towards Chrome Jam. That is the Asian powerhouse. But over here, towards the islands, towards Mighty Monument, you have the FNCS NA West champions trying to have that repeat performance in game number 1. That's Basil, that's Chase that are under pressure. High ground is seemingly right now cemented to the PSG TNA duo.
Now Yumi is very solid. Cool's gonna find Jason if he there. It's up to Basil by himself. Basil has no teammate to work with here, and he is trapped inside this stone build here. This is a very tough tower to play out of. Awkward positions to build, and the terrain gets extremely weird. He does drop a few layers, but there's only 2 exits, and one of them's cut off by tons of enemy territory. So look at this. He goes out the back with the windows there, and that is that game knowledge kicking in there. Yumi and Core looking so solid. This is what they do on a day-to-day basis, isn't it, Jacob?
Yep, this is exactly what they came to do here with that stunning performance last season. Even though it was a 2-day competition, they ran away with it on day 1, and when push came to shove, they held on to it in day 2 to take home that crown. But you can kind of see the Brazilian duo slowing things down just a little bit. They thought it was going to be an easy third party on a Mr. Savage and Baka and on one, but it wasn't as easy as we thought.
Definitely, and of course, plenty of highlights as well. Let's get caught up with how this unplayed and unfolded. So On1 just gets snuck up on there. You saw all the chrome builds. He says, no, I'm not going through that. We're going to go and take the easy path here.
But that's exactly what iDrop was kind of talking about. He said, I've been dropping here for 12 months.
Right.
I'm ready to fight. I'm not splitting loot. I came to take what's mine. And he does it game after game after game. If they can keep up this type of consistency, mix that with an opportunity to take the end game, this is a recipe for a duo that can catch fire at any moment. Because you got to remember, one of the last in-person events that we had, not the last one, but one of the last, Mr. Savage took it out on top. You had Bizzle in second, and the placement's down far after.
That's right, but look at this. Seti and Cammy going to the old trusty right on top of this air blimp. This is what you expect. This is a huge double-edged sword here where you expose yourself, but you just open up the entire terrain before you. As we jump on over to Kitos and BH in here, looking absolutely phenomenal. They have more eliminations against players inside the top 10 than any other duo, just showing us exactly what they are capable and made of.
This is literally the story of them on their region as well. They consistently take out teams at the top, and that is perfect.
お疲れ様です。お疲れ様です。結構早かったですね。はい。選手たちも出てったから長めに挟まんのかな。
そういう風来ましたね。
The last time we went to Shiny, it didn't quite work out for Vino and Queasy, but what we did see was that they were so just suited for a big game. And now that we know that, it should be the same story. But let's get on over to Lustrous Lagoon here. It's crazy how Runa and Peppo have demanded so much respect from this entire region.
またルナペポいう名前もまた外国の人が言いやすいからよかったですね。
確かに確かに。
This is a hot spot.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing. That's exactly what happens to any team in Lustrous Lagoon if they have it uncontested. You take too long to loot.
ここはもうアンチャー入ってるんですね。
ちょんちょんサージ稼ぎでいいんです。
They don't want to let anything go easy in a lobby like this, but Chimp, you can kind of see him crouching down, biding his time, trying to minimize the audio that he does give out.
まあでも確かに育てるやつやったら壁ぶち破いてチャチャチャンってね。
そうそうそう、サージとかやと、はい。
ペポを言うてたけど。なんかしてんのかな。
さっきちらっとだけ今、ホルスさんの配信見てたんですけど、さっきこのビノさんをザゴーさんが倒してたみたいですね。そもそも。
Every team that landed south is going to come here on this side. This is going to be the most congested side of the map monster. They have to be careful. They got to start looking to end this fight quick.
お、ザゴーさん。
押してる。でかいでかい。
安心。
Jim still looking around, just saying, "Hey, Scrim, I trust you. Do your thing. Take that toe to toe. Keep them busy." Meanwhile, Chim's like, "I'll look for tags in the distance, make sure no one sneaks up." The confidence to trust in Scrim to play by himself here.
お、このハイライトいいですね。
さすがにもう1位やからガンガン注目されてますね。
W キーを出た。
We're here to fight, and we're going to make sure we solidify the elim. That will effectively allow them to take first place, breaking the tie. Now, Vino and Queasy, of course, are just behind them, and this is going to become a matter of who can survive the longest and play the best, of course. So this is still a moment, and big decision to make. Chrome splash the launch pad. It looks like they drop him.
お、いいですね。
今撃破入ったからほんまに1位になったんや。
もう下回なかったのに。この金庫はナイスすぎ。
ちょっとなんかちょいちょい食べてます。
はい。やっぱ1位ベノさんたちですかね。クエイジー、ベノさんが91ポイント。
Now they did win a game, but that's not enough to stay in. You have to continue to perform, and maybe, just maybe, that long-awaited break has allowed other teams.
申し訳ないけどベノさん、衝動してよ。サージで死んで。
Can he get there in time? He misses it just slightly, but Joe fights back. And he doesn't miss. How quick was the setup there? Nicely done. That little bit of defense is something. Sometimes all you need to go in and buy you some time.
But they're still 46 below the damage threshold. They have a lot more room to cover as well, but luckily for them, they have the Chili Chug Splash. They have the Mighty Monument. Last elimination on Mira. Can he be able to clean that one up?
俺が起こされるスタイル、あかんわ。かける。入ったっぽい。
はい、今、
まあ、
こちらに
そうですね。
はい。
あ、ここ来たんや、あの人ら。あ、ザゴーさん。
うん。
逃げてほしい。お、飛んで、逃げて。うん。ナイス、ナイス。あかん。言うてたバチ当たったんか。ミルムさんが落ちたな。
あ、ルナペコさんや。うわ、250、260、もう1個しかないんや。落とされた。
With no interference in the distance, Chapix cleans things up onto Z, Andy, and Joe are Game 3 winners, and now Chapix and Tayson continue to play upset. Let's just take a look at the highlight. How did it all go down? He walks up. Man, this is why Chapix is so good. This is what he did in the World Cup. This is what he's doing here now, and ooh, you can see the pain. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that's definitely tough here, but luckily for them,
出た。
they did get that victory royale. They're at the top
あ、
side
サー
of
ジ
the
食らってる。
leaderboard. One bad game does not decide your future. As Queasy and Vino under siege yet again, just a sliver of HP. Storm Surge doing its wonders, but they have 10 splashes.
打たれながらのサージ。100ビロ。
うん。
頼む。申し訳ないけど。
まあでも結構まだチャブスピンってる。でも98。
Now Vino and Queasy were in second, just points behind, are so hurt here, and the surge is continuing. They will have to
もうクイージーさんに至ってはもうない。
うん。12までいったでも。
あ、ミリムさん。またミリムさん落ちてたけど、起こしたんかな。
めっちゃかっける入ったように見えたけど、リブートできた。
ああ、ねえ。で、飛行機で、ウィーンで飛んでる時に落とされたんかな。また名前出てましたね。
うわぁ、なんとか復帰しはったサージは。でももうクイージーさんなんかミリやん。
ベノさんも28ですしさ。
もうきついですね。2と28。おお、メリピ。
前ていく。
でも、アンチアーチャー入ってんのか。
おお。
えぐ。これは。どうと思ってしまう。でかいな。
34アバブ、43アバブなんだ。
いや、います。あ、そっか。はい。ほんま安定して勝つのなんかむずいですね、このレベルだったら。
あ、ビローですね、やっぱこの人ら。
うん。
おお。
そう。
ってなるとザゴーさんはまだ生きていると。
はずっすよね。
なれば。
うん。
ザグー言ってたような気がする。
うん。
もう順位が進めば何位から入るんか分からへんけど。
そうですね。それだけでも。
茂み、誰かザゴーさんに LINE してくれ。茂みという手もあると。
some bandages there, so he's trying to look for something else to maybe trade it off. But with 2 launch pads, the zone right now is not going to be a worry at all, especially since Commandment and Avery are already making their rotation outward. But another team landed towards cloudy combos. Malibuka and Murstache.
So let's think about this, right? Third place is out. Joe and Zian out. That's going to allow things to get really competitive at the top. But now that we see Queasy and Vino crossed out as well, let's take a look at these quick highlights here. How are they so far ahead of the surge? Well, there you go. You ask and you receive. Jamper just gets clotheslined without any notice.
It almost looked like they were thinking the same thing. Let me knock on this door, take this piece away, but Jamper was just a little bit too slow to the punch. Throws Rifty, trying to fly high through the sky. Tripper and Thomas. It's like target practice for them as Macwood does go down to Hydro. And there goes the leaderboard, 5th through 9th. Look how stacked it is. Only 8 points separating those teams.
And remember, Joe and Andy are down
Wait,
and
wait,
out. Zagu has jumped back into the game here.
Impressive.
46 damage above the surge. All he has to do is out-survive 2 players, and you would think it would not be
以上にな
possible.
ってる
He
しか
has
も
found his way
46やけど
back into this game here, and he is
ちょ
still
っとですね
getting that much
うん
more lucky. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of
3
luck.
時か
And
な
look at the heals come back
はい
to reward him here.
粘ってくれ
He's gonna hold on and continue
順位
to
ポイ
earn.
ント
Seti and Cammy have an opportunity to go ahead and close this
1
gap.
桁ぐらいまでいったらもうだいぶやばい
Falling short. But as we know, they're slow, they're steady.
いや今度神セッティはなんかいっぱい持ってるわ
Chasing after eliminations. They're not forcing any of these plays. Like you said, slow and steady wins the race.
3位とか4位誰なんやろ
Opportunities naturally present itself while
確かに
gathering all the information.
3位が
They know exactly what to
ジ
do.
ョイフン、ザンディ
Up against the wall.
ああなんか一回ハイグラ取ったやつだ
Highly skilled team.
4位がフィジン、キトーズ、愛って書いてる人
For them, it's just
ああはいはい
5位が神ですわ
うん
Disparity, the point difference
今日は8ポイント差
Clicks and Duke there, and first
今だ
place
から
47
ほんま暫定1位ですね多分92ポイントなんで
It shows
ミリム
you
ザ
that's
ゴ
about a 2-game spread. You have to play
神も悪いけどちょっとこの辺で
also shows you one big win, and you're inside the
20
top
いかんぐらいで
10. You are very much
神
right
と
back into this game if you
ベ
can
ノ
just get one.
Yeah, mindset
申し訳ない
and handling this pressure is going to be huge because it's easy. You know, 12 games, being in a stage like this, you go down early, it starts to sink in that doubt. It's easy to believe in that doubt, but right now, you guys are the best of the best on that stage. You need to snap yourselves out of it and really pick it back up because this is game 4 out of 12. You have every chance in the world to make a comeback.
Ju and Yusra have been contested on the drop to the hands of OCE, Alex and Bailey. We have seen what they have managed to do all day. They are an exceptional duo. And finally now, Yusri and Ju get to show us what they are made of. They are playing for high ground, but they're below the surge. They're gonna have to take a box fight. The wall's his, but not quick enough on the edit there. And instead, he backs off. What do you do in this situation? Do you look around or take a box fight is the question. And Ju says, hold that thought. Let me go ahead and get these tags real quick.
Don't worry, Monster. I got you. You ask a question, I'll definitely give you an answer in a moment. 48 above the damage threshold. They know their job is not done just yet, but they can at least slow things down, start to gather the information like a lot of these other teams are going to be needing. But them having the high ground, if they pull zone, they're going to be in the perfect position to terrorize the rest of the lobby. Oof.
Smite and
Nobody
Larson.
gets it.
Smite and Larson still alive here. They came in at 7th place. 3 elims added on to where they left off. Now effectively has to jump them on up for a fight for top 3, potentially first as well. I have a question though. Is Zagu still alive? Is he somehow
ザグなんとか言ってた
around the game? We're gonna have to find out. Sensitive cold.
生きとんかい
That consistency.
頑張れ頑張れ
Now, as we know it should, Sensitive and Cold are just proving that they are so
あれ
good
なのか
at
な
Fortnite.
以上なんかな
What the setting is
ねえ
or in person.
And the team
な
after
か
that
な
first
か
game is finally
いけない人なんだって勝負には
一人でちょんちょん当ててるのか
so
な
far. 3 chilling truck splashes onto Mustache, so you got to imagine on the other side probably having some rotation as well, but Scented and
あまあ毎回ね
trying to find a way to
こんなね
stabilize 29
確かに
below
確かに
the damage threshold. Luckily for them though, that's not too much. That's
あとでも9人減ってくれたらそれでサーチ自体が
コールドさんもそう
うん
And it looks like Acorn and Edgy were just waiting for that wall to open up.
ビ
And
ッグ
there
ホイ
it
ー
is.
ル
Acorn
か
is the one who finds Cold. And Sensitive is now left to do it by himself, but he has been here before. That is where he feels most comfortable. Meanwhile, Pink and Anas, they have so much catching up to do. They have already picked up 5 elims. This is exactly the type of pacing they want to be on.
あ
Coming into an end
ザゴさんもう落ちてるみたいです
おお
25位ではいアリスさんが残ってましたねでも
This is one of the most dangerous layers that we have seen, and it's players who are fighting to get that #1 spot.
Oh, it's Scented
神設定やめて。
Siphon to come through, and it goes in just in the nick of time. Trying to stay alive. Chili Chug Splash to try to go ahead and gain the speed to get to the outside of zone. Somehow it knocks us down. You got to thank Commandment Avery for that one. So now Pink is left as a solo. What can he do with only 3 builds to his name?
And they take high ground again in this game here. 4 elims now. Things are really starting to get interesting for NAEs. Avery says, come down. Let's go to the low ground and wait for him to start taking the lead here. Now, usually we call Commandment the clutch, and Commandment says, trust in me. I have this high ground on lock. Meet me at the top.
Yep, for one of the most insane end game finishes for the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3 Championship. They're looking to do it here again in this game as Malapuka's by himself. He ends up into the box, takes another player out. A huge siphon and refresh to come through just in the nick of time. That was Ed from Brazil who went down, but he's doing a good job. Malapuka immediately beelining to the front side of zone.
And back to Pink here. Look at Pink's perspective. He's on that low with 7 elims. He has not stopped picking up. Malapuka continues to fight though. Ustree is gonna fall there, and a quick elim. Someone's behind him though. Now he turns around, and it's just enemy territory everywhere. Which way are you gonna go, son? That's the zone. Larson and Smite are still alive. This is where they do the most work, but no, it's not enough. They get wiped up and taken out.
Shot missed. Duke clicks, take advantage in the blink of an eye. Another end game. They're trying to move up to the top leaderboards as Thomas HD goes down. Trippin feeling the pressure as a solo here. Changing elevation. That was a huge play because look how many teams are stuck down low towards the low ground. But now he has to meet him down there as Commandment Avery begin to put on the pressure. Malapuka, 4 eliminations as a solo. 6 as a team. The damage continues and he's putting on a show.
He doesn't stop. Down goes Rifty. 5 elims. Can he get another? No.
わあ、逆に。
He's got it in him, and now look at this behind the walls. BL and Edgy from the storm. BL is still in this. And Seti, who's representing on this low ground. Another huge consistent game for Seti is everything here.
There's 5 duos left, and about maybe 3 of them are full duos right now. And Savage loses another one. He's a solo. He's trying to take down the NA West team. He takes down Yumi. Huge siphon coming through. Mr. Savage does it again and gets into the top 4.
You have to love the move in here.
Oh my God!
He does not stop. Seti might just be next. Savage is on fire. Let's see it. High ground is still NA East. 1v1v2. Commandment and Avery have everything working.
も粘るな、すごい。3やもん。
やめてよー。リクロイトなんとでよー。ああ。
設定が倒した。2。設定強い。
Look at that smile on Commandment. You love to see it as they have managed to put up a huge win and represent. And again, the story goes now. 2 for EU, 2 wins for NAEs. It's just back and forth, showing us how close the competition really is.
And you're seeing the polar opposite of what happens to some of these teams. But let's go ahead and listen to them as Kelly is going to dig deep to figure out how they did it.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Clearly, you guys have made a great change. What exactly have you done differently?
寝ようかな。見ときますか。
いや、ちょっとまあね、明日、今日決まるわけでもないっていうなんか自分への言い訳もなんか。
別に見ないことに言い訳しなくていいんです。眠い、寝る、それだけ。アーカイブ残る、それだけ。
そうなんですよね。それもでかいですね、やっぱりね。別に情報遮断してちゃんと楽しみに見ることはできるなっていう。はい。
まあそれか皆さんのために配信だけつけとこうかな。
いやいや、別に草もありげさもやってはいますよ。
この変態たちと会話しながらというのを楽しみたいです。
まあ確かにそれは全然違いますね。その
あるかも。
趣旨が違うから。確かに。と隼人さん寝てください。一番弾けないコンビも出てきてるんで。
そうですね。一旦寝ます。
はい、すいません。
はい、ありがとうございました。
楽しかったです。すいません。 ね。
すいません、ありがとうございます。
and get back into the game, it's changed a lot.
And you saw that right there, the refresh from Commandment, that was so crucial in them holding the high ground out at the end.
さあ、それでは私は寝ますので、皆さんご自由にしてください。Thank you, thank you, thank you. ありがとうございました。
refresh from Commandment, and that is ultimately what got them the victory, right? They were able to take the high ground and spray down below right at the perfect time as well. Look at the standings.
Oh, man, and you know what's crazy too? Cammy and Seti, we saw Seti make top 3 there, right? And even though he was a solo, he held on. But really quickly, Adam, I think you want to talk about something. What you got, friend?
I got so much for you guys right now. I'm joined by the almighty Clicks and Duke, everyone! We're working so hard over here right now. Duke's hand warmer is exploding in his hand because he's working that hard. Duke, currently you guys are sat, I think, in 13th place, 82 points. After 4 games, how's it been being out there amongst the rest of the competitors?
I'm feeling good playing with the loot that we have. We're doing really well. We're leaving off spawn with like 2 minis max, maybe like a big pot, and we're still doing good. I'm feeling good right now.
Doing fantastic. I mean, Clicks as well. Prior to this competition, you almost partnered with Pink, who was, obviously is dropping in the same area for Jonesy as you guys. How's it being testing yourselves against them each POI and each drop?
You know, it sucks. Like what Duke said, we're leaving terrible loot, and we always have to come back. But you know, good luck to them. And you know, it's pretty close right now.
It is only 20 points at the top, I think.
Yeah, it's like 10. We're 10 points between each other.
Okay.
But good luck to them. You know.
Looking good. I love that. Great sportsmanship there. Big up for Clicks and Duke, everyone. And heading down this way too. Coming over to Pink and Anas. What's up, Pink? How are we? I couldn't miss you with the hair. Looks great. How's the competition been thus far as well for you guys?
Anas is playing good, and he's just following me, and I'm playing good. So far it's good.
Lots of good. That's good. And Anas as well, partnering with Pink in this competition. We just asked Clicks the question as well. For Jonesy, both dropping in the same POI. How have you managed to manage it thus far?
Yeah, I think we're playing pretty well. It's some minor mistakes that we make that make us die, but like overall it's pretty good.
But you've still got plenty of time to change things up.
Yeah,
Yes?
I think we're gonna keep adapting and just do what it takes.
I think in this competition you have to adapt, being all the regions combined in one lobby. So big up for Anas and Pink, everybody! Let's head back over to Zeke and the gang.
Thank you so much, Adam, and fantastic just to hear from these players. I love this setting, right? We can literally just go, I want to know what those players are thinking. Let's walk up, let's ask a couple questions, and kind of see them. You can even tell, like, they're still pretty focused, right? Like, of course, they're going to answer Adam's questions, but there is definitely, like, a level of resolve right there where they're like, look, I just want to get in this next game. I want to get the run back.
Look, I want to speak a little bit on our current first place duo, Seti and Cammy, right? We normally see them XL in day 2, but now they're popping off in day 1, 120 points. They're showing their consistency, but I just really hope that they can keep it up.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this duo, right? We saw them in the mid-ground layers that time, and usually we do see them there, but a little bit higher up than usual. And that's what they've been doing this season. They've been switching up their playstyle, which hasn't worked out too well for them in the past. They're traditionally low ground, very, very calm, very, very passive, if you like, in the early stages of the game. They're just riding on the surge, of course, that I mentioned earlier, but they are really trying to change things up. And you could see it didn't quite work out. Of course, Cammy going down early. So you know what Seti thought? He thought, you know what? I'm just going to go back to basics, back down to low ground. We've seen him solo clutching so many times, and oh boy, was he doing it again. Absolutely crazy scenes.
I mean, they always put on a show, right? Seti and Cammy, they're well known. They've accomplished so much, and now, if today and tomorrow combined, they can keep it up. They can take home a title, an international title. It would be something that I'd love to see, but them having secured the VR game 1 from height was surprising, and now seeing them keep up the consistency is not as surprising. We know how strong they are, but you know, we're only 4 games in. There's still so much more to be played out.
That's right, man. 2 games left on the day. And remember, this is kind of setting the pace, because we're back tomorrow for another 6 games, and we're going to walk away winners. But it is that time. We are ready for game number 5 here from Raleigh, North Carolina. This is the FNCS Invitational. Thank you so very much, Zeke. There we get to kick things back off one more time. It's Monster D-Face and Jacob PR calling all the action here. What a set of games we have had so far.
Yeah, this is nothing short than entertainment at its finest.
That's right.
I feel like a gladiator calling all the action in an arena. This has just been dreams come true. But right now, game number 5 is about to be underway, and this is where some dreams could become nightmares.
Hopefully no one's dreams get crushed here, but it is inevitable. At the end, you have to step up. You have to perform. And we've seen so many great performances already, especially when it comes down to this Becoming Legends duo of Cammy and Seti. Wait for them to represent not only for Poland, but the organization. I know my boy Reno is proud sitting back right now as these players are competing at the best of their capabilities. But once again, this northern bus shows us there's going to be trouble for Savage and iDrop here, or Baka and On1.
Yeah, I want to see Baka and On1 kind of really either do one of two things. Be the aggressors first, or just kind of get what they got out of their loot and try to get out, because right now, it just seemingly time and time again, Mr. Savage and iDrop have that high ground, but waste no time. Muzz and Loot are getting busy, putting damage onto Larson before he can even touch the ground. Baka does it! He does it over towards Chrome Jam. He gets the double and takes down Mr. Savage and iDrop.
Man, oh man, there are big stories developing now. Grin Gables will have a fight soon here. Looter and Muzz have a chance at redemption, but the story has been told for the Chrome Jam Junction. We get to close that book out for now. Meanwhile, don't forget, Kondo has the battles there too. Let's take a look here. This is how they go for high ground. He beats them to the drop. Whoa! Best Savage turns and burns on iDrop. What an incredible 2v1 representing for NA West. You didn't think it was possible, but they're putting it up. That's 2 for 2.
And another action going down very early yet again. Cloudy Condos, we haven't seen too much of it right out of the gates, but Chapix is down. Aqua was able to get the knock, and they're hunting. They're hunting for Tayson right now.
Let's see it. Cloudy Condos is a tough spot to fight, especially at the southern area. The southern area is more often taken by a singular team of Reason and Aqua, but Malabuka and Murstache got a little lucky here as Tayson tries to steal in and sneak away some loot, but you see the knock body there. No save just yet. They're gonna leave him behind. They're baiting it. They want Tayson to try to go for Chapix here. Aqua gets punished though. And now, little lesson learned, he slows down.
This is fabulous for Malabuka and Murstache, though, because now they have options. They can loot up, they can get the resources, everything that they want, and more as Aqua gets knocked, but Tayson gets taken out. Chapix and Tayson are the second team. EU are the only 2 teams down out of this game so far, but if you look at the leaderboard, Seti and Cammy sitting strong in first, Thomas and Trippin close by, but now Malabuka and Murstache, knowing that that fight just ended, they can either go right away and try to clean it up, or they can continue doing what they're doing, loot up and try to get out, but we know how aggressive this team is going to be, and I think it's going to be the first choice.
Let's see it. There's still a chance. There's still time left in the ticker here, but things are not looking too hot. Let's jump on over to Larson and Smite. Larson and Smite, Grim Gables. This is now, again, the second time we get to catch it real early where they have this slight advantage. The last time it was Looter who fell first and then left it all up to Muzz. It's looking like this might be the same story once again. Looter and Muzz notably not that successful in early game battles versus Larson and Smite as a comparison who have such better odds just historically. And so far it's been just like that.
Yeah, that was a huge shot landed by Muzz, but in that 2v1 situation, it's easy to kind of stabilize yourself, heal up, and now Muzz is just trying to get out. He's trying to survive, and it's going to be up to Larson and Smite to kind of let him. Do you let him survive? Do you continue to chase? And right now, they are hot on his heels. They don't want to let these 2 points. They don't want to let that refresh. They don't want to let the elimination slip through, and right now, it is not, but that was an explosive ending. That one almost makes magic happen.
Smite says, you want a show? I'll give you a show. Hold this pickaxe. And down goes Muzz. What a way to really assert yourself here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vico and Marine push up on retake and Novice here inside the box. Vico with a quick finish and then steps over to the side. He 2v1s at the reality tree as well. And oh, the punishment there, that's tough, but it happens.
Yep, and the fights, they continue all around. Pink and Anas, they're trying to do it yet again, but it's not Clicks, it's not Dukes, it's Peter Bot and Jamper this time around.
What are they doing
And
here?
they're ready to fight. They're ready to take it to them. And this is what happens when teams go the last couple of games struggling to Storm Surge on an uncontested drop. They're trying to get active. They're trying to find what damage they can gather. And for Peter Bot and Jamper, it does look like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew because Pink and Nas have every single advantageous position right now.
Yeah, but Peter Bot, Jamper already
count 'em out.
picking up big end games. They know how to navigate these early game situations, and more importantly, Peter Bot is just gross when it comes down to head-to-head. That is not a player you can sleep on by any means, and Jamper is a veteran. He does not get the credit he deserves. He has put in so much work for years now on the NA East region, and he always seems to fly under that radar. What more can do? And this is a respectable disengage, right? They come on in and say, oh, look, these guys are healthy. I don't know where's Clicks and Duke maybe, you know, let's get out of here.
Yep, and now you can see Rob, Bob, Kabab, and Wax trying to bring it over towards Chimp and Scram, towards the outskirts, and another team looming in the distance. That's Peppo and Runa. And another team coming from the Lighthouse. That could be Pamsto and Fatch. Who knows? Either way, we're going to have a house party in a couple moments.
Let's see it, the breakdown, though. Looking for the chop here. It's held on by nothing, and now it starts toppling over, but there are players in the distance here making it tough for them, ruining their plans. But down come Chimp and Scram. So, okay, there is a little development here. They do get to reset. Blind shots into the bush. Robobs is like, hold my mini shield. Let me show you what I can do. And he hits some huge, huge tags there. Peppo and Runa, though, are looking at Chimp right now, and oh, they open fire, but no tags there.
Yeah, and you can kind of see Chimp and Scram. Chimp, you're talking about one of the most consistent players on the NA East region. He knows exactly what to do in a lot of these different situations. He's just trying to get out. He realized so many teams are here. So many teams are trying to disrupt and kind of put their hand into the mix, and that's not something they want to be a part of. But that piece control and the peaks, the shots on the defensive end are huge for Chimp and Scram because now that put that fear into Peppa and Runa. Do we continue to fight this off? Do we continue to lose health? As it looks like they're even trying to keep their distance.
Yeah, Chimp doing an excellent job defending here, but you know, a refresh would be even better in this instance, but the pressure comes in, he loses his shield, and they are starting to run out of gas here. Robob and Wax walk up to the wall. They say, hey, Chimp, we thought we forgot about you. But no, too much pressure from Runa and Peppo, and they leave the damage to them. And they go ahead and take this as a small W to Scram. Really left to defend himself here, and he's doing an excellent job.
This is going to be interesting right now because everybody tried to disengage in a moment. But at the same time, they're so close together. There's only so much you can do. But Runa, he takes a huge amount of damage. They got to figure out a way to stabilize right here. But Chimp and Scram, they know so many teams are around. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew. They don't want to put themselves in a position they might later regret as the shots are still coming in. Scram goes down. Chimp under siege. He's trying to figure out a way to survive. He has no builds left to his name. Rabab Kebab as well. Every single one of these players are now going to be stuck in zone.
This is crazy. Runa and Peppo start to fight back. They have the shield chug there, and it's going to allow them to go ahead and heal back up. And now they run in to the zone, hunting for Robot. Peppo's like, no, I want this fight. Robot plays the low ground. Runa comes to support, and all of a sudden he is trapped like a mouse chasing cheese, and it might just be all over here. 10 HP, moments are ticking. Runa's down, he's hurt, but Wax falls first, and Peppo gets the first elimination there for his duo.
1 HP for Runa.
Whoa.
He got the med miss to stay alive. Can they? Okay, there's another rift there. I was going to say, I thought they were going to get the rift in time, but there's another rift there. Not too much to worry about for them. But every one of those teams that were fighting there that might not be the most healthiest are still going to have to go through Pamsto and Fatch. But on board, Belusi and Hijo, they're feeling good. They got themselves a spot in his own.
Yeah, and you know what? This is a perfect time to catch up with Vivid with a mid-game analysis.
Guys, the action is popping off so much so that we missed the fight over here at Chrome Crossroads. Alex and Bailey haven't had the best of starts to the day, but game 5 here, they find these 2 early eliminations, and we know that they love to play the higher ground. We want to show you guys these reactions. They're so happy to find this as well. The dances come out. We'll have to see what type of momentum this uses for them.
Excellent. And now we jump over with PH, Zen, and Ketos, who are sitting up on high ground, you know, hands off the desk, relaxing right now, just soaking in what an exceptional day it has been for them. They have played so well, and the zone is now going their way, so for the first time, we have this zone pulling far northwest. This is the backyard of King, Ed, Merim, of course, and Zagu here. excellent players up top.
This could be actually a recipe for success for the Asian powerhouse, the Japanese team, to kind of take a big game and take up that first place spot right back. They're right now in center zone. They have the highest elevation in the lobby, and a couple teams all around in case Storm Surge does become a problem. As Commandment and Avery over still towards Rave Cave. They have Launchpad to use. They have enough rotation. So they're going to be one of the last teams to leave the spot altogether.
And again, just excellent. Commandment and Avery coming off of Victory Royale, zone pulling their way. This is a perfect recipe to take that momentum and bring it on home. So we are watching several teams now literally catch a little bit of that favor in the feed. Hellfire finds Booga, and down he goes. Trouble in Chonkers down south. That's that late zone rotate, and that is what happens when the zone pulls far north. You could do your little dead side western rotates, but at the end of the day, there are players waiting there too. It's just textbook reads.
Oh, I saw in the feed there just a few seconds ago, Queasy and Vino, they were able to get a knock onto, I think it was Miram or Zagu there for a moment. Are they going to be able to kind of run up and clean it up? I think they got the elimination altogether.
Now keep in mind, Marine coming into that last game, they were in first and second tie leading, and they have fallen to fifth. So this is a huge opportunity here.
That's where you take it into your own hands, take full control of that one. And you can see he was just out of position. You cannot be out of position in a lobby like this. That is what is going to be a decision you regret for the rest of your life. But Miram, we see Zagu pick up a ton of points as a solo last game. Now it's Marin's turn to return the favor.
And you see what he does here. He recognizes, hey, wait a second.
That's scary.
Vito and Queasy might know I am the solo. I think I've been outed. Let me defend myself to the west and put all of my focus on Vito and Queasy so they do not sneak up. Excellent plays right there. Just smart play. We're seeing what Asia is capable of. Meanwhile, Seti, Cammy, inside the storm. This is their home territory. Dead center, more or less on the split. And now they get to hit that rotate.
PH Zen and Kitos from Brazil. We talked about them, 186 below the damage threshold, but they're a team that can pop off at a moment's notice. They have the most eliminations on players in the top 10 on 6. Look at that stat, flies up right when I'm going to read it right there. But the 189 below the damage threshold, that is so concerning for me, but it looks like Vincent and Arthur are closing the distance. They might be below as well. This is between two teams, two powerhouses trying to land big shots. BHN loses his teammate, 2v1 situation. Arthur and Nixon trying to get into the box.
This is the first time we see PH Zin lose his teammate this early in the game. This is a huge development for him. And notice the problem is he didn't quite get to the zone early enough. And Z, Andy, and Joe capitalize on that solo opportunity. And PH Zin falls. And now they have a chance to fall down the standings here quite substantially. This is really beginning to open up and become much more interesting. And let's not forget, 5th place again is Mareem, left by himself as well. So this is the second game now too where the Japan duo is struggling here.
Yeah, and you can see outside of zone, 270 above damage threshold. And this is exactly the plays that you have to make, especially on a team that's looming into the distance. Basil in a 1v2 situation, he tries to peek and take a shot. But 2 prime shotguns are better than 1. They take him down in a blink of an eye. Baka trying to carry that momentum from the early game, but only 62 above the damage threshold. That's something that is looming in the back of their mind, and they haven't even left Chrome Jam Junction all game long.
That is true. And they have King and Ed, some of the regional dangerous fighters right there. We saw what Ed can do. He took out 2 of EU's finest by himself inside the storm while being pressured. Snacky returns a huge favor onto Duke there, so down he goes as Clicks managed to find a trade too. So for them, it's still a tough situation, an even worse story unfolding here as Merstash and Malibuka are being lobby focused by Clicks on the rotate now. So all around, tough spot to be in here. Merstash barely holds on and survives in, so no knock there. That could be the difference maker.
Thomas got 2 on the Hen and Vortex, not just 1. You see Fabs trying to reunite with Snacky, Malibuka and Merstash also in the distance. For them, that shield keg was absolutely needed, especially since they're only 67 above the damage threshold.
Oh, but I was just gonna say, soon we might have to turn our focus to Peppo and Runa. They find Clicks right above Snacky and through. Cammy and Seti put the shield bubble on the boat, and they are gone with a clean rotate right up the river. That is just a 500 head play. Look at the play right here. We absolutely love to see these crazy strategies play out, and there's a reason they are up at the top.
This is just outside of the box thinking at its finest. That is the freest rotation I think we'll see all weekend long. And they're only 85 below the damage threshold. That's not much at all.
No, they're below. They don't have heals. This is a very tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti, as they have a true chance to once again break away with a big lead here. But they are, you know, fighting with one hand tied behind their back.
Peterbot, shields get dropped. Clown finally goes down. Huge siphon for Peterbot. As this, like I just said, his shield just got dropped. Now you're looking at a short pad from Revsguard, trying to make it into zone. As soon as Peterbot hears that, he might try to recycle it, but nobody wants to leave this one just yet. 195 above. Peterbot ready for any challenge. Revsguard goes up and over around each other, and it does look like this might be the moment. They got blessed. Now they're going to try and disengage.
Now, when it comes down to N8 East players that know how to fight, Peterbot is one of the few that represent by doing the work, not the talking. He is one of our most leading elimination leaders on the NA East region in general. So for Revsguard to make the rotate out is an excellent decision there, but he is met with Pantsu and Thatch firing directly inside. But we jump on over to Cammy and Seti's. The story continues here. They need a tag. They need more than that. Kanata opens the box. They look to fire back. Nothing comes out of it. And now they say, hey, we got to get to these boxes. Maybe it's more important. Maybe it'll be easier to box fight. But Cammy falls to Bad Sniper. And it's up to Seti to do it all. Can he get pretty much a full Elim worth of damage here? Oh, no.
I didn't mean to curse him. Luckily for him, no more. He instantly goes down. I was going to talk about the launch pads and push game to shove. But now Joe and ZN, he found 2 more launch pads. And so much room to work with as Malibuka and Merstache. 2 eliminations. No shield to work with. I'd say not much, but none at all to work with as Fast gets one on the swag as well. Malibuka and Merstache, they are in the most congested side of the map right now. They're going to need everything they got to try to stay alive, other than that launch pad. But with no shields on Merstache, that could be a risky play.
And what's crazy, remember, Cammy and Seti falling. They were in first place, 11-point lead over Trippern and Thomas. Third place of PA, Jin, and Kitos. We already talked about them just being completely devastated there. And here's the updated standing. Thomas, HD, and Trippern have a chance to catch up. Smite and Larson, Vino and Queasy as well. This is such a competitive FNCS Invitational if we've ever seen one, especially after just 4 games, and now the 5th is unfolding before our eyes.
Top of the leaderboard, stacked like pancakes in a Waffle House right now. It's Thomas and Trippern, 2 eliminations at the edge of zone. And right now, there's so many teams on the outskirts. They can continue to peek and just put so much pressure on the lobby before they figure out what's next. The choices are definitely there. You see Acorn and Edgy, they're sitting clean. They found themselves a nice spot. Belusi and Hydro as well. Not too many teams on this side of the map, and this is what we would call the slower side, to where you don't have too much to worry about, especially if you're Acorn and Edgy and you're 676 above the damage threshold. That allows you that flexibility, that allows you options to pick and choose. Do you want to go ahead and put pressure on another team? Do you want to rotate around the map? The choice is now theirs. But a team that might not have those same choices is Malibuka and Merstache. They're only 105 above. We talked about the lack of resources that they have. So they're going to have to figure out something here. And you know as well as I do, they're going to have to look for a siphon. They're going to have to look for a refresh. They're going to have to look for a team to catch off guard and really pounce on them.
Let's see if they can do just that. 87 damage. It's good, but it's not good enough. Potentially here, 6 players are the difference between this surge continuing to stay online and turning off. Here it is, 3 seconds before the reveal. They're going to take the fight against Alex and Bailey. Alex and Bailey are multi-FNCS champions of the OCE region. Merstache and Malibuka looking to step up to this huge challenge here. Gotta be careful though, this is what they love to do! And a great tag here. This is why Merstache and Malibuka are some of the best. The Chrome Shield comes down though, and that'll buy them some time.
And right now, Storm Surge taking out a lot of these teams. If you get your shields cracked, they will hear it and they will go. As Malibuka or Merstache, they know the position that they're in. It's all or nothing because you can't make it too much farther with the resources that you have. Alex goes down, or takes down Threat. Merstache and Malibuka, they're going to be the ones that get all the loot because of it. As Baka and Onwin trying to stay alive, they're trying to protect what's theirs.
And they do just that. They get a little bit for their efforts, not much, but they're alive, and they've done some damage. They've defended the territory, and everyone backs up. Let's take a wider look here. Fadil has to give up the high ground. Everyone's making a rotate. Thomas HD and Tripper still a launch pad in the bag as they get to half and half out. This is excellent. Such an excellent position to be in. Switches over to the hard material, and they fortify up and branch out. What? And a play here just to even play for territory to open up the domain right now.
Malibu Current Mustache met their demise. Both King and Hellfire get an elimination each, taking out one of EU's exciting teams is Queasy and Vino. Another exciting team coming in with all the momentum in the world, winning an EU Elite Cup, winning the NA East Elite Cup Finals back-to-back in the same day. If that's not what you call preparation, I don't know what is.
And they're showing us why they're up at the top right now. And they are taking advantage. A northwest zone is excellent for a team like Vino and Queasy. They find Anas down low. That's going to be their fourth elim. Pink does not stand a chance if they decide to focus together, but it's more important for them to maintain the position right now. And this zone's going far. It's going to cut back towards Acorn and Edgy side. Scented and Cold have more of a dominant rotate here, and this is all shaping out to be a great game.
Look at that mountain. They got to go down the hill and then back up the hill. This is literally going to be a roller coaster ride of an end game. And if you don't have a launch pad, if you don't have chrome splashes, I wish you best of luck.
Well, we do know if you do, Cold and Scented go ahead and put the chrome splashes to the use here, to the test. And they jump right over that bush and into it. It's going to be a great spot. Meanwhile, everyone else takes to the high ground. Peppo finds an elim, and Yumi is going to fall there too. He is the victim of the loot that we are watching get sniped up by Larson and Smite here.
You know, they called it though. They called it's going to start at the drop spot of Grim Gables. They take out Mud and Looter, and they keep things going. Repscar peaks at the right time. Finds the shots on the cool. Another elimination going over. And this could be a moment for him to remember for the rest of his days if he can continue to clutch up big like that as Joe and Z-Andy trying to be the first team on the day to win 2 victory royales.
And Smite and Larson are still in the game as well. Vino and Queasy have the high ground. Queasy manages to crank his way on up, and that is what you call a well-executed launch pad play there to keep them in the run here. But there's still more points that they have to close out. Here goes Smite. He's going to go for the pad play. Z-Andy and Joe get to the front side of zone now. They rotate their way on out as well. And this is coming back off, way off the height. This is such a tough and just honestly difficult zone to play.
The Epic Games Fortnite roller coaster continues yet again. Down the mountain, up the mountain. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a loop-de-loop come through as Repguard's trying to catch one off guard, but it's he who gets caught off guard by Z-Andy.
And just like that, he is down and out. Tripper and Thomas HD, we get to get a little temperature check with them. They are on the mid-ground, right above Scented and Cold. Smite loses Larson on the rotate, and he is now left by himself. Just places away from 10th here. Can he hold on? Peppo does enough, but not enough to beat Vortexter. Here's Onwin and Baka. They have made such an excellent use of surviving their drop spot. Joe finds Noah. Down he goes, and Joe's hurt. 20 HP. This is not looking good.
Quick moving, quick thinking, trying to get out, but he gets caught at the tail end as Queasy and Vino. Zone after zone after zone. No matter where this roller coaster went, they stayed on top. Baka loses Onwin, but he takes down Fast. Back up against the wall. He gets 2. Baka gets 2. 7 eliminations for the NA West
And he has shown you how good he is and why he deserves to be here. Even when he is counted out, he is showing up, but hold up. Scented, Cold now, back in the mix here. They already have done one, but can they get another? But Grolls and Rifty are showing they finally have an end game, and they are making big do with it. There's a third elim, 30 points already earned in this round. Baka fights back, but Cold and Scented get to get all that sweet loot.
Yep, towards the low ground, along with Thomas HD and Tripram. This one is going to get messy for everybody that's stuck down low. But for Vino and Queasy, they have the elevation. They have a huge advantage. Plenty of mats to work with. That's a recipe for success. But it's up to Cold and Scented and a few other teams to try to take down the high ground team.
And don't forget, Tripper and Thomas, who had a 10-point lead, is still here as well. Thomas HD wants more, though. Down goes Grolls, and they are closing the gap. But he loses his teammate. He's going to fall. Top 3 Queasy now, Scented is still in the mix here, in the conversation, but no build. Big shot comes in from up top. And all of a sudden now, it is looking so dicey. Queasy is just waiting.
Waiting for that perfect opportunity. They have the high ground. They drop down low. The game is theirs after they take down Bevy. That is game number 5, sealed up by Vino and Queasy.
And the biggest game we've seen so far in terms of elims, coupled with a victory royale. Huge 11-piece pickup right there for Vino and Queasy. Now, think back to that interview when they sat there, Vino, very nonchalantly, hands behind his back. He said, we are the best, undoubtedly.
As EU takes yet another game. Honestly, this was the hottest team coming in to the FNCS Invitational. NA East, EU wins. And in that reign as well, they won about like 5 games in a row, I think. That's impressive.
That is right. Vino and Queasy are coming off some of the hottest streaks we have ever seen, and they managed to maintain that momentum. Let's just go ahead and tune in and see what's going on in their minds.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with your Game 5 winners, Queasy and Vino! Queasy, fantastic work there. Eliminations, an extraordinary end to game number 5.
Yeah. What else is there to say?
What else is there to say? I mean, the competition has been great to you guys today. You've had unbelievable work thus far. Scored a lot of points in this competition. How much are you enjoying your time here as well?
A lot, to be fair. It's amazing. Like, the atmosphere and everything is just sick to be here.
Yeah, and we saw as well, Evino, we saw that obviously the storm moved up mountains, down again. How integral is resource material management in situations like that?
It's very important, but it's also great getting refreshes. Me and Queasy got good refreshes. We kept our mats alive. We used our splashes well. We played that game really well.
Now you've got 1 game left today before we kind of pull the curtain down on day number 1. You seem to be feeling confident. You seem very laid back. Has it been a competition you expected, or has there been other things at work here that you didn't expect coming into this?
The Asia team surprised me.
Yeah.
They've been doing really good. Brazil's been doing good. NE's not so good, but I think everyone's doing good, you know. And the competition's been good. No one's really been on high ground, and it's going well for us.
And you guys delivered the goods. One more time, give it up for Queasy and Vino, your Game 5 winners! Let's head back to Zeke.
Cool, calm, collected, and memes. That is also how I live my life sometimes, occasionally. Queasy and Vino, we've watched them come so close to the top several times now, right? Almost making it, taking high grounds at those pivotal moments, but it hasn't quite lined up perfectly. And now that it does, it's not even just the victory royale. It's also the 11 eliminations they put on the board.
Look, all day they've been trying to set themselves up for this match. We saw it in the beginning of this tournament today. I mean, they were going for high ground, they were going for the setup, but they just had these little mistakes that didn't permit them to get it. But now, they showed why they are one of the fan favorites coming into this tournament to take it home. The first duo to reach more than double-digit elims. They had 11 total eliminations, and it's what you love to see.
You know what? It doesn't happen by accident either. These guys have definitely seen some progression throughout today. We saw it in the previous game. We saw them go down to Surge. It wasn't ideal for them. This time, though, we saw them rotate all the way up towards those rifts, towards the top left, the very northwest side of the map, and they were aggressive. They were looking for those eliminations. Instead of sitting on those blimps, on those balloons at their drop spot, they were looking to be aggressive for Surge, and it paid off. We saw them take high in that 50-50 zone. Of course, I think Queasy had about, I don't even know how many mats. He had about 1,000 materials going into that second moving as well, so he's looking great.
Absolutely. We also have Kelly, who is standing by to chat with some of our players. Kelly, over to you.
Joining me right now, I am with Thomas and Tripper, and the team that is currently in second place on our leaderboard right now. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. We just need to keep on going, being consistent, and we'll make it.
Yeah, obviously consistency is the name of the game right now. You guys had a great game 5, but how do you make that into a VR?
I don't know, like, we played mid ground most of the game. I think we should either commit it to high ground or low ground to win the game, but we're just playing for consistency, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and obviously consistency is working for you guys. You're doing a great job on the leaderboard. Good luck in the game 6. Guys, let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Shout outs to Thomas HG and Tripper, and they are currently holding strong in second place. And if you look at that little dash, that means they've not gone anywhere. right? And I do want to highlight them for just a single moment. 2 games back, we watched Malabuka go on an absolute tear, but then Trippin said, nah, son, this is my lobby, take a seat, and that's how they're still holding strong. We have to kind of talk about the top 10 here, right? With only a single game left to go, we're setting ourselves up for tomorrow, right? And Thomas, HT, and Trippin, they're looking real good.
I mean, they're looking more than good, Zeke. Queasy and his duo partner, we're in the first place spot, but second place, that's Thomas Trippin, and they are playing so well. Just looking at their highlights here, they're setting themselves up for the late game, and just now with the interview with Kelly, you saw they're still always thinking, right? What can change? What can we adapt to? How can we play better? How can we take home that trophy?
Yeah, and these are 2 very, very talented solo players. For those that don't know the region very well, of course, Trippin and Thomas. Those guys are incredible solo players. We've seen solo clutch after solo clutch from both of them in the Elite Cups, in the Cash Cups leading before that, and they are just a dynamic duo when things go well. Sometimes things can be a little bit difficult for them when they do get split up. You know, they have to rely on the other person. We've seen that a little bit throughout the Elite Cups this season, but they're bringing it all together now, and oh boy, is it looking good.
I also want to talk about Smite and Larson. This is a duo coming from NA East, right? And they have 5 total FNCS Finals appearances together. Now, it's a lot, but it's also the fewest out of any NA East duo competing here today. But that is not showing because even though they have the fewest FNCS Finals appearances, they're in the top 3 right now in this event.
That's right. Everyone currently is looking, right, to just try and say, okay, look, the first 6 games, we just want a strong footing as we go into those next 6 games tomorrow. I guarantee you there's strategies, little things that these players are holding on to for those last 6 games. I do want to turn our attention back to the standings. We continue to kind of go top to bottom here, Mini Miner. Obviously, Queasy and Vino, massive, right, to now jump up into first place, up by 5 spots after that game. If it happens again, we could be in trouble.
We could be in trouble, and I think the rest of the lobby could be in trouble as well because you don't want Queasy and Vino to be playing as good as they are. It all sort of form together for them in that final game that we just saw right there. So if they're on form, they can definitely make a push for this one.
Yep, that's right. Kelly, you are standing by with some more players. Let's hear it.
That is right. I am joined here by Ed and King, our Brazilian region players right now. You can already hear the audience going crazy for you guys. Ed, I know that you recently got announced that you are represented by Team Liquid. How are you feeling about that?
Como você está se sentindo que você está sendo representado pelo time Liquid?
Eu me sinto incrível porque é time que eu sempre quis entrar e eu me sinto muito realizado de estar na Team Liquid.
I'm really excited to be in this team, and I always dreamed of being in it, so I'm really excited about it.
And I'm sure they're proud of you. Thank you so much. And then, of course, King, you've been around since the World Cup days. What is it like to be back here on the stage?
¿Cómo te sientes estar de vuelta acá?
Para português ou espanhol? Ok. A verdade é uma experiência incrível. Eu não tinha faz, sei lá, uns 3 anos quase. E voltar a jogar lá é uma experiência muito boa e vamos tentar dar o melhor.
I'm really incredibly excited to be here. I mean, it's been about 3 years, and I'm excited to be back.
I mean, I know that Argentina and Brazil are proud of you guys right now. Thank you for joining me with a quick interview, and let's head on back to the desk.
I don't know if you guys can pick up the hype coming through these mics from everyone who is repping Brazil, but every time you see King, you guys are allowed to get hyped. That's Quincy Yell up in that corner. That's right. Ed and King sign. They're holding up the flag. You love to see it. Now, really quickly, as we gear up for game number 6, we come back to the standings, right? Currently, we see Cammy and Seti, they keep kind of ping-ponging, right? They have a really strong game, then they have a game where they, funnily, throw a shield bubble on a boat. One of the funniest things I think I've ever seen, but then can't transition that because of the shambles positioning. So what has kind of been happening?
I mean, it's Fortnite, right? It's hard to predict what's going to happen next because you have so many opponents changing their playstyle and adapting to the same match you're in. But knowing Cammy and Seti, they know how to deal with it, right? They can adapt stronger than their opponents that they're facing against, and it's all about doing it in the most effective way possible.
Yeah, Storm Surge for this duo at the moment is kind of a little bit of a problem. Of course, so many teams that I noticed they were fighting on the edge of zone. Not many teams are rotating in early on enough, and I think that makes Cammy and Seti run into a few issues, right? Because they're, of course, landing in a very central position. They rely on a lot of teams rotating into their domain to get their Storm Surge. Of course, we saw it with the boat rotate as well, the boat-tate as we call it. We could call it that. But yeah, they were looking strong. But of course, when you have that shield bubble, you can't shoot out as well. So they were lacking on the surge tags in that end game. And unfortunately, they didn't quite have the answers. They got a little bit desperate. Things didn't work out too well. Seti, I was hoping that he would solo clutch, but wouldn't quite happen.
That's right, and it's okay, right? It's fine. We're still sitting in top 5. Everything is okay. We've got one game left to go. With a single game left, what are some adaptations we're hoping to see? Because remember, this is it for the day, and then we have all night to VOD review. We go back to the hotel, we try and get more games in, we talk to our coaches, our duo mates, etc., and come back stronger tomorrow.
Look, you said it yourself, right? It's one game, but it's really 7 games left, right? This is the last game of the day and 6 more to be played out tomorrow. This last match is just about doing it the best you can, and when you're really going to be reviewing, studying, seeing what you can change up is going to be overnight for day 2.
Yeah, this is such an important game for these teams, right? Especially if you're looking for a little bit of a change up. So for these teams that are thinking, you know what, let's try and change things up in day 2, this is the time. This is the time to test things out, because what better practice than the lobbies themselves? I mean, we saw it with Vico and Marine as well, of course, landing at the Tilted Towers area. They've sort of shifted their rotation over towards the reality tree. We saw them fighting out there, of course, Vico doing so well to close out those eliminations on the team that were landing there, and they're switching things up, and they're a prime example of a team that's thinking, you know what, things aren't quite working out at Tilted. As we know, it's a bit busy, so let's switch things up, let's go to the reality tree, and that's ultimately what these teams are hopefully going to be doing tonight.
That's right, a lot of these duos, man, look at them, look at the focus. They're waving to the camera, which we love and appreciate, but they are lasered in. They're thinking to themselves, they understand, right, with one game left, okay, what are the things we need to do to accomplish? What do we need to just kind of say, look, this is it, we left our mark, and we can walk away happy. I think for me, Zago and Meram, like this team that we saw pop off, they've kind of gone a little bit radio silent. What do we think is happening here?
I mean, we've seen them. They've been having a bit of trouble doing enough damage or even staying close together. I've seen 2 times now. One of them, Meram, was left alone, and the other is Zagu was left alone, having their duo partner get eliminated. So I'm not sure if it's because they're not playing together enough, if rotates have changed from their opponents and it's cutting them off while they're trying to get to zone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibilities, but they really have to focus on seeing what went wrong after those initial matches and see what they can change going into day 2.
They were trying, though. Of course, they made a really, really solid rotation up towards that Rifts area. They had just the best position on the map. And as you mentioned, Takata, they were a little bit split, right? They didn't quite execute it to perfection. Of course, Queasy and Veno, they decided, you know what, let's just take them out. We'll take this position, and ultimately that's what won them the game. But it's just a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit dropping potentially with this duo. We saw it early on. The aggression was what made them so impressive. So that set them apart from the rest of the teams here, and that were really, we admired it, right? We admired their confidence in fighting. Maybe now they're thinking, actually, maybe we need to tone it down a little bit, when in fact, keep it up, you know, keep up that aggression, because if you're toning it down, you're not getting the Storm Surge tanks, you're not getting the damage that you need to make it to endgame. Guys, I want to see more of their aggression.
Yeah, and honestly, they're kind of reminding me of the Queasy and Avino, right? Like, they're doing what Queasy and Avino are doing. You watch on the high ground, you're like, okay, Queasy's up there. If there's one person up there, they're tarping, they're not doing anything, and then suddenly there's someone knocking on your wall like, hi, it's me, Vino. I'm just going to pick up both of you. Thanks. Like, they are capable of this, so I'm not ready to count them out. I think, like you're saying, there's maybe just a couple things they need to shore up, and then they're going to get right back to it, right? Is there anybody else you guys are seeing that you're like, maybe I want to see more of this duo. I want to see more of that duo?
Look, I was looking at the birthday boy, right? Mr. Savage, who had an incredible solo clutch in a late game, but directly after got taken off out of the spawn, right? Baka and On1 eliminated both players there, but I kind of saw the flames in his eyes, right? Mr. Savage was getting ready. He was feeling good, and I'm hoping that he can come out on top in one of these next early games and show what he's really made of.
Yeah, he's got that experience, right, of in-person events, and you can sort of see it in the swagger, the way he plays. Like, you know what? I've been here before. I mean, look at quick flex, cool. Yeah, I want to be like him. I don't know what it is. He's just so cool, and it's reflecting his gameplay as well. He is really taking the game to storm. He is really popping off in the end game. He's performing, and he's not showing any signs of nerves. He's really just 2v1ing. We're seeing 2v1s. We're seeing some crazy clutches, and that's what you need. At this level, you need to have those individual pop-offs, because without it, you can't make your way to the top of the leaderboard.
And on screen right now, we've got Reet and Epic Whale. In case you didn't know, Epic Whale, a 6-time FNCS champion, paired up with Reet, who's on controller, representing the controller gang. This duo has actually been pretty quiet, right? Over in NA West, we've seen, it's a much slower game overall, and a slower meta. And now, when we're trying to get way more aggressive, it feels like Reet and Epic Whale maybe need to kick it up too, slow.
I mean, I'm wondering what's happening, because I was watching this duo
practice, right? In the player lounge, they were prepping themselves, getting ready for this tournament. And in the scrims, right, in the practice matches, they were 3, 4, even 5 elims in the mid game before the late game even started. They were playing aggressive and they were doing it right against the opponents they're competing against today. So I'm wondering what happened, but we'll have to see if they adapt for day 2.
That's right. Really quickly hanging out in the player lounge, we've got Adam Savage standing by.
You have indeed here, Zeke, but I am joined by the one and only Cease, everybody! Cease, we've talked so much about you in the past. You know, it's great to see you here at the competition. How has it been for you? One of our backup players this weekend. How great has it been to be around the crowd, the players? How much have you enjoyed this?
It's been a pleasure, man. I mean, being here back at another international LAN event, it's amazing. I mean, everyone said it so far. You've heard it on repeat all day, but it's such a great experience and feeling to be here.
What's it been like, the vibe with the players as well? Obviously, you had a chance to kind of spend some time with them. The player lounge is right behind us as well. What's on the DL? What's been the kind of vibes amongst the players from your perspective?
Cold-blooded. Man, these guys are locked in, especially some of these EU players. Headphones on, listening to music. Yeah. They don't play around.
No, they are focused. What does this mean for the community as well? A competition like this, like FNCS Invitational, it seems it's been massively well received.
Dude, I mean, we've been waiting for this to happen. I mean, obviously COVID delayed things so much since World Cup, but it's such a great time to experience, like, see all the fans and see the whole community, the whole competitive scene all together in one area. It's awesome.
It's really awesome. And you're awesome too.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. One more time, give it up for Cease, everybody! What legend. Let's go back.
Cease, one of just the coolest people I think I've ever met. Got to hang out with him a couple times over Media Day. Legitimately one of the coolest people, so thankful that he could be here. I want to set the stage here for us. Once again, we take a look at the top 10 coming into this game. Now, please don't try to freak out. Your Brazilian team in 10th place. PH Zid, Kitos right now sitting on a tiebreaker. Vortexers and Bevies.
Look, I want to talk about this duo, Bejatin Kitos. They have 25 FNCS finals appearances. PH Zin alone has 4 FNCS championships, and Kitos with 1 for a total of 5 together. This is a duo that dominates their region, and seeing them in top 10 internationally on the stage, it's really something you love to see.
Yeah, they're no slouches as well. I've been doing a little bit of voting, having a little look at how they play, and oh boy, are they aggressive. They're very, very confident in the way they go about things, and of course, in endgame as well, they're looking strong. What they often do is they rotate towards the front side of the first moving zone just to get ahead of all the other players, and that's why we're seeing them really making the most of their materials, right? They don't have to build, they don't have to make those tarps into the front side because they're already there. It just shows that there's different strategies that maybe we haven't seen too much of that are really on show today.
That's right. We saw him in 8th place there, Scented and Edgy. Once again, Edgy always hitting that 2nd place. Now, of course, 2nd place is still absolutely incredible, but he wants that 1st place. He wants to do it on a stage like this.
Look, but if he's able to keep getting 2nd places and it's able to get them that trophy, I think it's okay, right? As long as you're able to consistently get those points, make your way up the leaderboard, it's what you want to see.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Raleigh, North Carolina, y'all need to make some noise because this is the last game here of the day. This is game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Let's run it one more time. Here we go. Game number 6 is just moments away, and we get to close out this crazy day 1.
Yeah, and you're already seeing from game number 1 all the way till here, it is action-packed, and that action continues to improve, and it continues to get better each and every game that we watch.
That's right, and listen, Fortnite is at its best when we get to see everyone go head-to-head from all of our favorite regions, but listen up. There is only one more round in front of us, which means there's no time to lose out now if you want to be set up for day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, if you didn't necessarily have the best day, don't worry, because game number 6 is about to start. And if you are at the bottom half of that leaderboard, it's not always how you finish. Or it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And a lot of these teams, they can finish strong.
Well, listen up. Let's give it up one more time for Game 6 here for our players as we start to load onto this battle bus. Here we go.
Different bus path this time around. And a good chance for an off-spawn Cloudy Condos. 5 games, we didn't see too much. our 4 games we didn't see too much, but in that 5th game, that's when we saw a lot of activity, and it helped a team like Malabuco and Mustache, who wasn't necessarily in the fight. They got the surge, and they got out right away.
That's right. Well, listen up as things start to get ready here, and we settle in. Looks like we're gonna have to gear up this battle bus one more good time, and it wouldn't be a fun event if we didn't just give you a little bit more airtime about some of our favorite players while we were at it. So give us a moment here. Take a look at the focus of our players. Jacob, we have ourselves still one more game left today.
Yeah, and just take note, that victory royale there from Queasy was his 8th straight finals with a VR. That is impressive. That means Queasy and VRs go together in finals like peanut butter and jelly, spaghetti and meatballs. They are a duo, so you better watch out, Vino.
Not only that, Vino was talking about how NA East hasn't shown up. I was looking at that top 10. I saw 3 NA East teams on that top 10 leaderboard. But not only that, they are 3 contested NA East teams showing up. So there really has been some crazy performances and put-ups, but let's go and send on over to the analyst desk. Let's just continue to gear this thing.
Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that. We're making sure all of our players are on that battle bus and ready to go. We cannot miss anyone on this pivotal game here in game number 6, the last one on the day. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. You've missed a lot, but hey, we're happy you're here now. And there's a lot to talk about, starting with Queasy and Vino. These guys have been absolutely running the EU region as of late. And now, after winning that last game, 11 eliminations, they are sitting pretty in first place.
I mean, they were the first duo to break the double-digit elim record at this tournament, right? Previously being 8 eliminations, but now 11 for this duo. I mean, they're playing very well.
Vino. Queasy and Vino, incredible. Well, let's talk about Vino, right?
Yes.
How good is this guy, right? We got 17 eliminations on the day today. That is the most of any individual player, and consistently, FNCS final after FNCS final, this guy is doing the most damage in the lobby. He is an incredible fragger. We can see it. 5,932 damage dealt. That's a lot of damage that he's outputting, and he's really helping. We saw it in that previous game. We saw the refreshes. He's helping them out so much, and when you have a high ground playstyle like they do, he's really putting on a show.
Yeah, and we've watched a lot of the moments, right, where, again, it's like Vino just says, oh, Queasy, you need me to go eliminate a threat? Yeah, man, I'm down. Like, let me just hop down there, get a bunch of refreshes, and bring all the stuff back, and then we're ready to go again. But I think Vino has actually shown quite a bit of, he's evolved as a player, right? When Vino first hit the scene, he was just this like aggressive player. He's like, I want to W key every single person in my face. But now he understands, like, okay, this may not be the moment, but when that moment arrives, I promise you I will be knocking on your wall.
Look, not only having the strong mechanics, but also that strong mentality, it's what you need to be a top-tier professional player. But I want to see if any of these other duos are going to be able to contest the high ground as much as they have been doing, especially in day 2 with more time to adapt, right? We have duos like Alex and Bailey coming from OCE. I mean, at one point, I believe they had On Height in their name, right? Because of how much they like going for the high ground. So I'd like to see some more teams up there going for the clouds and seeing what they can really do.
But we mentioned it, right? Vino, his progression of play, I think his overall playstyle has developed so much, but it's also, he's got so much of a smarter player, right? He used to have his name as Tundra IGL. So he's not necessarily taking on the IGL role in this duo, but he has the brain to take it on.
That's right, another duo sitting here in your top 10. It's Thomas HD and it's Tripper and Thomas HD. For those of you that have not followed the EU scene, if there is a sniper in the game, you might as well just rename that sniper to Thomas HD Sniper, because this guy does not miss, and if there's a sniper in his hands, he will find every single angle, even if it's a pixel on the screen, you're gonna take max damage.
And it shows. He has the most damage dealt out of any player here today, and if there were snipers in competitive currently, I'm sure he'd not only have the most damage, but also the most elims with those headshot snipes. We'd like to see him yet.
Yeah, it's interesting, because of course, Thomas HD is widely regarded as the best sniper, and we got a chance to talk to him. Me and Vivid, we were behind the scenes, and we spoke to him. We were like, Thomas, are you sad about the removal of Sniper? You think that it's bad, but he was like, no, I love it. I think it's great. So he's adapting his playstyle. Not only is he incredibly good with snipers, also when they're not in the game, it enables them to get so many more surge tags. Of course, you can overpeak. You don't have to worry about getting that 200 damage to the head because you can overpeak, and you can see it right now. They're getting the surge tags early on. They're getting the mid-game rotations perfectly on point, and they're playing the mid-ground layers as well. They just bounce off each other so well.
And I'm curious to see what they're thinking about now, right? Being in that top 3 spot with just Queasy and Vino right above them, right? It's all about figuring out what they can do to overcome their opponents, right? The consistency they need tomorrow to get the trophy. What will they change? What can they do? Or maybe they'll just, keep playing the same, hope they make less mistakes, and that's all they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we know Thomas HG is kind of one of those players that says, like, I have to be the best. And if I'm not the best, I will continue to grind until I am. You pair him up with Tripperin, who's just mechanically insane. I mean, we've watched him shut down Malabuka, right? When he's in situations where he's by himself, he still finds points. He finds high placement. So it's cool to see these guys finally come together. They've been doing for like 3 seasons, 4 seasons since the beginning. I don't even know at this point.
I mean, that's another interesting fact to bring up, right? There's a lot of duos here that have been competing together. They're like brothers, right? They're like companions. And then we have other newly formed duos, right? King and Ed, first tournament competing together. And they kind of have that synergy disadvantage, right? That some of these other duos might have.
Yeah, it's definitely true, but it's not showing, of course. We can see them popping off every single time, particularly that Ed 1v2 clutch that we saw earlier on. I know the guys at the back there really, really liked that one. They were cheering a lot for that.
That's right, my friends. We're drawing ever closer. We're just counting heads, making sure everyone's on that bus, because once again, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to make sure everyone is here, ready to go. You can see it on their screens. They're getting prepared. And I just got to say, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with this amazing crowd here at the Raleigh Convention Center. You guys are just losing your minds, and that's what I love to see. That's right, that's right. We have 1 game left to go. And guess what? I'm getting word. It is that time. Game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now.
Let's do it one more time here in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is game 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Jacob, we get to close out day 1 soon.
And this is going to be a huge closeout event. 5 games, 5 different Victory Royale teams coming out on top, just going to show that it's honestly anyone's game at this point.
That's right, and we've seen so much new attempts and ways for this to all play out. We gave the players time to go ahead and think about how they want to strategize, but here it is. Let's see if it was all worth it. Game 6 is in front of us. Once again, let's make some noise for our players as they take board the battle bus.
And that time that you were talking about for preparation has run out. Everybody now taking their position on the map. We've seen wonders over towards Chrome Jam Junction. We've seen so many fights go down towards Fort Jonesy as well. But honestly, interesting enough, neither of them involved these 2 teams going at it off spawn.
Not only that, the coast has 2 teams as well, so there's so much going on in this area, and we've seen it play out a few times now, round after round, but this is a first take at Clix and Duke not necessarily being right on top of their opponents, pinking and off there. They've given each other some space, and this is, honestly, last game vibes are here. It just makes sense. Everyone wants to take it slow and try to play this one out.
Yeah, that's respect to them, too, because they know the position that each of them are in. You know what I mean? If you go ahead and take that fight and it doesn't go well for either one of you, that's kind of throwing away that game. So they want to split the loot and try to get more on their path to the center of the zone. But just like very many games before, we're going to have a little bit of a northern zone, which looks like it bode well for Queasy and Vino yet again.
Can you believe Smite and Larson are in 3rd place being contested at the Grim Gables? What a way to play some Fortnite today for them. It looked like it was all over when you viewed the paper and you crunched the numbers, but they have really turned all that lemon into lemonade.
Yeah, I believe they lost game number 1, but I think that was the game 1 jitters of an international stage.
That's
the
right.
first in-person Fortnite event in quite a long time. They shake those off, and they're rising to the occasion. NA East, best hope right now to close out day number 1 with a top spot. You can see Vico over towards Reality Tree. Lost Bride pretty early, and that was Retake and Novice who also land over here.
Hey, listen, I'm from the Bronx. I know all about being scrappy. Vigo and Moran are clawing their way out of the mud here, officially breaking back into top 20 with those 2 elims right there. That's a big point swing for them. It's going to mean all the difference. What's wild about these 2-day formats is anything can happen right now. We have seen teams just in this bubble area range jump all the way back up. You have to stay consistent. Larson and Smite get defended off of their drop effectively. They're pushed out by Muzz and Looter. So that fight will continue. We jump on over to Savage and iDrop versus Bakken on one.
Not that 50-50 we saw before. This one's going to be a little bit prolonged, and I think that kind of sits a little bit better for iDrop and Mr. Savage, simply because iDrop knows this POI like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where to get the loot. He knows where a lot of the chests are. He knows every single thing, and he also knows any pathing in order to disengage in a lot of these fights, but it does look like the TSM duo, Epic Well, strikes first, taking down Scented.
That's a big elimination right there, as well as Scented and Cold are one of the few NA East teams inside of that top 10, and for them to fall to the hands of Epic Whale just around the Tilted Towers is definitely not a part of the plan. Marine finds Falconer in the feed there, but Peterbot and Jamper looking to continue their battle here. We talked about these contested coastal battles, and now we get to see it unfold for the first time from the beginning.
Going up against Jace and Basil. So this is going to be an interesting one, because sooner or later you cannot continue to go down. The chest is down there, and that's where Basil's at, and he's actually just trying to get out. He's trying to escape. You already know that he lost his teammate, trying to do wonders as a solo and finish off the day strong, because that's the thing. FNCS NA East Chapter 3 Season 3. After day 1, Commandment and Avery were in 9th place. Day number 2, they had the comeback for the Ace to take the top spot, as Peterbot takes the elimination, but flies high through the sky, just a little too high. The shots are coming in. He's finally able to land on his 2 feet and try to stabilize.
That's what Peterbot is known for. On1 and Baka, though, fight back here. The last time they won their drop, they turned that into a monstrous endgame, and now they're clawing back in. Savage already down. iDrop.
Can they do it? Baka
in the mix here. Actually, Savage is on the run right now.
Oh, he's going to be able to get out alive, but do On1 and Baka want to chase him. There's so many other teams in the mix as well, including Brazil's very own King and Ed, who where they're at in the leaderboard right now, they want to start getting aggressive. They want to take the game into their own hands.
Ed and King here, trying to do something big. We haven't quite seen them put up the numbers on show yet. You can see right there, King attempts to hit some shots, but does fall slightly short. And now options in front of him. Does he go for the duo below? But no, instead he's gonna go and hunt down the solo. This is by far the better play, but the reboot is starting to come out for Mr. Savage. Will he get iDrop in time? King arrives just there to maybe play spoiler.
But again, this fight over towards Cloudy, it's those same 2 teams, while Malibuca and Mustache are always trying to find an angle so that way they can get the damage they need for Storm Surge and try to get out alive. And I think Ed even found Peppo somewhere, but no, they're actually chasing down Mr. Savage, and they're going to clean that one up. That is huge.
And King get their first 2 eliminations onto Mr. Savage and iDrop here in game number 6. Huge deal for him right there. And lucky for us, we are hot on the replay. Take a look there, out the sky. Ed wastes no time. He says, King, you might have missed some shots before, but I got your back.
That was a huge outside of the box play. They could have easily pushed Mr. Savage, got the elimination, and got 2 points. Done, over with, easy. They allowed Mr. Savage to get the reboot off, got the elimination on iDrop, got the elimination onto Mr. Savage, and got 4 points instead of 2.
That's right, way to play big there, and they need it.
Big brain
now,
play.
Back to Larson and Smite. They could have left this battle, but they've won so many times already. They decide, hey, let's stick around, let's fight Muzz and Looter. Ooh, a big 86 on Looter as he tries to go on up. Smite was waiting with the side angle there. Larson now has just enough time to get back with Smite. They're gonna be trading minis here. As you saw, Larson's inventory was definitely short. Here it is, that little exchange, the material count too.
And honestly, if you're Smite and Larson, though, winning every single one of these fights except for game number 1, you have no reason to leave. It's up to Muzz and Looter to try to change up their plan while you have a hot Larson and Smite on their heels. Zagu is going one-on-one with Hellfire. This is for a huge finish for Zagu because right now they've skidded just a little bit down low on the leaderboard, more than they would like.
And what's crazy about this is how the region plays. This is how Asia gets down. They will W key. They play aggressive, they play fast Fortnite. And although it has been a day of performance and end games for Zagu and Marine, this is where he does best. Put him in a one-on-one, put him in a head-to-head, and look at how quick he is able to capitalize. No, shots come in from the distance. It's not looking good. He's gonna have to pause down here. He does have some white heals, but that will kill all the momentum, unfortunately. It's Commandment and Avery with a dual angle here.
And you can see where are this strategy, landing over towards Rave Cave. They're trying to go to the slower side of zone. They're trying to go as far north as possible, but they're gonna go east first before they make that happen, trying to clean up a quick elimination, or what they think could be a quick one at that, but the shots continue to come in. Storm doing work as well. It's only a matter of time as Hellfire is gonna be able to clean that one up.
Hellfire slides in and down goes Japan's best there. Zagu and Marine sent back to the lobby, back to the drawing board to rethink for day number 2 of the FNCS Invitational. That's how quickly things can change.
Yeah, Hen was already down. Now they're just trying to find the second half of that duo. Joe and Z-Andy, one of 5 teams to get a VR on the day. But Vico somehow took down Avery. They were waiting. They were trying to hunt down the team, and it was them who ended up getting hunted. But Joe and Z-Andy, they don't want to let this team out of their sight. They have at least 1 elimination against players from 6 different regions. That's the most of any duo, and that goes to show how adaptable they truly are.
That is right. Vortex is a solo. As we touched on, Hen is out the lobby. You can see the look of focus on his face here. He recognizes, oh, big read there. He finds a mech kit right in the nick of time. He should get it off with about 2 HP left. That's going to be a huge save for him. Meanwhile, Sensen and Cold now making their move. Like we said before, they have been somewhat contested, right? Their draw spot. Maybe not going head-to-head against Pars and Raze there, but possibly trading out some loot. You can see it kind of coming into effect here as the loadout's very much not quite where you want it to be.
And that's Acorn and Edgy sitting on top of the blimp, being that nuisance as Cold and Sensen. They have to rotate right back in the way they came from. See if we can make it happen. They're actually taking some elevation right now. This could be huge.
Oh. Very interesting for them to go up to high ground here. This is such a risk, right? But of course, we never really know. They want some of that loot. Look at that. They get to the vault. They steal some leftover loot. That's going to be a huge situation here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Looter. You get to see a replay here. Remember, this is up against Smite and Larson, and Muzz turns this around. 3rd place, Smite and Larson now effectively dropped.
Yeah, for them, though, you got to give them credit. 128 points on the day. They've done wonders. And now they get to sit back, relax, collect their thoughts, and plan for day number 2 while everybody else is kind of going through this minefield of chaos, which is game number 6. And like I said, from game number 1, where you have 95 players alive when Storm Surge activated, the lobby is now feeling themselves out. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable to try to attack in these moments. Tripper and Thomas sitting on top of the blimp, just trying to get the Storm Surge, so that way, when they do find another rotation, eventually, it's going to be their focus, where they don't have to go ahead and hunt the damage. They can go ahead and do exactly what they want, when they want.
Let's take a look at Yumi and Cool here on the move. Some of our greats from NA West right now, they have really represented today.
They did.
They have found their moments.
I'm proud.
They've caught their highlights.
Panda's probably proud of the crowd, too.
Oh, yeah.
Cold and Sensen now changing their rotation yet again. Don't want to go through Acorn and Edgy anymore. They got the heals that they wanted out of the vault, and now they're trying to find another way around. And for them, they need scraps. They are in shambles right now, and there's another team right in front of them. They spotted them out, and that would have been a great sneak attempt coming out from Sensen and Cold, but now they have to think of plan B.
It's crazy. Cole gets caught out by Thomas HD. Thomas HD, Mr. 6,000 damage coming into game 6 here and adding to the chart here. Joe FN's going to be the victim of a few shots there, but not enough for Sensen to claw out of this tough situation he is in. Now, mind you, NA's 3rd place Larson and Smite are down. Cold and Sensen were in 5th coming into this, and it's looking very, very grim now.
Yep, the only other NA East team in there. We going to be Acorn and Edgy, who came into this game in 8th place, but in the distance. Scented sees Fabs and Snack. He sees Joe and Z-Andy trying to get his Storm Surge damage up while being in the storm without any heals, but luckily enough, his escape plan, you can already see it. It is going to be that launch pad.
He's playing a very dangerous game here. He's already been tagged for whites there. There it is. He doubles back now, protects himself as well. There's a med kit.
Okay.
He knew that.
Try to get Scented's card, likely.
There it is. Okay. Time to med off. He will have enough time. Will he play for the reboot is the true question. We'll find out soon. On the other side, Zeet and KBR are still alive right now. 39 above. They're looking pretty solid. Zeddy finds Jamper in the feed. Peterbot goes down too. So that's had to be an Eastern edge zone rotate that just did not go their way.
Yeah, and that south side of the zone right now is just going to become so congested. You're going to have to figure out another way to try to rotate around as Chicho's trying to find some damage. Barely gets above the damage threshold. Gets a knock on the Rapid in the distance as well. And you see some other shots coming through. They know that that player is under pressure. Now the lobby is now taking hands to try to take him out all together. Bevies is now joining the fray along with Vortexers as well. Andalix has his back up against the wall. He's trying to survive. And Alex and Bailey are also rotating in. It's going to be such a hard way for him to try to survive.
This is such a tough spot to be in right now as it's all going down. Our 10th plate PH Zen looks like he falls in the feed there too. It's looking extremely desperate now for Brazil right now in this last game. Here's Booga on the other side of Anas and Pink's wall. They're gonna heal up. Eyes on Mirror and Booga, but no, they want to get out of here. This is a little too dicey for them now. Lopad's gonna get them right to the safe zone. Pretty decent. It's a great spot to be in right now. They're okay on the surge, but they could use a refresher here. Plenty options up to be served as well. Hellfire looks like he found Avery. Hellfire was a solo in the zone way north as Commandment and Avery were pointing inwards. And look, Avery fully finished there. The surge possibly finishing the deal.
Yeah, that's not good. You can kind of see why they rotated out of Rave Cave, trying to third-party some of those fights, but they ended up getting snuck on, which probably turned their entire story around as Booga and Miro trying to get in towards the zone. Focus of the lobby begins. Can Booga try to survive? 43 HP and a dream. Miro's there to try to alleviate some of the pressure, and it does look like it's going to stop.
That was tough. Very, very close right there. Usually when that happens, it's all over, but luckily the teams decided, nah, it's the last game. I can't burn all my resources if I cannot pick up the loot, so everyone slows down. For Taste and Chopix, they are very much comfortable right now. No pressure on them, but there's a lot of players in this vicinity here. Movement, little scarce.
Out of Macwood over there. Pars and Rays surviving as well. Cammy and Seti trying to take that top spot back. You hear the analysts, they're having great games, and then they're kind of having a little slip-ups here and there. But luckily for them, this is day number 1. As long as you keep it competitive, you'll be in the mix. And look at our top 4. Top 4 is all EU right now, Monster.
That is right. 21 points for Cammy and Seti to catch up to Vino and Queasy. But that top 3 is just European territory right now. Vino, Queasy, Thomas HD, Trippern, and of course Cammy and Seti all fighting for that top 3 currently. It's what you expect. We've seen a lot of our community folk really put those 3 up in the standings and wait for them not to let down the fans.
Right. I think Malibuca Mustache might be low on Storm Surge. Yet again, being one of the 3 teams over towards Cloudy Condos. Nobody really going at it off of spawn, but a team that doesn't have much to worry about. You saw them high at the top of the blip. Acorn and Edgy, almost 500 above. They're just picking and choosing their battles, trying to figure out what the right play is going to be.
And it does make you wonder, although Malibuca and Mustache are contested, being below the surges means that, hey, that first game was a wake-up call. We can't just go battle. Aqua and crew will just come in third party. But look at this. Thatch finds Malibuca there. That's a huge one. And now we get to see Ed and FaZe King's perspective here. King from Argentina, Ed from Brazil. Right here, right now, 2 elims already potentially going head-to-head against On1 in Baka. The young duos from NA West. No, the peak, the punishment. Down goes Baka.
Is this going to be able to get it, though? Doesn't
He
look like
will.
in the mini-map that they're going over. So, yeah, you are correct. He is going to get a second chance at life as Onwin has placed in the top 10 in every FNCS final he has played in, trying to put NA West on his back along with Yumi and Cool, Fabs and Snacky. So many top competitors in this tournament still, and this is only day number 1.
Jonathan Vidal, 120 below, make it 60 now. They do need a little bit more damage. It's going to continue to fluctuate. Vigo finds Baka, down goes on one as well. Vigo just cleans that up. Meanwhile, Kanata and Macwood, they started off so hot, and now all of a sudden they are in a world of trouble here, surrounded by some of Europe's most dangerous here on this south side of the zone. But hey, they have time, they have plenty to work with here. It shouldn't get too sketchy just yet. If they can keep a low profile for a while, they'll survive to the next moving zone or the half in, half out reveal. Here's a look at 3rd, 4th, 5th. 6th and 7th are down, 5th is down.
Hey, that's a blessing for some and a curse for others. For the teams from 8th and below, this is their chance to really close the gap in the final game.
That's all of NA East out in Game 6.
That hurts just a little bit. Just a little bit, but still got Acorn and Edgy still alive. Catching one on to Joe. Janice is going to be left as a solo. As Video does get knocked in that moment. That's Taze and that's Chapix that are hot on the heels. But pressure is coming from all sides for a lot of these teams. And even Macwood and Kanata are trying to put some shots on to Tayson and Chapix. You see Janice trying to break through. He is that solo that we were looking at. Trying to survive. Video finally goes down. Janice still knocking on the door. Storm Surge taking him down, but Tayson gets the last laugh.
And in the end, it's going to mean 4 eliminations for Tayson and Chapix. They absolutely needed it. They were slipping so far behind, well outside that top 20 bubble. Way to make a hero's effort push in Game 6 to set yourself up for a good day too, but they still have a long road in front of them. They have to close out this round. The zone is going to pull far northeast. It's on a little piece of a zone, so if you have that mountaintop just right there, you're going to be in a sound and strong position for Edgy and Acorn. They'd be some of the last to jump on over. And we said we want to see Epic Whale and Reed. They're just above sitting down, so this might be their game. But first, Vino and Queasy have to show us why they're in the lead.
And they don't really have to do anything here. Look at the loot right now. They're on the edge of zone. They have some high ground. All these players flying through the sky. Easy shots. You're just like serving it up on a silver platter for a team that has been playing this good. But only 7 damage below the threshold.
And let me tell you something, this is not bad for a team that lands north and then has this half in, half out pull north. It makes a big difference when you are already positioned there and this comes your way. Now they just have to worry about damage management and closing out this last game. But you can see Tripper and Thomas HD are there as well. They have that same story. They are very much close by. Here's our high ground kings, Reet and Epic Whale. The 6X, and of course, Reet, a multi-FNCS winner himself, going head-to-head against Refsguard right now. They're starting to crank up, but Reet does not want to give it up, not just yet. He jumps down. This is what he does best, is take those fights, but no, plays a little smarter. He has to play for the end game.
And I saw Pink and Anas go down to Pars. He's finally starting to heat up. Tayson gets another one. Kanata as well. Refguard as a solo stole Hideaway from the TSM duo. That is absolutely insane right now. But you got to take note of where they actually landed, though. They still landed at a high enough layer so they can take it back at a moment's notice.
Just need to evaluate the situation. No need to burn material this early. Smart play. It's the best play. Vino, but a huge tag there. Shield crack there. That's going to go ahead and get him a little excited. But Acorn and Edgy now revealed themselves to his layer as well. He's not too happy about that one. And you see him back up just a second there. Meanwhile, Refsguard on high ground by himself, just looking down here, enjoying the view. But 130 damage is what he needs. He gets 4 tags. That's great, but not enough. Here comes the big drop, and he hits it. Okay, he stays in the game.
Almost seeing his life flash before his eyes, just a few centimeters in the wrong direction. He goes down, he goes out, but Queasy and Vino are trying to go up. They're trying to take the game by storm, and they get it, Monster. They got the high ground for now.
But it's not for free. They do have a duo on their heels. Who is it? It's Refsguard, who tried to fight for it, but he is not going to be successful this time around. High ground can get you one thing that we know for sure, and that's amazing placement if you can ride it out. When you're a solo like that, that was an excellent attempt. But now, back into the heat of things. Seti, Cammy, Two Elims, another end game. And their biggest threat, Tripper and Thomas HD is alive. Acorn and Edgy, NA East's last hope potentially in this lobby, still in the run.
Saw threats go down to the bottom half of the map. That's Trulex and Chicho taken down. Kanata falls as well. Ed's gonna get one. Queasy Vino trying to go ahead and put themselves outward so they can continue that damage. Seats a solo stuck in the outside of zone. 4 floppers to work with. The Siphon comes through onto Ed. This is an opportunity for him to pick out placement points while being outside of the zone.
Not only that, Clicks is still alive too, but here's Tayson. Tayson's gonna fall inside the storm now. It's up to Acorn and Edgy making their way up the outskirts here. Look at the clean rotate here from Acorn. He is just exceptional, but we get to jump into Duke. 200 HP, now down to 72, make it less than that. It's not looking good. From 0 to hero, he's trying to claw his way into this. They find a player on the edge. No Elim there. Duke has to fight back, and down he goes, and it is all over. And once again, we might be seeing our first team who is setting up for a back-to-back.
Back-to-back, that is going to leave them with all the confidence in the world to end day 1 and go into day 2. They have 10 eliminations on Fico from the low ground. He's trying to have a comeback for the ages to close out day number 1. Shots on the Tripper, a huge amount of damage. He drops him down as well, but goes down altogether. Valiant effort by Fico.
It is a worst-case scenario for Thomas HD because his biggest threat is on high ground, but Reet is fighting back. Reet takes down Queasy on height. He is turning this around and trying to turn this into potentially a solo game. Meanwhile, Thomas finds Wops. Thomas is still alive, and Reet falls there in the end. Look at Thomas holding the low ground. Chicho's right next to him. Trulix hurts him too, but Vino has the grip of height. Acorn waiting on the side. Out of builds, he's gonna have to come down too. It's all over. The gas tank is empty. Down he goes. And now, off to Seti.
It's Cammy and Seti, the only duo left, and they find another one. Vino trying to put wonders. 1v2 situation. What can he do here to take home the big prize and end with back-to-back victory royales to end the day? But a team looking to take first place back. Cammy and Seti, and they try to steal it away by getting that VR to end game 6.
And they get the first game. They get the last game of day 1. What a story for Cammy and Seti. Becoming legends must be so proud right now of these players. They put in the hard work, they put in the effort, and wait to watch it pay off.
That is huge for them because they're not like a lot of these other teams who are consistently fighting to get to the top of the leaderboard. They play their play style through and through from the drop spot all the way to the end game. They're one of the few teams, time and time again, that has their own spot. They call it the Cammy split, and it works out every single season.
And now they get to take that victory lap to center stage, where they will be greeted by Adam Savage for a quick update. And Adam, please tell me how they do it.
Right now, they're looking mighty fine. Give it up for Cammy and Seti! GG's, boys! 2 victory royales out of 6 games at FNCS Invitational. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
It's really amazing. Talk us through, you saw there that we had Queasy and Vino on the high ground. We saw Queasy went down, Vino was solo. When you saw that happen, was there an opportunity for you guys to get your way in and win that game?
Yeah, but we didn't want to take the high ground because we wanted to get more kills on low ground. That's why we stayed low. And
Gotcha.
Yeah.
In terms of today and the 6 games, has it played out as you both thought coming into this, or have things been very different?
Like, we died 2 games to Surge. Like, we planned everything differently, but it didn't went as we planned it.
We just adapted. I think we just adapted well, and going into tomorrow, we're gonna be more confident and more prepared. So yeah.
Talking of preparation for tomorrow, what do you do now? Do you go back and review VODs? Do you kind of work on strategy, or do you relax?
Like, I think relax and VOD review.
Tomorrow, a big day, 6 more games. Could Cammy and Seti go all the way and win FNCS Invitational?
Of course.
Of course they go. Give it up for Cammy and Seti! Your game 6 winners! Let's go back to Zeke and the gang. Jinquit.
I made this joke. Game 1 of the FNCS Invitational. Cammy and Seti are living their life on repeat right now. They've done this dance before, right? This happened at DreamHack. They win game 1, they win game 6, they stay on top. For Cammy and Seti, all of EU right now is thinking this is it. We are the best.
Look, EU is on top right now, but Cammy and Seti, they're gonna have a stressful night. It ended on a high note, it started on a high note, but with the history of Cammy and Seti, having 2 back-to-back good days is a curse that we haven't seen too often. So I'd be really happy to see them continue this momentum forward from this last match into day 2.
Yeah, and Seti said it himself, right? They're really, really adaptable. They're adapting very, very well, and that's what I like to see from this team. What I've noticed about the way that they play and the way that they sort of carry themselves, they don't get down after a bad game. You know, we saw, as they said, 2 bad games. Surge wasn't quite looking too good for them, but look at that. They come back. They make the changes that are required to bring them up in the leaderboard, and you can see it's working out.
Yeah, right now they're holding, right? They're not in that first place spot, and of course, as they talked about, they were eliminated 2 games to Surge, right? And they identified those issues, and now we see the correction in game 6, a victory royale, right? So to your point, Okada, tomorrow they come back stronger. We can see them win it all.
Look, the tricky part is they did adapt very quickly and effectively in that last match. They had a difficult mid-section of the tournament, but the thing is now overnight, those duos that didn't have the best day 1 will also change. They'll also adapt, and maybe the adaptation that Cammy and Seti had for this last match won't be valid in day 2.
We will find out. Right now, we have Kelly standing by with the duo in first place. Kelly, take it away.
Everyone, I am joined by Vino and Queasy, our first place team out of day 1. All right, so this is a stat that was happening, I think even before game 6 was going on, but you had the most solo eliminations with 17 elims. I'm sure that is even more now. How do you do it?
I'm the best player in the world.
I love it, I love the confidence. But how do you know when to go for the elimination and when to like step back?
It's nice having a balance. It's good having a balance. We have chugs, so a lot of the time when we're playing high ground, I can drop back and look for kills, especially when I have the Ranger shotgun because of the range on it. And that's when you can at least get a lot more kills. And I used the Ranger shotgun really well the other game. I got a kill on the Asia team, Zagu, I think, and that led us to winning that game.
I mean, obviously, it's not just winning you the game, but it's also winning you the whole tournament right now. Queasy, after that VR in Game 5, to almost do it again in Game 6 as well. I mean, obviously, you're going into day 2 pretty confident.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the lobby is not that hard. I feel like we should have been way better than we are right now. We had, like, a hard choke in Game 4 and 5, I think. Or no,
Wait, you got
4?
the VR in Game 5.
3 and 4. But yeah, other than that, feeling confident going tomorrow.
I mean, obviously, you guys are doing something right. You're in first place right now. Good luck in day 2, and thank you for joining me here for an interview. And we're going to head back on to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And this is just, like I talked about this earlier on in the day. Vino is a player who is constantly evolving. I just want to kind of consider how this could have gone differently, right, for Cammy and Seti. It was a 1v2 against Vino. And it's because Reet played spoiler and eliminated Queasy. In the same other universe I talked about, you know, this one earlier on in the show, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. In this other alternate universe, Queasy's still alive. And then we see a true 2v2 against Queasy and Vino versus Cammy and Seti. The way these guys have been playing, I think it would have gone to Queasy and Vino.
Look, we could have seen the back-to-back victory royale from Vino and Queasy, right? They had it all lined up. But I'm also, happy to see what we saw, right? When Cammy and Seti got the VR, it was the first VR from down in the ground, right? On the low ground. They managed to secure it. All the victory royales came from that high ground up above, so it was great to see a little change up. But that change up was because Queasy ended up going down and Vino was left in the 1v2.
Yeah, we saw it, right? We saw Queasy going down, but of course it opened the floodgates for the players down below to really just rack up eliminations, rack up the placements as well. And there was a few moments here I thought, well, you know what? We talk so highly of Vino, and you could tell by the interview, he's oozing with confidence. I could feel it from over here. He could clutch this, right? He could clutch this 1v2. Couldn't quite work out for him, though, although we've seen it do him so many times.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Seti and Cammy. They are phenomenal players, and they deserve that victory royale in that moment. I just want to see some good Fortnite, man. And in this alternate universe, we got to see a 2v2 against two of the greatest in the world. Now, I do want to take a moment. I'm getting word that none other than Adam Savage is sitting by with one of our duos currently in the top 10. It is Smite and Larson.
That is right. Thank you very much, Zeke. Smite and Larson, everybody! Bear in mind, Smite and Larson are an average size. I'm just an anomaly. I am massive. Guys, it's been an amazing day. 7th after the first 6 games. You must be feeling great. Was there a target prior to this after day 1 that you aimed for, and did you exceed expectations?
Well, we tried to end around 150. We didn't really reach that, but off spawn, we did way better than we thought we would, and it was amazing.
Talking about off spawn as well, obviously Muzzin Looter, Grim Gables, going head to head. Larson, how many of the 6 battles did you guys win?
We won 4 out of 6, but it should have been better. It should have been 6-0, but it's all good.
We saw your reaction as well. We loved seeing your reaction to some of the moments. You look like you're enjoying yourself and getting quite passive-aggressive at the same time.
Yeah, I had to let them know that they're trash, and we're beating them every game tomorrow.
Okay, I like the fighting talk here as well. Smite, going into this evening as well, how do you guys prepare for day 2 tomorrow? Do you go and relax, or is it back to grinding this evening?
We're gonna go over VOD, see what we did wrong, and fix it for tomorrow, and we're gonna hopefully win every game.
Okay, everybody, Smite and Larson, thank you so much. Let's head to my man Vivid on the main stage.
Here we go. We've had plenty of opportunities to talk about the teams in top 3, Queasy and Vito included, and of course Cami and Seti. But Thomas, HD, and Triprin sneaking into that 2nd place position here. And you know, I want to check in, see how they were doing all spawn. Obviously, they are landed over at Rave Cave alongside Commandment and Avery. How are they getting out of this so unscathed, right? Every single game, you can see here, it's kind of this race to this balloon and mountain position over here. And this game, Thomas, HD, and Triprin win that race. They instantly poise up on top of this balloon and on top of this mountain. And basically what this allows them to do is sit here for pretty much the rest of the game. And this is where they get a lot of their storm surge from. But it also allows them to control pretty much this entire side of the map. Since they are so high up on that higher ground, they can just fire down shots on anybody that decides to rotate through. So as you can see here, look at the map. There is not a single soul around them. And that's really, really good coming into the rotations that are going to happen for the end game. And then the balloon is awesome, right? Because it does provide you with that immense high ground, but then they can also just use it for those rotations that I was just mentioning. Of course, that is not possible if they aren't allowed to control that much of an area. So well done for them. Coming into day number 2, I want to see more of that out of them. Now, Adam tosses me. I'm going to toss it right back to him.
Thank you very much, my man. I'm with right now Thomas and Trippin, everyone. The dynamic Danes here. What a great day. We talked earlier on at the beginning of the show about this being potentially 3rd time lucky for you guys, and so far 2nd place, Thomas, after day 1. Surely you guys are thrilled.
Yeah, I'm proud of Trippin and me. Like, we played a lot of really good today, and yeah, and hopefully we can do even better tomorrow to take the win.
Absolutely. How do you improve on tomorrow? Was there anything today in your game that you thought could use improvement, or did you feel it went pretty solidly?
Our late games could have gone better. Like, we could have more kills. We had 3 or 4 kills every game, I think. I don't know. I feel like we played pretty average today, from what we can play. So hopefully we pop off tomorrow again.
Absolutely. We saw as well in that game 6, you managed to get high ground quite early. You managed to get storm surge tags as well. How important are those tags in situations like that where you can kind of maintain and hold fort up high?
We didn't really play high ground today, but the surge tags are of course important. That's why he has me. Yeah.
Dare I say it, I'm going to ask you guys, do you think potentially you could be the favorites? You could win FNCS Invitational tomorrow. In sat in 2nd, Trippin, it's looking pretty good.
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. Guys, give it up for Trippin and Thomas HD! Love to see it. Let's head back to the desk. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much. That's crazy. Adam did an interview with Smite and Larson and said he was the anomaly. I guess there was 3 anomalies there. I'll see myself out. Don't worry about that. MDF, Jacob, before we say goodbye, we want to get your thoughts on the day.
It has been a great day indeed. Listen, I enjoyed every single moment of this awesome competition.
I've been entertained through and through from games 1 to game 6. It honestly exceeded my expectations.
And you know what? The player that stood out the most to me, the duo that stood out the most to me.
To us.
To us, for sure. It has to be Mareem and Zagu, representing for the Asia region, the Japanese powerhouse, the champions of the Asia region. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, and honestly, could you even believe that this is their second FNCS finals together. They played together last season. They took home the Axe of Champions, and they're looking to do it here yet again. But no story would not come without its ups and downs. They had a good start to the day, not necessarily the best start at the end, but they're still exceeding my expectations. And if they can somehow come out on top with that same fire tomorrow, it'd be amazing.
And that's the interesting thing about the way this all played out. You had these first 3 games, they popped off, and they could have probably took that momentum, but then we hit that small break, right? Everyone gets to reset, reevaluate, and all of a sudden, it was a tougher back half. So tomorrow, they get the full day to reset. If they can kick things off and stay explosive, I think we'll be in for a great show.
Yep, but that's going to be it from us. You guys, thank you for enjoying this great day.
That's right.
Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob and MDF. Joining me right now, I have Marim and Zago, the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3 title winners right now. And I have to ask, how exactly did they achieve that Chapter 3 Season 3 win?
シーズン3の勝ちはどうやってできたんですか？
ビクトリーロイヤル、ハイグラウンドを取ってビクトリーロイヤルを4回したんで勝てました。はい。
We were able to do that because we were able to capture the high ground about 4 times, and that's why we were able to win it.
High ground always wins games, and I do want to ask, obviously the Invitational is a very big deal. What has your preparation and practice been like?
この大会はもう本当に貴重な機会でどのような練習をしてきたのかっていうのが聞きたいんです。
アジアとアジアサーバーとそのレベルが違うのでリプレイとか見ながら。
Zago, Marim, I really appreciate it. And obviously, you guys started the day off.
You want me to translate that?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, yeah, there's quite a big level difference in terms of the players on the Asian server. So we just tried to, reevaluate how we performed by revisiting the replays over and over again.
And obviously, you're going to be revisiting those replays today. What are you going to be doing to prepare for tomorrow?
まあ今日のリプレイも見て明日までの、準備は何をすると思いますか？
そうですね。ダメだったところを改善して明日もっといいプレーできるように頑張りたいと思います。
So we're going to try and reevaluate what we did wrong so we can improve upon that and do our best to win tomorrow.
I would love to see it. Thank you guys so much again for joining me here for an interview, and we're going to head back on to the desk.
A fantastic interview there. And I just got to say, before we kind of wrap up the day, the thing that's impressed me the most is just how humble a lot of these players have been. Obviously, there's been quite a bit of smack talk, sure, this is competition, that's going to happen, but you can tell for a lot of these players when they are kind of talking about their gameplay, what they want to improve on, there is that level of respect. Like, look, I am trying to be the best at this, and I'm aware that I'm not yet. I got to do a couple things, and then I'll be there. And I think that's kind of my key takeaway.
It's an understandable reserve celebration, though, from the players, because you have to keep in mind, this is only day 1. The first 6 games, we might have found a conclusion for our top 10 leaderboard today, but tomorrow could be a different story altogether. A lot of these players have already talked about the fact they want to basically run it back with the VOD reviews, see where they can try and correct some of the mistakes or just moments that didn't necessarily go their way earlier on. But I do have to give it to EU. They kind of ruined the pattern for today because we had, for every single game today, EU, NA, EU, NA, and then EU, EU for the Victory Royale finishes.
Look, they did a great job, but I'm also impressed on how every region performed, right? 7 regions competing today, and we saw some nice showings from Asia, from Middle East, from Brazil, and just looking at the top 20 of that leaderboard there, I saw multiple regions scattered all over, and with 6 more matches to be played out tomorrow, anything is still possible.
It really is, and we saw a few of our Titan teams as well, a little bit lower down than we would have expected. Maybe Malibuka and Mustache, one of them, Tayson and Chapix, of course, as well, not quite having the best day, and I think it just shows that although we've seen these teams popping off in their own regions, when we're on an international stage like this, anything can happen. Although Tayson and Chapix, they're so decorated in the EU region, when you throw a few spanners in the works from different regions with different playstyles, different metas, things can really go south.
And it's okay, right? We have tonight to reset, come back even stronger tomorrow. Now, Kelly is standing by with one of our more wholesome duos. It's Pamsto and Fatch.
Hey guys, I am indeed joined by Pamsto and Fatch, and I just wanted you to talk a little bit about your drop spot. What was the decision behind it?
We got pretty lucky with zones. We were really a lot of node zones today, and it's kind of hard for search for us because everybody just it's like they go away from Bugle, and that's where we sit usually. So we had to find like new strategies, but we managed to work our way around it pretty well.
Yeah, obviously adaptation is the name of the game after day one. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Then I think it's a really good place if we keep going tomorrow.
So any changes that you're going to be making in your playstyle for tomorrow, and how are you going to be preparing tonight?
Probably just voting with our coach, just watching the game, seeing how teams play, and maybe be a bit more aggressive tomorrow.
So aggressive obviously is a double-edged sword. You can get those eliminations, but you can also be taken down. How do you know when the right time is to strike?
It's very rewarding, but the more you play the game, the more you're gonna have a good mindset on when to kill someone. But yeah.
Thank you guys so much for this quick interview, and obviously good luck tomorrow, guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
Shoutouts once again to the players for just giving us a moment of their time, right? Hearing that insight from them. But that's pretty much it for us from today. Now, don't forget, we have another 6 games tomorrow. So before we say goodbye, any last words, Mini Miner?
So many, but so little time, right? But we've had an incredible day today. We've had day number 1 of the FNCS Invitational. It has been so much fun to see all of these different teams popping off. We've seen high eliminations. Vico in that final game, 10 eliminations on his own, just to highlight one. It's just been crazy, and I'm excited to see what changes in day 2.
There's really nothing like it, right? An international event to this caliber, we haven't had it in years. The emotion from the crowd, the expressions of the players, the excitement from the solo clutches, and the roaring you hear from the audience. It's really something that's unique, and it's got a special place in my heart, and it feels amazing to live it once again.
I'm just ready for day 2 already. Like, I kind of wish it could just be tomorrow already.
Well, we don't have to wait all that much longer. Fortnite fans, we love y'all so much. Remember, tomorrow, coming back at you, 6 games, 1 incredible trophy, all live from Raleigh, North Carolina. We love you. Keep yourselves safe. And as always, we'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
はい、報道ネタディレクターおじさん49歳です。ねみねみねみ、ソーリーソーリーソーリー、枠変えます。ちびっ子たちごめんね、お待たせ。Thank you, thank you.